Chapter 277. Roar. In the forest, the roars of beasts shook the sky. Lin Feng stood on top of a mountain peak and looked into the distance. He saw a dense pack of beasts rushing out from the depths of the forest. Large areas of the forest were completely destroyed. Awoo! In the distance, a 20-meter-tall giant wolf king let out a long howl. Thousands of mountain wolves surrounded dozens of cultivators and crazily attacked those cultivators. Cultivators were constantly drowned by the mountain wolves. In another direction, hundreds of saber-toothed tigers appeared together and pounced on the fleeing cultivators. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the forest, figures as fast as lightning appeared one after another. They were shadow leopards, one of the most terrifying killers in the forest. They were extremely fast and were good at hiding and assassinating. Dozens of shadow leopards were pouncing towards the cultivators who were fleeing. In the sky, huge beasts swooped down and killed the beasts in the forest. Run, run quickly, many cultivators screamed in horror. But soon, they were drowned by the beasts. Too many people died. The beasts in the flaming dragon ridge are rioting. Could it be? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He looked into the depths of the flaming dragon ridge. There should be a fire dragon there. It could only be a dragon. Only a dragon could command all the beasts in the flaming dragon ridge to riot. It seems that the fire dragon has started to counterattack and caused the beasts to riot. The flaming dragon ridge is extremely dangerous. I have to leave for now, or my life will be in danger. Lin Feng used his golden wings and flew out of the flaming dragon ridge. But soon, Lin Feng was attacked fiercely. In the sky, a dense pack of beasts pounced. There was a sky-splitting eagle. There was a golden feathered eagle. There was a vampire bat. There was a flaming winged beast and other flying beasts. They launched a fierce attack on Lin Feng. F***ck. Lin Feng really wanted to curse. How could Lin Feng dare to fight against an army of flying beasts alone? He would be torn to pieces by this army of flying beasts. He quickly fled forward. Boom boom boom. However, at this moment, a dense amount of thunderbolts blasted towards Lin Feng from the sky. Hundreds of flying beasts surrounded by lightning appeared. They were heavenly thunderbirds, about 3 meters long. Although they were not particularly large, heavenly thunderbirds were definitely one of the most terrifying birds. This was because heavenly thunderbirds controlled the power of thunder and could release extremely powerful thunder attacks. The thunder attacks released by hundreds of heavenly thunderbirds gathered together could instantly kill a Martial General Realm expert. Martial King Realm experts would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Yin-Yang Realm experts would also have to try their best to avoid them. Bang! The dense lightning struck Lin Feng, directly knocking him down. Even though his body was comparable to a Yin-Yang Realm expert's, it still tore apart his flesh and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and cursed in a low voice. How monstrous! He had almost lost his life. At the moment when he was about to leave, the 3 gigantic wolves of the forest roared and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his fist and started fighting against the 3 gigantic wolves of the forest. Bang bang bang! Lin Feng punched the 3 gigantic wolves 3 times in a row and sent them flying. However, at this moment, a pitch-black figure quickly rushed over. It was too fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly lurked behind Lin Feng and grabbed towards Lin Feng's neck. Lin Feng was shocked. This speed was too fast. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly dodged to the side. Puff! The black figure scratched Lin Feng's neck and left a bloody mark. Lin Feng was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was too terrifying. He was almost killed by this beast. At this moment, Lin Feng clearly saw the beast's appearance. It was a pitch-black leopard. It's a shadow leopard. Lin Feng was shocked. There were records of shadow leopards in the classic of mountains and seas. They were killers in the mountains. The shadow leopard's attack missed and it continued to pounce towards Lin Feng. Confine. Lin Feng released his martial spirit to confine the shadow leopard. Then, he directly grabbed the shadow leopard's legs and shouted. Puff! The shadow leopard was directly torn in half by Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly rushed out. One day later, Lin Feng finally left the range of the Fire Dragon Ridge. Many cultivators escaped in an incomparably sorry state. Many cultivators died tragically in the Fire Dragon Ridge. Fire Dragon, someone saw a fire dragon. The people of the ancient sacred land wanted to kill it, but the Fire Dragon attacked first. It summoned the powerful beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge and started a riot. It's terrible. I saw dozens of cultivators die in a flash. What's that? Many people from the ancient sacred land died. Ah, is that so? Some young cultivators of the ancient sacred land followed the elders of the ancient sacred land to the Fire Dragon Ridge to watch the elders kill the Fire Dragon Ridge, but the beasts started a riot and the elders couldn't protect everyone. Many people died tragically. The ancient sacred land won't give up. They'll definitely send strong cultivators to clean up the Fire Dragon Ridge. Let's wait. People from the ancient Holy Land want to kill dragons. We're not fated to obtain the Fire Dragon, but the other ferocious beasts have already been killed. Without the protection of the ferocious beasts, we'll be able to collect the herbs in the forest, said Lin Feng. Indeed, there are many corpses of the beasts. They're priceless. We'll be able to collect them later. Many people were discussing the beasts' riot. Lin Feng returned to the Fire Dragon town. Master, you're back. Ah, you're injured. When Zi Yuan saw the wound on Lin Feng's neck, she almost burst into tears. Don't worry, it'll be fine soon. Lin Feng said. Let me bandage it for you. Zi Yuan said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Zi Yuan bandaged Lin Feng's wound and left. The Fire Chelin said, it seems like there really is a dragon. If I can devour its origin, I'll be able to recover at least 30% of my divine power. Lin Feng said, if the fire dragon can cause a riot, it must be extremely powerful. It's good enough that you didn't get devoured by it, but you want to devour its origin? The Fire Chelin lay on the table and cursed, damn it, it's all because of that damned demon orb. If it wasn't for it, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm really unlucky. What's the point of saying all this? You should be thanking the heavens for saving your life back then. Lin Feng pursed his lips. One day later, the people from the ancient sacred lands came out. There were a total of 3 ancient sacred lands, Tian Kai, Ziguang, and Peng Lai. These 3 ancient sacred lands were extremely powerful. Tian Kai was from the western region, Ziguang was from the immortal continent, and Peng Lai was from the overseas world. However, the faces of the people from the ancient sacred lands were extremely gloomy. Many people from the ancient sacred lands had died this time, and they were all juniors of the clan. This was unacceptable for the ancient sacred lands. The young cultivators of the clan were the hope of the future, but they had died tragically in a riot of beasts. This made the 3 ancient sacred lands extremely angry. The people from the 3 ancient sacred lands stayed in the Fire Dragon town. There was news that the 3 ancient sacred lands would soon send a divine army to wipe out the beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge. Chapter 278. Countless cultivators retreated from the Flaming Dragon Ridge in a sorry state. As a result, the Flaming Dragon town became extremely lively. The 3 ancient sacred lands, Heavenly Pool, Purple Light, and Peng Lai, naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, other than the 3 ancient sacred lands, there were also some powerful forces, such as some ancient families and a few ancient immortal dynasties. However, these forces seemed to pale in comparison to the 3 ancient sacred lands. These ancient sacred lands had extremely mysterious inheritances. From the outside, they were shrouded in a mysterious veil. Moreover, everyone had only heard of these ancient sacred lands. They knew which states the ancient sacred lands were located in. However, no one knew the exact location. The ancient sacred lands were high and mighty, looking down on the world. The 3 ancient sacred lands were ancient existences that could compete with forces like the archaic Jiang family. Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin walked towards the trading street of the Flaming Dragon town. During this period of time, too many experts had come to the Flaming Dragon town, so a trading street had appeared. Many cultivators would go to the trading street to set up stalls and sell things they did not need. Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin arrived at the trading street. As expected, The trading street was bustling with people coming and going. There were many stalls on both sides, and they were all set up by cultivators. This is a superior grade flying sword, Heavenly Slayer sword. A cultivator was holding a treasured sword. It was a flying sword that contained astonishing power. With a slight shake, it produced a vibration in the void. Many people surrounded it. Lin Feng was shocked that someone was selling a superior grade flying sword. This was the first time he had seen such a high-grade flying sword. If this was the imperial capital of the Zhenwu country, it could be auctioned off. How much is this flying sword? How many gold coins? A young man asked. The cultivator immediately looked at the young man with disdain and said, "Can this sword be bought with gold coins? I need a fire spirit rock. This Heavenly Slayer sword belongs to whoever has it." Obviously, this cultivator wanted to barter. This trading street wasn't an ordinary trading street. Many of the people here were experts from large forces. Therefore, they didn't lack money. What they really needed were some precious heavenly treasures. This was because some heavenly treasures couldn't be bought with money. For example, the fire spirit stone that the cultivator needed. It was said that the metal extracted from it was a material used to forge treasured artifacts. Where would we find a treasure like the fire spirit stone? That's an ore used to forge precious weapons. Many yin-yang realm experts are looking for it, but it's hard to find. The young man said. If not, then why are you talking so much nonsense? Get out of my way. The cultivator's eyes suddenly widened. Lin Feng and the fire Chelin were strolling on the trading street when a young girl attracted Lin Feng's gaze. The young man was dressed in green. His figure was graceful, and his skin was as smooth as jade. He was as beautiful as a fairy. In front of her were a few porcelain bottles, which should contain pills. Lin Feng walked over, squatted on the ground, and asked, "Did you refine these pills?" The young girl nodded and said, "Is there anything you need?" Lin Feng inspected the pills and was astonished. Those pills were of the yellow level, medium level and medium level. If the girl in front of him had concocted those pills, she must have been an alchemist of the yellow level, medium level and medium level. Of course, it was also possible that she was an alchemist of an even higher grade. There was no rule that said that a high-grade alchemist couldn't refine low-grade pills for trade. Lin Feng asked, "How are you going to sell these pills?" "I don't want gold or silver. If you can take out some spirit herbs, you can exchange them for my pills," the young girl said. Her voice was gentle and pleasant, just like her. She looked beautiful and elegant. Lin Feng opened a bottle of pills and sniffed. "Is this a frenzy pill?" The young girl was startled. "You recognize it?" "I haven't seen it before, but I can smell it. It's the frenzy demon grass and heart-devouring grass," Lin Feng said. The young girl was startled. Who was this young man? He could smell the ingredients of the pills just by smelling them. Even she would find it difficult to do that. "Senior sister, we should go back. Teacher is waiting for us. We still have to go to the banquet." At that moment, a young girl walked over. This young girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She had a delicate appearance and was also very beautiful. However, there was a trace of arrogance between her brows that made people slightly displeased. There was a young man in his 20s next to her. He was wearing white clothes and looked very handsome. "Qing Yao, I just came here with my teacher. Let's go back quickly. My teacher is chatting with Uncle Liu. They're waiting for us." The white-clothed young man's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the green-clothed young woman, and then he said with a smile. "Wait for me," Qing Yao said with a smile. "How should I address you, young master?" "Lin Feng. You're an alchemist too?" Qing Yao asked curiously. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. Seeing Qing Yao take the initiative to ask about Lin Feng, the young man's face darkened. A trace of jealousy appeared in his eyes. He put on a fake smile and asked, "Qing Yao, who is this?" Qing Yao smiled and said, "This is Lin Feng, Lin Gongzi." Lin Gongzi smelled the demonic frenzy pill I refined and was able to smell the ingredients. He must be a powerful alchemist. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Another young girl said. Her name was Xie Linghui. I'm Chen Yang, a disciple of Penglai. May I know which power Brother Lin is from? Chen Yang cupped his fists and asked. Ancient Holy Land's successor? Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed like Qing Yarrow and Xie Linghui were from the same level of power. Lin Feng said, True Martial Country's Azure Dragon Institute. True Martial Country? Pu. We've never heard of such a small place. Senior sister, how can such a person be a powerful alchemist? I think he was just lucky to have guessed the ingredients of the demonic frenzy pill. Xie Linghui sneered and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Junior sister, don't be rude. Qing Yarrow reprimanded her. Xie Linghui said unhappily, Senior sister, you're reprimanding me because of such a person. Am I wrong? Even the lowest disciple of the Heaven Lake Divine Land is a direct descendant of an ancient family. What kind of power is this true martial country? Even the emperor of the true martial country isn't qualified to be a guard of the Heaven Lake Divine Land, let alone an ordinary disciple of the true martial country. Junior sister, you're too rude. Shut up. Qing Yarrow's face darkened. Xie Linghui looked at Lin Feng with an evil glare. Her eyes were filled with disdain. Immediately after, she turned around and left. Chen Yang said, Qing Yao, why did you reprimand Hui for such a lowly person? Besides, Hui didn't say anything wrong. Qing Yarrow sighed inwardly. She felt that she had been too harsh, so she said, Go and chase Hui. Chapter 279. Lin Gongzi, I'm really sorry. They didn't do it on purpose. Zi Yarrow looked at Lin Feng apologetically. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's fine. I won't take it to heart. Then I'll leave first. If fate wills it, we'll meet again. Zi Yarrow smiled. Goodbye. Lin Feng nodded. Damn, who are they? Aren't they just disciples from the Heaven Lake Divine Land and Penglai Divine Land? Back then, I even peeked at the Heaven Lake Divine Mother bathing. I even beat up the Penglai Island Master until his teeth fell out. The fire Chelene curled its lips. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, There's such a thing. You weren't killed by the Heaven Lake Divine Mother? You weren't hunted down by the Penglai Island Master? Hey. I'm not bragging, but when I still had my divine power, even the sacred leaders of the ancient sacred land and the human emperor of the ancient dynasty had to be respectful to me. The fire Chelene said, Now, it's like a dragon in shallow waters being toyed with by shrimps and a tiger being bullied by dogs. It seems like I'm the one being looked down upon. Lin Feng said. Looking down on you is the same as looking down on me, the fire Chelene said indignantly. After pausing for a moment, it asked, Why aren't you angry? Of course I'm angry, but Zi Yarrow is there, so I have to give her some face. Lin Feng said. Zi Yarrow is like heaven and earth compared to that dogshit Chen Yang and Xie Lingfei. They both come from large factions, but why is there such a big difference? The fire Chelene muttered. Lin Feng didn't reply, but he clenched his fists in his sleeves. This world. It was such a naked world. He had no strength. He was destined to be looked down upon. The ancient sacred land. It was indeed high and mighty. However, sooner or later, the sacred leaders of the ancient sacred land would have to bow to him respectfully. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, Let's go in and see if there's anything we want to buy. On the trading street, Lin Feng bought some precious array formation materials and spirit herbs. His harvest was quite bountiful. When he was having lunch in a restaurant at noon, he heard a group of cultivators talking about an eye-catching gathering in Fiery Dragon Town in the evening. This gathering was held in the Pavilion of Clouds and Rain. Not only would the experts from the major forces come, but it was said that even the people from the ancient sacred land would come as well. Other than that, even those mysterious spirit array masters and alchemists would appear. I heard that even Medicine King Luo Xingha's disciple, Jing Chaotian, has come. Jing Chaotian? This person is said to only be 28 years old, but is already a mystic rank alchemist. That's right, a mystic low-level mid-level alchemist. He's a genius that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. I heard that he's a famous figure in the Alchemist Union, Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Wasn't that where Zi Yarrow and the others were heading? The fire Chelene said, This is a good opportunity to interact with others of the same trade. Lin Feng nodded. As night fell, Fire Dragon Town became more and more lively. People came and went in front of the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. The Cloud and Rain Pavilion was located in the most bustling area in the center of Fire Dragon Town. The environment was elegant and unique. The gathering of the major forces, spirit array masters, and alchemists was held in the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Of course, not everyone was qualified to enter. They either came from a major family or a major force, or they were noble existences like spirit array masters or alchemists. Rumble. In the distance, a loud noise shook the sky. 9 ferocious Chilean beasts surrounded by black flames pulled a divine chariot over. Those are black flame beasts, right? Those are existences with the blood of primordial ferocious beasts flowing in their veins. They're actually using black flame beasts to pull the chariot. I wonder what kind of noble person is sitting inside. There were many onlookers in the surroundings, and they discussed animatedly. It's an important figure from the ancient sacred land, Purple Light. Someone said. The Purple Light Sacred Land was definitely one of the oldest forces in the 3000 prefectures. It was an ancient sect that was so powerful that it shocked the world. It was rumored that someone from the Purple Light Sacred Land had cultivated to the divine realm. In the past, the Purple Light Sacred Land had been an incredible cultivator who had established the Purple Light Sacred Land. 9 demonic beasts of black flames pulled the carriage. It stopped above the pavilion of clouds and rain, and over 10 cultivators emerged. The person in the lead was a skinny old man. There were 3 middle-aged men with powerful presences, and the rest were all young cultivators. Those people landed and entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Screech! Screech! A long whistle rang out. In the distance, 9 snow-white winged celestial horses pulled a bronze chariot over. In a flash, celestial music filled the air above Fire Dragon Town. It was like the sound of the Great Path. It was like a celestial being was traveling. Flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses bloomed on the ground. That scene was really astonishing. People from the Heaven Lake Sacred Land. Someone exclaimed. They recognized who they were. Very quickly, the 9 winged celestial horses also stopped above the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. More than 20 women walked out. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman who was about 30 years old. Those women were all extremely beautiful. They were like celestial beings from the 9 heavens. I've heard that the women of the Heaven Lake Sacred Land are all extremely beautiful. Now that I've seen them, I know how beautiful they are. They really are like celestial beings from the mortal world. Many people sighed. The group of people from the Heaven Lake Sacred Land also entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Many people were still talking about the celestial beings from the Heaven Lake Sacred Land. At that moment, roar. A dragon's roar came from the distance. The 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot over. People from the Penglai Ancient Holy Land. It was an ancient holy land from an overseas world. It was extremely powerful. It was the overlord of the overseas world. It was located in the East Sea world. The eastern part of Zhenwu country was connected to the East Sea world. It had a very long coastline. The people from the Penglai Ancient Holy Land also entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. After the strong cultivators from the 3 ancient holy lands arrived, many people entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion one after another. Apart from the 3 ancient holy lands, there were also many ancient clans, celestial dynasties, ancient sects, and so on. In the distance, a boiling cauldron of voices could be heard. Young strong cultivators had arrived. He was an extremely handsome man. His temperament was otherworldly, and his clothes were as white as snow. It caused a huge commotion. Qin Mubai. Many people cried out in surprise, especially some young women, who were screaming. Qin Mubai was the top genius of the 3000 states. Not only did he come from a noble background, but he was also very powerful. It was said that he was especially good at playing the guqin. He was also very gentle. A man like this was simply perfect. Qin Mubai smiled and entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Soon, another young man arrived. He wore golden clothes and had a cold expression. His arrival also caused a huge commotion. Jinichen, the top genius of the divine prefecture of the East County. There were still countless rumors about Jinichen in the divine prefecture of the East County. Jinichen also quickly entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. Lin Feng and the Fire Chalene arrived and walked towards the Cloud and Rain Pavilion. However, they were stopped by the guards. "Show me your invitation," the guards said. The Fire Chalene rolled his eyes. The Fire Chalene rolled his eyes. He was quite depressed. This kind of gathering had been stopped. In the past, no one had dared to stop him at the gathering of the Saint Lords of the ancient Holy Land. Thinking of this contrast, the Fire Chalene was furious. Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a twisting, faint purple flame appeared at the tip of his finger. It was like a spirit, dancing happily. When they saw the flame, the guards were shocked. They quickly bowed and said, "Young master, so you're an alchemist. We've offended you earlier. Please forgive us." These people were all from ancient clans, and they were very respectful when they saw an alchemist. Lin Feng sighed. Alchemists really had a high status. He asked, "Can I go in now?" "Young master, please enter," said the guard hastily while bowing before Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and entered the Cloud and Rain Pavilion with the Fire Chalene. Chapter 280. Inside the Pavilion of Clouds and Rain, people came and went. It was very lively. Those who could come here were not simple people. The Pavilion of Clouds and Rain was divided into 3 floors. It was elegant and unique. Ordinary cultivators would talk on the first floor. Those from the major factions would go to the second floor. The top experts would gather on the third floor. Inside the Pavilion of Clouds and Rain was a courtyard. There were rockery and strange stones everywhere. There were pavilions and terraces. The water of the stream shone on the stone bridge. There was also a bamboo forest. The grass was luxuriant. The scenery was as beautiful as a painting. Many people were scattered around. They talked softly in 2s and 3s. "I wonder where Qin Mubai and Jin Ichen ran off to." Lin Feng was looking for them. Back in the undying mountain range, Zi Xiao had died tragically. The golden Buddha left behind by Zi Xiao's mother had been stolen. Lin Feng's main suspects were Lord Saber, Jin Ichen, Qin Mubai, Fairy Mengyaro, and the others. They were strong enough to kill Zi Xiao and steal the treasure. However, Lin Feng was most suspicious of Lord Saber, Qin Mubai, and Jin Ichen. This was Lin Feng's intuition. He did not know where this intuition came from, but Lin Feng felt that these 3 were the most suspicious. "Come take a look. The newly unearthed ancient immortal treasure." Suddenly, a shout came from afar. It attracted many people's attention. Everyone looked over. It was a Daoist priest. He was slightly fat and had soybean-sized eyes. He looked a little wretched. A Daoist priest. Lin Feng was shocked. This was his first time seeing a Daoist priest. There was a mysterious Daoist priest in the 3,000 provinces. In the Primordial era, the 3 Pure Ones had founded Taoism. It was said that the 3 Pure Ones were one of the oldest chaotic ancient gods. They were from the same era as the primordial dragon-esque elephants. From this, one could see how long Taoism had been passed down. In the legends, there was a powerful Daoist priest, Laozi, who rode an ox out of Jiayu Pass. His purple qi spread for 30,000 miles. There were also rumors that Taoism had a supreme master who could calculate the universe. He could know the past 500 years, the middle 500 years, and the future 500 years. He knew everything that had happened in the past 1,500 years. It was hard to imagine just what kind of shocking power Taoism had. Even in the 3,000 continents, Taoism was shrouded in mystery. Taoism is very mysterious. It's said that it's hidden in a secret place. Very few Taoists come out. Fire Chalene said. "Have you dealt with Taoists before?" Lin Feng asked. "Years ago, I had a conversation with a Taoist priest. He said that the Taoist priests were the best at making talismans and medicines. Actually, they used great deployment spells to make talismans. It could be said that the most important things about the Taoist priests were the skills of making talismans and medicines. Apart from that, They were also good at making spiritual deployment spells. It was said that they had the ability to communicate with yin and yang. In short, the Taoist priests were very mysterious and evil. Even I didn't know much about them. Fire Chelin said. In the past, the Fire Chelin was an existence that stood at the peak of the 3,000 provinces. Even someone like this knew very little about Taoism, so one could see just how mysterious Taoism was. Daoist priest, what kind of secret treasure are you trying to sell? Hurry up and show it to us. Many people gathered around. They were all very interested. Taoism had always been mysterious. If a Daoist priest was selling a secret treasure, it might really be priceless. Daoist priest Wu Liang, benefactors, please wait a moment. I'll show you the treasure. The Daoist priest flicked his horsetail whisk. He looked very dignified. However, his chubby face was a little vulgar. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Many people whispered, it said that Taoists were all incredible people. Why does this guy look so vulgar? Is he really a Daoist priest? Or is he a fake? Many people had the same question, including Lin Feng. They couldn't associate a vulgar Daoist priest with a Daoist priest. Someone asked, how should I address you, Daoist priest? I'm Wu Liang. Wu Liang has no limits. Wu Liang has no calamities, no tribulations, no difficulties, said the Daoist priest. So it's Daoist priest Wu Liang. Nice to meet you. At that moment, the Daoist priest Wu Liang took out dozens of items. Many people couldn't help but roll their eyes when they saw them. Could this bunch of broken things be secret treasures? There was a long saber that was rusty beyond recognition. There was also a set of armor that was damaged beyond recognition. There was also a jade ruler that was broken into 2 pieces. It didn't have any spirit left. Are those the secret treasures you want to recommend to us? Someone asked, the corners of his mouth twitching. Everyone, don't underestimate these treasures. They were all dug up from ancient ruins. They used to be divine weapons. Even though they've been eroded by time, they're still quite powerful. The Daoist priest Wu Liang explained calmly. Everyone looked at the Daoist priest with disdain. Did he think they were idiots? The more they looked at the Daoist priest Wu Liang, the more they felt that he was a fake Daoist priest. There were many people who pretended to be Daoist priests in the 3,000 provinces. The Daoist priest Wu Liang seemed to sense everyone's unfriendly gazes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and say, everyone, these are really divine weapons. I definitely wouldn't lie to you. Look at this saber. It might be rotten, but it can still cut through iron like mud. The Daoist priest Wu Liang picked up the saber and slashed at a huge rock. Crack. The rusty long saber was broken into 2 pieces. What the? Many people rolled their eyes. That damned Daoist priest was using such a broken item to trick people. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a Daoist priest, people would have already dealt with him. Using the identity of a Daoist priest to cheat people and avoid getting beaten up. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. The people in the surroundings started to disperse. Lin Feng was about to leave when the Fire Chelin pulled on Lin Feng's sleeve and said, not everything is worthless. Do you see that pitch-black jar? Something doesn't feel right. Lin Feng looked in the direction the Fire Chelin was pointing and saw a broken jar. More than half of the jar was missing. Lin Feng couldn't see anything different about it. Isn't it just a broken jar? Lin Feng asked. It's not that simple. Go and buy it. The Fire Chelin said. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the Daoist priest Wu Liang. I want this jar. Name a price. Young master, you have a good eye. It's enshrined on an altar. I'm guessing that it must be an extremely powerful treasure. The Daoist priest Wu Liang bragged until he couldn't continue bragging. He didn't know what the jar was for. He had checked it many times, but he couldn't find any secrets. Just tell me the price. Lin Feng said. 50,000 gold coins. The Daoist priest Wu Liang said. Deal. Lin Feng nodded and handed over 50,000 gold coins to the Daoist priest Wu Liang. That kid isn't stupid, is he? 50,000 gold coins for a broken jar like that. Many cultivators shook their heads and looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng walked over to the fire Chelin and asked, "What's so special about this jar?" The fire Chelin looked at the jar and was shocked. "I'll teach you a chant. Circulate your true qi according to the chant and try to inject it into the jar." Lin Feng nodded. A moment later, a message appeared in his mind. It was the chant that the fire Chelin had given him. According to the method recorded in the chant, he revolved his true qi and injected it into the broken jar. Boom! Suddenly, the jar in Lin Feng's hand came to life, and a suffocating aura emanated from it. It was as if a dormant primordial beast had awoken. Chapter 281. Oh my God, what's happening? Look, it's the broken jar in that little boy's hand. How is that possible? That broken jar is a precious treasure. Everybody was dumbstruck when they saw the jar in Lin Feng's hand. At this very moment, the broken jar emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. Waves of distorted energy surged out from the broken jar. A black hole, like a black hole in the universe, flew out of the broken jar as if it could swallow everything. That was definitely an incredible treasure. When Lin Feng held the jar in his hand, he suddenly realized that his absorbing spirit was getting restless. It seemed like it was about to be activated. What's that? Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that the broken jar would be so terrifying. The fire Chelin said telepathically, "Indeed, it's that treasure. It's the legendary swallowing sky jar." Swallowing sky jar. Lin Feng was astonished. Just by hearing the name, he knew that the treasure was terrifying. Swallowing sky. Swallowing sky. It was a precious treasure that could even swallow the sky. The fire Chelin continued, "The owner of the swallowing sky jar was the peerless demon emperor, the swallowing sky demon emperor. The sky-devouring demon emperor was a gigantic cultivator in the ancient times. Back then, the sky-devouring demon emperor was invincible, but then he died. His treasure, the sky-devouring jug, disappeared without a trace. It's said that the sky-devouring demon emperor had the same spirit as you. The sky-devouring demon emperor's spirit was his treasure." Lin Feng was astonished. The swallowing sky demon emperor. What a domineering name. That ancient being had the same devouring martial spirit as Lin Feng. No wonder his natal treasure was called the swallowing sky jar. It seemed like the swallowing sky jar was closely related to the devouring martial spirit. The fire Chelin continued, "In the future, you will need to forge your own natal magical treasure. This natal magical treasure will evolve as your cultivation level increases. Once you reach a high level, you will be able to use your natal magical treasure. Only then will you be able to display your strongest battle strength." Lin Feng nodded. "What kind of treasure is that? Those waves are terrifying. Look at that black hole, it seems like it can swallow everything." Many people pointed at the swallowing sky jar and shouted in astonishment. This treasure caused everyone's heart to palpitate and move. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had an absorbing spirit, so he could use that treasure to its fullest potential. However, the jar was severely damaged, many parts of it were missing. Perhaps he could find a way to find the remaining parts of the heaven-devouring jar in the future and reconstruct it. If he could really restore the heaven-devouring jar to its original state, it would be equivalent to a complete Saint King artifact. Lin Feng hastily withdrew his pure qi, and the jar gradually calmed down. "Damn, my baby." Daoist Wuliang's chubby face twitched violently. He was so heartbroken that he almost convulsed. He actually sold such a treasure for 50,000 gold coins. What a great loss. Many people looked at Lin Feng with admiration and jealousy. Who would have thought the Taoist sky Taoist? Taoist, quick! Show us your treasures. Many people threw themselves at the boundless Taoist priest. They wanted to be like Lin Feng and find treasures from the pile of trash. The Taoist was overjoyed. "What a bunch of idiots. See if I won't kill you." A commotion could be heard in the distance. A group of 5 or 6 people walked over. The leader was a young man who was about 17 or 18 years old. He was about the same age as Lin Feng. He was wearing an embroidered robe and looked very handsome. Tuoba Jun. He's a member of the Jin country's imperial family. He's the son of Kai Yun, the nephew of the Jin country's human emperor. Someone said in a low voice, pointing out the identity of the person who came. His identity was no small matter. The Jin country was a neighbor of the Zhenwu country. It was said that the human emperor of the Jin country and the human emperor of the Zhenwu country were good friends when they were young. They used to travel together. However, for some unknown reason, they broke off and the relationship between the Jin country and the Zhenwu country became tense. Tuoba Jun looked at Lin Feng and said, "Show me the treasure you just obtained." Tuoba Jun's attitude of pointing at Lan Shan had a sense of superiority. Lin Feng reacted to his arrogance and said indifferently, "Why should I show it to you? Fuck, kid, how dare you talk to our young master like that?" One of Tuoba Jun's guards shouted coldly. Said Tuoba Jun while waving his hand. The guard immediately shut his mouth. He was only looking at Lin Feng in a cold and detached way as if he was threatening Lin Feng. Lin Feng had better know what was good for him, otherwise, there would be consequences. Tuoba Jun said, "I've taken a liking to this treasure of yours. You paid 50,000 gold coins for it, right? I paid 1,000,000 gold coins for it. You can sell it and earn 20 times the price. Now, take it out. I'll give you the gold coins and you'll give it to me." Tuoba Jun spoke to Lin Feng in an unquestionable tone. Tuoba Jun wants to buy that kid's treasure for 1,000,000 gold coins. I wonder if he'll sell it. That treasure is extremely mysterious. 1,000,000 gold coins can't buy it. A treasure like that can't be bought with money. Yeah. If I were that kid, I wouldn't sell it either. Hey, can't you see? Tuoba Jun's attitude is unyielding. It seems like he wants to force a deal. That kid's clothes are ordinary. He doesn't look like his from a big faction. That's why he dares to do this. Many cultivators discussed. Lin Feng glanced at Tuoba Jun and said indifferently, "Not selling." "What? Not selling? Kid, you paid 50,000 gold coins for something, and I raised the price by 20 times. You still won't sell it? You're not giving me face, are you? Let me tell you, anyone who doesn't give me face won't have a good ending." Tuoba Jun's expression sank, and his eyes flashed coldly. "Scram," Lin Feng said coldly. The surroundings suddenly became completely silent. Everyone stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded. Many people thought they had misheard. What did that kid say? He actually told Tuoba Jun to scram. Is he tired of living? The Jin dynasty is an immortal dynasty. It's the strongest ancient dynasty in the East region. That kid actually dares to be so rude to Tuoba Jun? He's courting death. Many people shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng's actions weren't wise. There were many experts gathered here, and they could sense Lin Feng's strength. He was just a general. In front of an immortal dynasty like the Jin dynasty, he was nothing. Tuoba Jun's expression sank. He still couldn't believe that someone dared to tell him to scram. "Kid, do you know what you're doing?" Tuoba Jun said coldly. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Scram. I won't say it a third time." Chapter 282. Many people were astonished. Nobody had thought that Lin Feng would dare to talk to Tuoba Jun like that. Telling Tuoba Jun to piss off was way too audacious. That brat, does he not know Tuoba Jun's identity? It doesn't matter if he knows Tuoba Jun's identity or not. He's already in big trouble. Tuoba Jun isn't someone anyone can offend. Could that brat be from some powerful group? Of the 3 ancient holy lands, many dynasties and sects who came this time, there isn't such a person. He's probably from an ordinary group. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to offend someone he shouldn't offend. He's going to be taught an unforgettable lesson today. Some people were talking among themselves, looking at Lin Feng with pity. There were also many people who were indifferently watching the conflict. It had nothing to do with them anyway. They were just watching a show. Tuoba Jun's face was gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. "Young master." A few guards beside Tuoba Jun walked over. These guards all had deep and powerful auras. They were all at the martial general realm. "Teach that brat a lesson," Tuoba Jun said coldly. "Yes, young master." One of the guards stepped forward. That guard was tall and sturdy. His body contained a terrifying explosive strength. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. When he erupted, the power emitted from his body produced a series of sonic booms. A general of the 2nd Celestial Layer Guard. There were many experts in the crowd. With a single glance, they could roughly guess the guard's cultivation level. Just as the punch was about to hit Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Ka. His right hand caught the incoming fist of the guard. You. The guard's expression changed drastically. He struggled violently, but he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Lin Feng exerted a bit of force. Crack. The guard's palm was directly crushed by Lin Feng, and the guard couldn't help but let out a mournful scream. Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked the guard more than 30 meters away. Thump. Tuoba Jun's guard fell to the ground and fainted. Is this kid really that powerful? Many people were shocked. That was a guard in the martial general realm. Although he wasn't particularly powerful, Lin Feng was only 17 or 18 years old. His face was still young and tender, but he had defeated that guard in one move. From this, one could see how powerful Lin Feng was. All of you, attack. Tuoba Jun ordered with a gloomy expression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The other 3 guards also rushed over and besieged Lin Feng. Those 3 guards were also generals. They were attacking Lin Feng from 3 different directions. They surrounded Lin Feng from all directions. However, Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. He suddenly rushed towards the person in front of him. Before the 3 of them could succeed in their encirclement, Lin Feng had already rushed in front of the first guard and punched him. With a loud bang, the 2 of them fiercely collided. The first guard couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack and was sent flying by Lin Feng. Crack, crack. His arm was broken and his body crashed into a fake mountain. The powerful impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood and he fell to the ground. Although he didn't faint, he had lost the ability to fight. The other 2 guards shouted angrily and quickly rushed over, attacking Lin Feng from the left and right. The guard on the left used the roaring tiger fist. It was like a ferocious tiger attacking, ferocious and domineering. The guard on the right used the rending eagle claw. His hands clenched into the shape of eagle claws that were extremely sharp and could tear through anything. Danger! Seeing the 2 of them attacking together, many people cried out in alarm, thinking that Lin Feng would be taken down by the 2 guards. Who would have thought? With a swoosh, Lin Feng disappeared on the spot as if he had teleported. So fast. Some of the strong cultivators were watching in the dark. Even with their strength, when they saw Lin Feng's speed, they were astonished. Not far away, Jinichen looked over with an indifferent gaze. Qin Mubai's clothes were as white as snow. The more he looked over, the more surprised he was. Senior sister, that guy's speed is so fast. Even I couldn't see his movements clearly. A pretty girl in a light yellow dress snorted and said. Beside the girl was an extremely beautiful woman. She was dressed in white and looked like a fairy who had fallen from the 9 heavens. Fairy Pavilion's Fairy Mengyao. One of the top 10 beauties in the 3,000 continents. She also looked over, and there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Swoosh. There was a flash of light, and Lin Feng appeared behind one of the guards. Look, that kid has appeared. He's too fast. I can't see his movements at all. Many people cried out in alarm, feeling shocked and moved. Bang! Lin Feng struck out with his palm and sent the guard flying, scattering his true qi and making him lose his ability to fight. Then, Lin Feng rushed toward the last guard. The guard's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Lin Feng threw a punch and sent the guard flying. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold light soared into the sky. Everyone could see that it was a jade ruler the size of a palm. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon, an extremely precious treasure. With a light strike, it could instantly shatter a 10,000 jong tall mountain into pieces. The jade ruler was called the Dark Heavy Ruler, and it was forged from deep-sea dark heavy jade. Lin Feng felt the attack of the dark heavy ruler and his expression changed slightly. He did not meet it head-on, but quickly retreated. Kid. It's useless. Once I use my dark heavy ruler, I won't let you go until you're bleeding, Tuoba Jun said coldly. Lin Feng sneered and took out the devouring heaven jar. Lin Feng activated the devouring heaven jar according to the method taught to him by the fire Qilin. Buzz. A twisted black vortex formed in the devouring heaven jar. The vortex was like a black hole in the universe, as if it could devour everything. Tuoba Jun's treasure, the dark heavy ruler, flew quickly and swept toward Lin Feng. However, at that moment, the devouring heaven jar released a terrifying devouring power that enveloped the dark heavy ruler. The dark heavy ruler was directly swallowed by the devouring heaven jar. War. The connection between Tuoba Jun and the dark heavy ruler was forcefully severed by the devouring heaven jar. Tuoba Jun immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Come out, dark heavy ruler. Lin Feng patted the devouring heaven jar, and the dark heavy ruler flew out. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of true qi at the dark heavy ruler and refined it. That's my treasure. How dare you steal my treasure? Give it back to me, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Tuoba Jun's precious treasure had been stolen by Lin Feng. He was going crazy. His face was distorted. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the dark heavy ruler and swept it across the void. With a bang, Tuoba Jun was sent flying. Chapter 283. That broken jar is so powerful. It directly cut off the connection between the dark heavy buster sword and Tuoba Jun. Oh my god, what kind of treasure is that broken jar? It's so powerful. Many people exclaimed as they looked at the sky-devouring jar in Lin Feng's hand. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and snatch it for themselves. Such a supreme treasure was truly too terrifying. The dark heavy buster sword was connected to Tuoba Jun's mind. Only by killing Tuoba Jun would one be able to snatch the dark heavy buster sword. However, Lin Feng's broken jar could forcefully cut off the connection between a cultivator and a spiritual weapon. This kind of ability was really too abnormal. Moreover, the dark heavy buster sword was so powerful, but it was easily devoured by the broken jar. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the broken jar was. Lin Feng was also shocked by the sky-devouring jar's power. He put away the sky-devouring jar and the dark heavy buster sword, then walked up to Tuoba Jun and looked at him indifferently. I really don't know where you got the right to be so arrogant. Scram, I can't be bothered to bicker with trash like you. Lin Feng looked at Tuoba Jun with disdain. At this moment, Tuoba Jun felt as if he had fallen from the clouds high above. His face became ferocious. Tuoba Jun looked at Lin Feng with hatred and said through gritted teeth, Brat, I'll remember you. Just you wait. If you offend me, Tuoba Jun, I'll definitely turn you into ashes. Tuoba Jun didn't forget to say a few words before he left. However, Lin Feng's face suddenly darkened. He looked coldly at Tuoba Jun and said, You really don't know what's good for you. I told you to scram, but you actually dared to provoke me. With that, Lin Feng grabbed Tuoba Jun's neck and lifted him up. Brat, let me go. I'm the crown prince of the Jin country, a relative of the royal family. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Tuoba Jun roared. You're in my hands and you still dare to threaten me. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. I think I should let you clear your head. Lin Feng carried Tuoba Jun to the pond. What is he trying to do? Many people muttered. Lin Feng turned Tuoba Jun upside down and stuck his head into the pool. What the? Seeing this scene, many people rolled their eyes and the corners of their mouths twitched violently. This was like stabbing a scallion upside down. Tuoba Jun was trapped by Lin Feng's spirit formation and couldn't struggle at all. Just like that, he was stuck in the pond, causing many onlookers to feel chills down their spines. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with awe and fear in their eyes. Who would have thought that such a delicate and pretty young man would actually think of such an evil punishment method? Sir, please come upstairs. At this time, a maidservant walked down and smiled at Lin Feng. The second floor was a place where only the top powers and influential people could go. Even the younger generation of ancient powers weren't qualified to go there. May I know who invited me? Asked Lin Feng. You'll know when you get there, said the maidservant. Lin Feng nodded and followed the maidservant to the second floor. The fire Chalene calmly followed Lin Feng. There weren't many people on the second floor. There were middle-aged cultivators and young cultivators. The one who invited Lin Feng was Goddess Meng Yarrow, which surprised Lin Feng. He had seen Goddess Meng Yarrow before outside the Undying Mountain range. She was a celestial being. "Have we met before?" Goddess Meng Yarrow's voice was gentle and pleasant. "Outside the Undying Mountain range, I once saw Goddess Meng Yarrow." Lin Feng nodded. Even in front of someone like Goddess Meng Yarrow, he was neither servile nor overbearing. "What's your name?" asked the girl next to Goddess Meng Yarrow curiously. Her name was Hongshin, and she rarely looked strange. She kept looking at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. This is my junior sister, Hongshin, said Goddess Meng Yarrow. Goddess Meng Yarrow smiled. When she looked back, her smile was extremely charming. Perhaps the saying "the 6 palaces are colorless" was referring to her charm? "I have an ancient secret technique. How about exchanging that agility technique for yours?" said Hongshin. She seemed to be very interested in Lin Feng's agility technique. Lin Feng smiled but didn't reply. Goddess Meng Yarrow said, "Junior sister, don't be rude." At that moment, some people came down from the 3rd floor. They were young people, both men and women. When they saw Goddess Meng Yarrow, they walked over. Lin Feng was surprised to see Zi Yarrow and the others from the Heaven Lake Divine Land. There were 2 beauties in the world, and they were both peerless beauties. They were called the Twin Pearls. They were the genius alchemist Zi Yarrow from the Heaven Lake Divine Land and Goddess Meng Yarrow from the Fairy Pavilion. One of them was like a celestial lotus, and her temperament was ethereal. The other was like a fairy from the 9th heaven, and her temperament was otherworldly. "Sister Meng Yarrow, I didn't think you'd come," said Zi Yarrow with a smile. "Sister Zi Yarrow, long time no see." Goddess Meng Yarrow also smiled. Xie Lingfei, who was next to Zi Yarrow, bowed to Goddess Meng Yarrow. "Greetings, Sister Meng Yarrow. Sister Lingfei, you're welcome." Goddess Meng Yarrow smiled beautifully. The others also bowed to Goddess Meng Yarrow. She was the holy maiden of the Fairy Pavilion, and her status was very high. The Fairy Pavilion's influence was even greater than that of an ancient holy land. "Goddess Meng Yarrow, I'm Chen Yang from the Penglai Holy Land." Chen Yang had a smile on his face like a spring breeze. Goddess Meng Yarrow smiled and nodded. Chen Yang's gaze suddenly landed on Lin Feng, who was standing to the side. He looked at Lin Feng arrogantly and said, "Kid, how did you get in here?" "Hey, Lin Gongzi, you're here too." Zi Yarrow also saw Lin Feng and looked happy. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I didn't think we'd meet again so soon." When he saw that Lin Feng was ignoring him, Chen Yang's expression sank, and he said coldly, "Kid, I'm asking you a question." Lin Feng glanced at Chen Yang and said, "I don't need to report how I got in, right? You're just a low-level cultivator from a tiny country. How can you be qualified to come to this kind of gathering? I suspect that you've snuck in here, and I can ask people to kick you out at any time." Chen Yang's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Xie Lingfei curled her lips and said, "What are these guards doing? What kind of person can sneak in?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. Chen Yang and Xie Lingfei were a little too full of themselves. Goddess Meng Yarrow looked unhappy and said, "Lin Gongzi is my friend." Chen Yang and Xie Lingfei were stunned. Chen Yang said, "I see." He did not say anything else, and he only looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Chapter 284. At that moment, a commotion could be heard in the distance, attracting the attention of many people. Many people quickly gathered around. "Sister, let's go and take a look," Hongshin whispered. Goddess Meng Yarrow nodded and said, "Lin Gongzi, shall we go and take a look?" "All right." Lin Feng nodded. Xie Lingfei said disdainfully, "He's just a lowly cultivator. Why does Goddess Meng Yarrow value him so much?" She still had a disdainful expression on her face. Xie Lingfei came from an ancient power like the Heaven Lake Divine Land, and she was a genius alchemist. The people she came into contact with were also from top powers. Lin Feng came from a secular country like the Zhenwu country, so he naturally wasn't taken seriously by the heirs of top powers. Zi Yarrow said, "Sister, you shouldn't judge a person by their background. Even some sage emperors from the immemorial era came from lowly backgrounds, but their achievements were unparalleled." Xie Lingfei sneered and said, "Sister, you're using the sage emperors as an example? Is that kid even worthy? You should change your arrogant personality," said Lin Feng. Zi Yarrow shook her head. Chen Yang said, "Actually, Sister Lingfei is right. We're all heirs of ancient holy lands. That kid's status is too different from ours. He's not even from the same world. We should avoid interacting with people like him as much as possible. Otherwise, it'll damage our statuses." Zi Yarrow didn't comment and said, "Let's go and take a look." They walked towards a place not far away. "Everyone, heroes have gathered here. There are as many strong cultivators here as there are clouds. I presume there are also high-level alchemists here." A cultivator around 30 years old said loudly. He was surrounded by the crowd. "Who's that?" Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't understand why so many people were surrounding this person. "His name is Qian Ruiyuan. He's a descendant of an ancient sage emperor." Hong Xin whispered. Lin Feng was astonished. This person's status was extraordinary. No wonder so many people had gathered around him. Many people probably wanted to befriend him. "Brother Qian, I'm Huang Shijie. I'm an alchemist." A cultivator around 30 years old walked out and cupped his fists. "I am Zhun Li, also an alchemist. I am." More than a dozen people walked out in succession, all with the identity of alchemists. It's rare to see alchemists, but there are so many of them today. Lin Feng whispered. Hong Xin said, "This is a high-level gathering of the top forces. Isn't it normal for there to be some alchemists? Furthermore, as far as I know, there are 7 or 8 spirit array masters here." Even though Hong Xin came from a top-notch faction like the Fairy Pavilion, she was still envious when she talked about spirit array masters. Countless people wanted to become a spirit array master. Even if they couldn't become a spirit array master, they wanted to at least become an alchemist. However, out of 1 million cultivators, it would be considered good if one of them could become a spirit array master or an alchemist. Therefore, spirit array masters and alchemists were highly respected. "Senior sister, quickly look. It's Qian Ruiyuan, the descendant of the ancient Saint Emperor. I wonder why he came here to find an alchemist. We are alchemists. If we can form a relationship with Qian Ruiyuan, it will be of great benefit to us in the future." After seeing Qian Ruiyuan, Xie Lingfei revealed an excited expression. The Tianwu continent's 3,000 continents was a world where strength was respected. Ancient factions, ancient sects, and celestial dynasties were all on the same level. Above them were some ancient families and clans. Below them were the ancient sacred lands, the 4 ancient empires, and the ancient families that had been passed down since the immemorial era. Among the top forces, such as the ancient sacred lands and the immemorial era, there were also strong and weak forces. The strongest forces were those that had been passed down from the ancient Saint Emperor. As a descendant of the ancient Saint Emperor, Qian Ruiyuan was definitely a figure that attracted the attention of the 3,000 continents. If it had been during the immemorial era, Qian Ruiyuan would have been the prince of the 3,000 continents of the Tianwu continent. Countless people from the ancient sacred lands and ancient families would have to bow to Qian Ruiyuan when they saw him. However, even if it wasn't during the immemorial era, the descendant of the ancient Saint Emperor still had a transcendent status. Chen Yang said, "If we can form a relationship with Qian Ruiyuan, it will be very important for our future." Qian Ruiyuan said, "This time, I came here to ask for your help. I have a piece of black ironwood here, and I need to extract the divine liquid from it. If anyone can help me, I will give them a leaf from the tree of life." "Ah, a leaf from the tree of life?" Many people's faces were filled with shock. The tree of life was one of the 3 holy trees of the immemorial era. It was said that its leaves could bring people back from the dead. "Let me try." A pharmacist walked out. "My name is Zhu Zheng, and I come from the ancient Zhu clan. I'm a low-level mystic pharmacist." "Why don't you give it a try?" Chen Rueyuan nodded and took out a palm-sized piece of wood. This should be the black ironwood. The black ironwood was the core of the ancient divine tree, the black ironwood. The black ironwood had long been extinct, so its value was immeasurable. Chen Rueyuan took out his medicinal cauldron. Chen Rueyuan's medicinal cauldron was purple in color with 4 dragons carved on it. That's the 4-dragon cauldron. It's said that when the cauldron was made, it was made with dragon blood. It's a priceless treasure. Many people cried out in surprise. Most of the time, the quality of a pharmacist's cauldron was a reflection of their status. A smug look appeared on Zhu Zheng's face as he placed the black ironwood into the 4-dragon cauldron. Following that, Zhu Zheng flicked his finger and a bluish-purple flame appeared at his fingertip. Roar. A ferocious beast could be faintly seen in the flame, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Many people's ears hurt from the roar. Someone cried out, "That's a Bayan beast." It's the famous Bayan demonic fire. It's ranked 67th on the list of demonic fires. Indeed, it's the Bayan demonic fire. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Zhu Zheng said proudly. The 4-dragon cauldron and the Bayan demonic fire made Zhu Zheng very proud. Many pharmacists looked at him with envy. Let's start. Chen Rueyuan said. Don't worry, brother Chen. I won't let you down. Zhu Zheng nodded and flicked his finger. The Bayan demonic fire at his fingertips flew into the 4-dragon cauldron and started refining the black iron wood. The fire Chelin said disdainfully, "A mere Bayan demonic fire wants to melt the black iron wood. You're overestimating yourself." Only Lin Feng heard the fire unicorn's whisper. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Zheng, who was absorbing the black iron wood. Chapter 285. The scorching flames burned fiercely, emitting a suffocating temperature. The temperature in the room rose higher and higher. Zhu Zheng raised the temperature of the Bayan demon fire to the extreme, and at the same time, the 4-dragon cauldron seemed to come to life. The 4 dragons carved on the cauldron suddenly came to life and swam around the cauldron. Finally, they soared into the sky and flew into the cauldron, fusing with the Bayan demon fire and helping Zhu Zheng refine the black ironwood. As expected of a famous cauldron, it was so miraculous. But Zhu Zheng tried his best, but the black ironwood remained motionless. Zhu Zheng's forehead was covered in sweat as he muttered, "Impossible. How can I not refine a piece of spiritual wood?" "Brother Zhu, you can end it now," Chen Rueyuan said. Zhu Zheng was unwilling, but he didn't dare go against Chen Rueyuan's words. Although Chen Rueyuan looked very amiable, don't forget who he was. He was a direct descendant of the ancient sacred king. His status was extraordinary. Going against Chen Rueyuan's words was the same as courting death. "Sorry, I couldn't complete it," Zhu Zheng said apologetically. "It's fine." Chen Rueyuan nodded. Zhu Zheng walked away with a defeated expression, and another alchemist tried to refine the black ironwood. But soon, the second alchemist failed as well. The fire Chelin whispered, "The black ironwood is an ancient divine wood, and it's resistant to fire. The refining method also has extremely strict requirements. How can it be so easy to extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood?" Chen Rueyuan is a descendant of the ancient sacred emperor, so he must know a lot of high-level alchemist. Obviously, even those people can't extract it. These small fries still have fantasies about it. How laughable. Lin Feng kicked the fire Chelin, telling it to shut up. "Just keep it in your heart, and don't say it out loud. If those alchemists heard it, they would skin you alive." Those alchemists weren't simple people. The fire Chelin was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's kick, and it bared its teeth at Lin Feng. "What kind of spirit beast is this? It looks so cute." Hong Xin wanted to hug the fire Chelin when she saw it. The fire Chelin rolled its eyes and tried to grab Hong Xin with its claws. Hong Xin was so scared that she retracted her hand. "This guy is very fierce, don't provoke him," Lin Feng said. Hong Xin nodded and snorted as she looked at the fire Chelin. The fire Chelin had a rather gloomy expression. In the past, the divine beast Lord Fire Chelin that swept through the 3,000 provinces, an existence that even the ancient sacred land's sacred lord had to call lord, was actually called cute by a young girl. The fire Cheline had an urge to bang his head against a tofu and die. Alchemists tried one after another, but all of them failed. They were simply unable to refine the black ironwood. At this time, Xielingfei walked out. "Are you from the Heaven Lake Divine Land?" Qian Ruiyuan raised his eyebrows. Xielingfei was delighted and said, "Yes, I didn't think that you would still remember me." Not long ago, Xielingfei, Zi Yarrow, and the others had followed their elders to the third floor to greet some seniors. At that time, Qian Ruiyuan was also on the third floor. "Yes." Qian Ruiyuan nodded and said, "Let's begin then." "Yes." Xielingfei said happily. It was as if being remembered by Qian Ruiyuan was a great honor. Xielingfei took out a medicinal cauldron. This was also a precious medicinal cauldron called the Blood Iron Cauldron. It was completely blood red. Next, Xielingfei took out her own flame, and a blue flame jumped out. The blue heart flame, ranked 36th on the Earth Flame rankings. Many people were shocked. This was a very terrifying earth flame that was located deep underground. This kind of earth flame was very difficult to refine. Countless people had tried to refine the blue heart flame but had failed and been burned to death by the flames. However, Xielingfei was actually able to refine such a high-level earth flame. She was indeed worthy of being the successor of an ancient sacred land. Demonic fire is the flame inside the demonic beast's body. Earth fire is the flame produced by the movement of the core world. Demonic fire and earth fire are the same kind of flame and many people can refine them. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame. Demonic fire and earth fire are the same kind of flame. Demonic fire and earth fire are the same kind of flame and many people can refine them. Demonic fire is the same kind of flame that all demonic beasts have. Killing these demonic beasts can take away the flame. Earth fire is the same kind of flame. Many places may have the same kind of earth fire and you can refine it as long as you find it. Xielingfei took out the blue heart flame to refine the black ironwood. However, not long after, her face turned pale because the black ironwood did not move at all. Xielingfei could only give up and retreat. After Xielingfei, Chen Yang also walked out. Chen Yang used the Azure Ocean Cauldron. It was rumored that it was made from a kind of divine or found deep in the ocean and was extremely famous. As for Chen Yang's flame, it was ranked 29th, the red blood demon dragon fire. This kind of demon fire was abnormally strong. In the depths of the demon fire, there was a demon dragon that was roaring and shaking the sky. The red blood demon dragon was said to be a race born from the union of the dragon clan and the fire demon clan. Although it was not a pure dragon bloodline, it was still a descendant of the dragon clan and was very strong. Dragon roars came from the cauldron as the red blood demon dragon fire burned the black ironwood. However, the black ironwood did not move at all. How can this be? Chen Yang was very unwilling. He wanted to extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood. Not only could he obtain the Tree of Life's leaf, but he could also use this opportunity to become friends with Qian Ruiyuan. But now, everything was in vain. Chen Yang retreated with a pale face. "Senior sister, go and try. Your purple gold blazing sky flame might succeed," Xielingfei said. Zi Yarrow nodded slightly and walked out. "So it's Zi Yarrow." Qian Ruiyuan recognized Zi Yarrow, who was both beautiful and talented. "Senior brother Qian, let me try," said Zi Yarrow, taking out her cauldron. The cauldron was a fiery red cauldron, and there was a phoenix drawn on the cauldron. Heavens, it's the phoenix cauldron. It's that cauldron. According to legends, the phoenix cauldron was made by an ancient holy emperor. That ancient holy emperor wanted to turn the phoenix cauldron into the 109th divine cauldron, but he failed. However, even though he failed, the phoenix cauldron is still very close to the legendary 108 divine cauldrons, said someone in astonishment. Amidst everyone's startled cries, Zi Yarrow took out her own flame. It was a kind of purple gold flame that fiercely jumped, emitting a noble aura. It's ranked second on the list of earth flames, the purple gold blazing sky flame. Many people gasped. Apart from the 72 legendary celestial flames, it was ranked second among all the flames. Many people had tried to enter the underground world to refine it, but they had all died in a sea of flames. Qian Ruiyuan's eyelids twitched as he said, "Zi Yarrow, as expected of an outstanding alchemist of the younger generation. Please begin." Zi Yarrow nodded and started using the phoenix cauldron and the purple gold blazing sky flame to refine the black ironwood. The fire Chelene whispered, "That little girl has some skill." "It's not easy to get your praise," said Zi Yarrow. "It's not easy," whispered the Lin Feng. Zi Yarrow activated her violet gold sky-rending flames to refine the black ironwood. But very quickly, Zi Yarrow discovered that it wasn't so easy to refine the black ironwood. She increased the temperature of her flames, and at the same time, activated the phoenix treasured cauldron. The phoenix engraved on the phoenix treasured cauldron came to life and flew into the cauldron, spewing out phoenix flames to refine the black ironwood together with Zi Yarrow. However, the black ironwood still didn't move. "I failed." Zi Yarrow shook her head. Even Zi Yarrow failed. That's the combination of the phoenix cauldron and the purple gold blazing sky flame, but it still failed. Who else can refine the black ironwood? It's impossible to refine the black ironwood, right? Many people were discussing this. Qian Ruiyuan sighed. He needed the black ironwood's divine liquid, but many people had failed to extract it. Feeling helpless, he said, "It's fine. Don't worry about it, Zi Yarrow." Zi Yarrow bowed slightly and retreated. Qian Ruiyuan put the black ironwood away and was about to leave. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "I wonder if I can give it a try." Chapter 286. Swish. Everyone's gaze turned to the person who spoke. Everyone discovered that it was actually a youth. Who's that? Even Zi Yarrow failed, and he still wants to try. Is he also a disciple of an ancient holy land? I don't think there's anyone like him in those ancient organizations. Some people were pointing at Lin Feng and whispering to each other. "You want to try too?" Xie Lingfei said disdainfully. "You're an alchemist too?" "PFFF. Even a small country has alchemists. Is he an alchemist's apprentice? Or is he trying to attract senior brother Qian's attention? Don't make a fool of yourself here. Junior sister, shut up." Zi Yarrow looked at Xie Lingfei unhappily, then at Lin Feng apologetically. Lin Feng nodded slightly, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. "Who's this little brother?" Qian Ruiyuan looked at Lin Feng. Chen Yang said, "Senior brother Qian, this kid is from this small country, Zhenwu country. He might have studied alchemy for a few days, but we don't know if he's refined his own flame. I think he's just trying to attract senior brother Qian's attention. Senior sister, Chen Yang and Xie Lingfei are too much." Hong Xin wrinkled her nose and said, "The disciples of ancient holy lands are very arrogant, and they look down on people from small organizations. Furthermore, Zhenwu country is a small country that can't even be found on the map of Qianwu continent's 3,000 provinces. Lin Gongzi is from Zhenwu country, so they naturally look down on him even more. In addition, they've all failed, but Lin Gongzi still wants to try. It's normal for them to humiliate him." Meng Yarrow said. Many people looked over, including Qin Mubai, Jinichen, and the others. Qian Ruiyuan frowned slightly, not knowing if he was unhappy because of Lin Feng or because of Chen Yang's interruption. Said Lin Feng, "I wonder if I can try." Qian Ruiyuan nodded and said, "Come and try." Lin Feng walked over. He took out his cauldron. Puff! The crowd burst into laughter. Lin Feng's medicinal cauldron was purchased from an auction house. Although it was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, it obviously couldn't be compared to other people's precious medicinal cauldrons. A good cauldron could buy several secular countries. This was the value of a medicinal cauldron. For example, Chen Yang's deep ocean cauldron was not something that could be measured with money. This deep ocean cauldron was enough to buy 10 countries the size of true martial country. As for Zi Yarrow's phoenix treasured cauldron, it was simply impossible to estimate its value. It was a treasure forged by a Primordial divine emperor, and it was sufficient to cause a rain of blood. "Kid, what kind of cauldron is this? Could it also be a precious cauldron? What was it made of?" Chen Yang looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly and looked coldly at Chen Yang. Then, He loosened his clenched fists and said, "Concoct medicine. A cauldron is just a support." Puff. "You're quite good at finding excuses for yourself. A slightly better cauldron costs billions of gold coins. Some famous cauldrons can't be bought with gold coins and require spirit stones. As for those precious cauldrons, even spirit stones can't buy them. Given your poor appearance, you can only use a medicinal cauldron used by apprentice alchemists," Chen Rueyuan said. Chen Rueyuan said with some displeasure, "Brother Chen, if you have something to say, can you wait until Brother Lin is done before speaking?" Chen Yang said, "I misspoke. I hope senior brother Chen doesn't take offense." Chen Rueyuan nodded and didn't say anything else. Chen Yang blamed Chen Rueyuan's reprimand on Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. "Can we begin?" Chen Rueyuan looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He stood in front of the table as Lin Feng placed the black ironwood into the cauldron. Lin Feng closed his eyes and pondered how to refine the black ironwood. Refining the black ironwood required not only a powerful flame but also the correct method. In fact, Zi Yarrow's skyrending violet gold fire could refine the black ironwood, but she had failed. That was because Zi Yarrow didn't know the method. The fire Chelene narrowed its eyes at Lin Feng and muttered, "You've learned 3,000 refining methods from the ancient alchemy god. If you can't even extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood, then it'll be too disappointing." Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and flicked his finger. A faint purple flame jumped out. "Huh! What kind of flame is that?" Many people were astonished. Faint purple. Could it be the 936th ranked violet void flame? Puff. As expected of someone from a small place. Even the flames he refines are so different. Some people sneered. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear the mocking voices. Every time he refined medicine, all of his focus would be on the cauldron. He flicked his finger. The purple earth core flame flew out and wrapped around the black ironwood. An ancient divine wood like the black ironwood was very difficult to refine. The surface of the black ironwood was a very strange material that was impervious to fire and water. However, since it was a spiritual wood, there must be a way to refine it. Lin Feng thought for a while and came up with a method. He controlled the purple earth core flame and burned the same area of the black ironwood. As long as he could destroy the surface structure of the black ironwood, Lin Feng would have a way to completely destroy the powerful defensive power of the black ironwood from the inside. No matter how hard a material was, it had a weakness. Lin Feng's mind was completely merged with the black ironwood and the purple earth core flame. The purple earth core flame's temperature was constantly changing. Every second, there would be 30 different temperatures alternating. This was an extremely huge test for an alchemist. Lin Feng used this extremely short period of 30 repeated temperature changes to create a huge impact on the black ironwood. This was a method passed down by the ancient alchemist god. If cultivated to the peak, one could create 10,000 different temperature changes in a second. If one could reach this level, any material would be disintegrated by the impact of these different temperature changes. However, Lin Feng's cultivation and soul power were not enough. Controlling the purple earth core flame to change the temperature 30 times in a second was already the limit. When refining medicine, different temperatures collided to create a powerful destructive force. This was also the principle. Everyone's eyes looked at Lin Feng. Chen Yang, Xielingfei, and the others were disdainful. They didn't think that Lin Feng could succeed. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The alchemy cauldron on the table couldn't withstand the destructive force created by the skyfire's 30 temperature changes in a second. The alchemy cauldron exploded. Chapter 287. Haha, as expected of a priceless cauldron. He just started refining it and it already exploded. Chen Yang immediately laughed out loud, and the sarcasm in his voice was thick. "If it were me, I'd leave right now. I don't want to continue making a fool of myself," said Xielingfei disdainfully. Many people were pointing at Lin Feng, especially the alchemists. They looked at him with disdain. Lin Feng sighed. He hadn't expected the cauldron to be destroyed. The ancient alchemist's refining method was too destructive. 30 changes of temperature every second was too much for an ordinary cauldron to handle. I wonder if anyone can lend me a cauldron, said Lin Feng. Dream on. With your level, what if you blow up our cauldron? Some people curled their lips and said disdainfully, Lin Gongzi, use my phoenix cauldron. Zi Yarrow took out her own phoenix cauldron. Zi Yarrow, why bother with this kind of person? You'll lose your dignity, said Chen Yang. Chen Yang said with a gloomy expression. Zi Yarrow frowned and said, I don't need your permission to do things, right? Get out of my way. Chen Yang's expression became unsightly. He had no choice but to step back. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. Thank you very much. Lin Feng looked at Zi Yarrow gratefully. Zi Yarrow smiled and put the cauldron on the table. Lin Feng controlled the fire and wrapped it around the black ironwood. He put it into the cauldron. Buzz. In a flash, the fire phoenix seemed to have sensed something and came to life. Flames dashed to the sky and revolved around the purple earthcore fire. It emitted a resonant phoenix cry. Huh! What's going on? When Zi Yarrow activated the phoenix cauldron, the fire phoenix wasn't so active. Did you feel it? It's getting stronger and stronger. As expected, this fire phoenix is the cauldron spirit of the phoenix cauldron. It can use the power within the cauldron. The fire phoenix is reviving the power within the cauldron. Why? Many alchemists were puzzled. Zi Yarrow also looked at the phoenix treasured cauldron in shock. This phoenix treasured cauldron was her cauldron and had accompanied her for 10 years. Zi Yarrow was very familiar with the phoenix treasured cauldron. It was precisely because she understood the phoenix cauldron very well that Zi Yarrow was incomparably shocked at this moment, because the power of the fire phoenix was growing stronger and stronger. Even when he, its master, activated the phoenix treasured cauldron, the fire phoenix had not been able to recover such a powerful strength. Furthermore, at this very moment, the fire phoenix's strength was still condensing. It's fire. It was his flame. His flame is not the purple ethereal flame that is ranked 936th. Zi Yarrow instantly thought of a possibility. Even his own purple gold sky-splitting fire was unable to revive the fire phoenix to such an extent. Back then, he had only succeeded in refining the purple gold sky-splitting flame with the help of the elders of the ancient sacred land. As for Lin Feng, could it be that the level of that faint purple flame was even higher than his own sky-splitting purple gold flame? How was this possible? After all, he only had that kind of background. How could he possibly refine such a powerful flame? Zi Yarrow quietly summoned her own flame. Different types of flames could sense each other. A higher level flame would suppress a lower level flame. When Zi Yarrow summoned her sky-splitting purple gold flame, Zi Yarrow discovered that the sky-splitting purple gold flame was violently trembling. The sky-splitting purple gold flame had a fire spirit. The fire spirit of the sky-splitting purple gold flame was trembling in fear, as if it had encountered a terrifying existence. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sky-splitting purple gold flame took the initiative to drill into Zi Yarrow's body. No matter how Zi Yarrow tried to summon the sky-splitting purple gold flame, the sky-splitting purple gold flame wouldn't come out. The sky-splitting purple gold flame's fire spirit even wanted to forcibly cut off its connection with Zi Yarrow. How can this be? My sky-splitting purple gold flame is a top-tier earth flame. This rarely happens. Is it because of his flame? It's definitely not the purple ethereal flame. What kind of flame is it that can actually scare my sky-splitting purple gold flame to such an extent? In Zi Yarrow's heart, it was as if huge waves were surging to the heavens. She couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. Who is he? Is he really from the true martial country? Zi Yarrow's heart was filled with confusion. As expected of the phoenix treasured cauldron, Lin Feng was shocked. He could clearly sense some changes after using the phoenix treasured cauldron. This change was extremely obvious because the purple earth core flame's destructive power against the black ironwood had increased tenfold after using the phoenix treasured cauldron. This should be the phoenix treasured cauldron's effect on the purple earth core flame. The more powerful a cauldron was, the more it could increase an alchemist's ability. For example, if one used an ordinary cauldron to refine a certain pill, they might not succeed even once out of 10 times. However, if one used a cauldron, they might succeed 10 times out of 10. This was the effect of a cauldron. Screech. Suddenly, a resonant phoenix cry was heard. The fire phoenix's power was raised to the limit. The fire phoenix directly charged into Lin Feng's purple earth core flame and perfectly fused with it. In an instant, the purple earth core flame's power increased by 30 times. Including the tenfold increase from before, the phoenix treasured cauldron had increased the purple earth core flame's power by 300 times. 300 times? Is this the effect of the phoenix treasured cauldron? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Previously, the fire Chelin had told him how powerful the 108 cauldrons were. The phoenix treasured cauldron obviously couldn't compare to the 108 cauldrons, but at this moment, it had increased Lin Feng's power by 300 times. This greatly increased the purple earth core flame's power and the time it took to refine the black ironwood. Suddenly, Qian Rui Yuan, Qin Mubai, Jinichen, Fairy Meng Yaro, and 5 or 6 other experts were all astonished. Their eyes flashed as they looked at the phoenix treasured cauldron on the table. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Hong Xin asked curiously. Fairy Meng Yaro looked at Lin Feng and said, "You'll know when you see it." Hong Xin snorted unhappily, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. From time to time, she would look at the phoenix treasured cauldron. Can this kid really do it? He's wasting everyone's time. Chen Yang curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Yeah, if he can't do it, then hurry up and finish it." "Don't waste time," said Xielingfei. Her face was full of disdain. Some of the strong cultivators who had noticed the changes in the cauldron shook their heads when they heard Chen Yang and Xielingfei's disdain for Lin Feng. Qian Rui Yuan looked at them coldly and said, "Shut up, or I'll throw you out." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled and 2 mysterious people in black clothes walked out. Many people gasped. Were they Qian Rui Yuan's bodyguards? Were they hiding in the void? No one had been able to discover them. How terrifying were those 2 people in black? When they saw the 2 people in black, Chen Yang and Xielingfei were so scared that their faces turned pale. Qian Rui Yuan still cared about the reputation of the Heaven Lake Divine Land and the Penglai Divine Land. He waved his hand and the 2 people in black silently disappeared. Many people felt their scalps go numb. What kind of technique was this? They were completely silent and hidden in the void. Chapter 288. No one expected Qian Rui Yuan to reprimand Chen Yang and Xielingfei like this. After all, they were both successors of the ancient sacred land. The others didn't understand why Qian Rui Yuan would do this, so they didn't dare to speak. Only a few top experts who noticed the changes in the medicine cauldron knew why Qian Rui Yuan did this. Chen Yang and Xielingfei naturally didn't dare to be jealous of Qian Rui Yuan. They were just ordinary disciples of the ancient sacred land. They were high and mighty outside, but their status in the ancient sacred land wasn't very high. Qian Rui Yuan was the direct descendant of the ancient sacred emperor. Even the sacred lord of the ancient sacred land had to be polite to Qian Rui Yuan, let alone ordinary disciples like them. They wouldn't dare to be jealous of such a person. Therefore, Chen Yang and Xielingfei hated Lin Feng. If it weren't for you, why would Qian Rui Yuan reprimand us? The 2 of them looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. Lin Feng didn't seem to notice what was happening around him at all. His gaze was completely focused on the medicine cauldron. At this moment, a corner of the black ironwood had been broken by Lin Feng. The method passed down by the ancient alchemy god was indeed correct. With the support of the phoenix cauldron, it greatly reduced the time Lin Feng needed to break the black ironwood. Under Lin Feng's control, the purple earth core fire drilled into the black ironwood. Cracking sounds came from the medicine cauldron. Everyone looked at the medicine cauldron. How is this possible? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. The black ironwood was cracking bit by bit. It's done. Qian Rui Yuan took a deep breath. He had looked for several powerful alchemists and even the medicine king, Luo Xinghe, but they couldn't break the black ironwood. Qian Rui Yuan planned to go to the Middle Sacred Sky region to look for the #1 alchemist in the Qianwu continent, the eccentric Flame Saint, to help. It was said that the Flame Saint had snatched a mysterious supreme treasure in a secret realm some time ago and was besieged by countless experts. No one knew where he was now. Qian Ruiyuan came to the Eastern Divine Land because there were rumors that the Flame Saint had come to the Eastern Divine Land. However, he did not find the Flame Saint in the Eastern Divine Land, so he planned to return to the Middle Divine Land to continue looking for the Flame Saint. However, he didn't expect a young man to successfully break the black ironwood. How is this possible? How did he do it? Chen Yang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was from an ancient sacred land. None of them could do it. Such a lowly person had actually managed to break open the black ironwood. Why was this? Jealousy. A flame was. Lin Feng's is. Xie Fei was the same. She found it hard to believe that the kid she had looked down on had actually broken through the black ironwood. This scene completely shattered Xie Fei's pride and confidence. Oh my god, this guy is so powerful. Hong Xin exclaimed. Fairy Mengyaro muttered, indeed, he's a mysterious guy. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Many alchemists couldn't accept it. They had looked down on Lin Feng. They had mocked Lin Feng's cauldron and Lin Feng's flame. But now, it seemed like they were slapping themselves in the face. The hard outer layer of the black ironwood completely fell off, revealing the purple tree trunk that was wrapped in the black ironwood. Lin Feng used his celestial fire to surround the purple tree trunk. Next, it was time to extract the divine liquid from the trunk. That's great. Qian Ruiyuan clapped his hands excitedly. He urgently needed the divine liquid from the black ironwood to refine a cauldron of spirit medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched everywhere for alchemists to help him extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood. Now that he was almost done, he let out a sigh of relief. The purple earth core fire wrapped around the trunk. Sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Ashes fell to the bottom of the phoenix cauldron. Soon, Lin Feng had turned the trunk into ashes, and a purple spirit liquid appeared in the cauldron. Lin Feng continued to control the temperature of the purple core fire and the method of refining the purple core fire. He was refining the purple core fire. The impurities in the liquid were gradually refined by Lin Feng. An hour later, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He had finished refining the medicinal liquid. Lin Feng withdrew the purple earth core fire and wrapped the purified substance with his true qi. This is. When they saw the substance Lin Feng had refined, everyone's eyebrows twitched. It's crystalline. How could it be refined to such a degree? Zi Yarrow looked at the purple crystal-like particles in shock. No. That's impossible. How could someone refine the spirit liquid into a crystalline state? The alchemists shook their heads in disbelief. Only alchemists knew how difficult it was to do that. Unless all the impurities in the medicinal liquid were extracted. Then, they had to extremely condense the medicinal liquid to achieve this. The steps seemed simple, but the process was unimaginably complicated. The first step was purification. Who would dare to say that they could extract all the impurities in the medicinal liquid? It was almost impossible. If the first step was difficult, how could the later steps be possible? However, the truth told everyone that the purple crystal-like particles were real. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock or disbelief. How in the world did he do this? It was too unbelievable. It's done. Lin Feng placed the purple crystals in a porcelain bottle and handed it to Qian Ruiyuan. Qian Ruiyuan came back to his senses and asked, "How should I address you?" Lin Feng. Haha, good, brother Lin. Today, I owe you a favor. This is the reward we agreed on. Qian Ruiyuan took out a white jade box and opened it. Inside was a jade green leaf. A leaf from the tree of life. Many people looked at the leaf with fervent gazes. Many of them wished they could snatch it away right now. It was rumored that a single leaf from the tree of life could bring someone back to life. Thank you. Lin Feng took the white jade box and divided the leaf into two. He picked up the phoenix cauldron and half of the tree of life's leaf and handed them to Zi Yarrow, saying, "Thank you, Fairy Zi Yarrow, for lending me the cauldron earlier. Please accept this half of the tree of life's leaf." Many people looked at Zi Yarrow with jealousy. She had only borrowed the cauldron once, yet she wanted half a leaf from the tree of life. Many people were annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they would have lent the cauldron to this young man. Chapter 289. Zi Yarrow had never thought that Lin Feng would give her half of the Tree of Life's leaf. She naturally knew how precious it was. Even the Heaven Lake Divine Land couldn't take out a leaf from the Tree of Life. However, Lin Feng had given it to her because she had lent him the Phoenix treasured cauldron. Apart from admiration, Zi Yarrow also admired Lin Feng and was curious about him. This guy is so generous. That's a leaf from the Tree of Life. Even our fairy pavilion only has one. Hong Xin-er looked at Zi Yarrow with envy. Fairy Meng Yarrow said, "This person is really not simple. His courage is admirable. He'll definitely soar into the sky in the future." "It's the first time I've heard senior sister praise someone like that," Hong Xin-er said in surprise. Meng Yarrow smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling in a strange light. Zi Yarrow said, "The Tree of Life's leaf is too precious. I can't accept it." Lin Feng said, "Without Fairy Zi Yarrow's help, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the Tree of Life's leaf. Please accept it." "All right. Thank you, Lin Gongzi." Zi Yarrow nodded and put the leaf and the Phoenix treasured cauldron away. Qian Rui Yuan smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin, I wanted to stay for one more day to discuss alchemy with you, but I have urgent matters to attend to and must return to the Middle Holy Sky Continent. If you come to the Middle Holy Sky Continent in the future, remember to come to the Divine Mountain to find me." Many people were envious when they heard Qian Rui Yuan's words. Being on good terms with an ancient Holy Emperor's descendant would definitely be beneficial to their future. "All right, if I go to the Middle Holy Sky Continent in the future, I'll definitely visit Brother Qian." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Qian Rui Yuan nodded and left. "Haha, Brother Lin, I'm Shui Haiping from the Qingyang sect." "Brother Lin, I'm Li Shij from the Purple Sun Pavilion." After Qian Rui Yuan left, many people came to greet Lin Feng, wanting to befriend Lin Feng. Naturally, everyone could see that Lin Feng, at such a young age, was actually able to purify the divine liquid from the black ironwood and even refine it into a purple crystal state. This kind of refining technique was something that none of the mystic rank, high rank, or earth rank alchemists present had ever possessed. Clearly, in the future, Lin Feng was bound to shine brilliantly. Perhaps he would become a great alchemist. Regardless of whether Lin Feng really came from a small faction or if he deliberately said this to hide his true identity, many people seemed to foresee that Lin Feng would inevitably rise to power in the future. At this time, Lin Feng was still young. If they made friends with Lin Feng, when Lin Feng rose in the future, they would not have the chance to make friends with him. Looking at Lin Feng, who was like a moon surrounded by stars, Chen Yang's eyes were gloomy and filled with jealousy. "Everyone, there are many alchemists here. Why don't we move to a private room and talk about alchemy? I'm sure that everyone is interested in Lin Feng's alchemy skills. Let's listen." An old man said with a smile. This old man was a mystic rank, high rank, and peak rank alchemist. "Old Wu is right, Brother Lin. Later, you must tell us how you broke the black ironwood and refined the divine liquid into a crystal state. Such a powerful refining technique, not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it before." Another alchemist said. Everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Said Lin Feng, "I'm not as talented as you, masters. But since you don't mind, let's exchange ideas." "All right," said Lin Feng. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, and one after another, they went to a private room not far away. Lin Feng said goodbye to Fairy Meng Yarrow and Hong Xin-er and went to a private room. It was normal for alchemists to communicate with each other. After all, only by communicating with each other could they improve themselves. Even if Lin Feng hadn't appeared, this meeting would still have been held. Lin Feng picked out some things that could be said and told everyone. Many people nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng's experiences had been told to him by the Fire Qilin, so it would be very beneficial for alchemists. Many people admired Lin Feng even more. At such a young age, he actually had such a deep understanding of alchemy. He was really a peerless genius. Lin Feng also wanted to make friends with alchemists. Alchemists had an extremely high status in the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. Many alchemists often had huge forces behind them. Therefore, Befriending more alchemists would definitely only bring benefits and no harm. Xie Lingfei's interest was waning. Seeing her senior apprentice sister Zi Yarrow sitting next to Lin Feng, she couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Lin Feng's ability had completely shattered all of Xie Lingfei's pride. For the first time, this proud girl had realized her own inadequacies. She was filled with curiosity about Lin Feng. But now, she didn't know how to talk to Lin Feng. As for Chen Yang, he hated Lin Feng to the core, especially when he saw Zi Yarrow and Lin Feng talking so intimately. Chen Yang's eyes were burning with fury. Chen Yang had always been pursuing Zi Yarrow, but he hadn't made any progress. Now that he saw Zi Yarrow and Lin Feng being so close, he was naturally infuriated. Lin Feng and Zi Yarrow were discussing alchemy. Zi Yarrow had come from an ancient holy land and had seen many things. Furthermore, she had systematically studied all kinds of alchemy knowledge. That was something Lin Feng couldn't compare to. Of course, Lin Feng also had his own advantages. His powerful spiritual strength, his powerful heavenly flame, and the flame Chiline's knowledge. Lin Feng had benefited greatly from his discussion with Zi Yarrow. It was the first time that Lin Feng had participated in so many alchemists' meetings. Everybody had their own opinions. It was very helpful for him to learn from other people's experiences and learn from them. Lin Feng could learn from them and improve himself. After a full 4 hours, the exchange finally ended. Everyone walked out one by one. Zi Yarrow said, "I don't know where Lin Gongzi lives. Tomorrow, I'll go find Lin Gongzi to discuss it." When Chen Yang heard Zi Yarrow's words, his expression became extremely ugly. He could sense that Zi Yarrow had an extremely good impression of Lin Feng. This made Chen Yang burn with jealousy. He said ambiguously, "Zi Yao, there are some people in this world who say one thing on the surface and another behind your back. They might be people who fish for fame. You must not be fooled. When the time comes, it will be too late to regret it." Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Chen Yang, I know you don't like me. Isn't it because Zi Yarrow is in contact with me that you're jealous? If I'm not wrong, you've always been chasing after Zi Yarrow, but Zi Yarrow doesn't have the slightest interest in you. As long as you see Zi Yarrow in contact with others, you'll hate them. You're always targeting me because of this, right? Your heart is really as big as a needle's eye." Fat. Many people laughed out loud. Indeed, this Chen Yang was a narrow-minded person. Lin Feng's description was quite appropriate. After being exposed by Lin Feng, Chen Yang's expression became extremely gloomy. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Brat, are you provoking me? I think you're courting death. Do you believe that I can crush you to death as easily as crushing an ant?" As he spoke, Chen Yang walked towards Lin Feng, as if he wanted to make a move. Chapter 290. "Chen Yang, don't go too far," Zi Yarrow said coldly. Seeing Zi Yarrow protect Lin Feng, Chen Yang hated Lin Feng even more. He sneered and said, "What? Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? What a coward." Lin Feng looked indifferent. This wasn't the first time Chen Yang had provoked him. Previously, he had been holding back for Zi Yarrow's sake, but now, Chen Yang was going too far. He looked at Chen Yang coldly and said, "Do you think you're very powerful? Then come out and fight me." What? Lin Feng is challenging Chen Yang? Is he crazy? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Everyone could sense that Lin Feng was a general. After all, there were many experts here. As for Chen Yang, he was a martial king. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Wasn't Lin Feng just courting death by challenging Chen Yang? "Lin Feng, don't be rash," Zi Yarrow said anxiously. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. It was impossible for a general to challenge a martial king. Many people on the second floor heard the conflict and turned to look. Qin Mubai, Jinichen, and the others also looked over and watched the conflict with interest. A general challenging a martial king? Was this kid courting death? "Senior sister, look. Lin Feng and Chen Yang are fighting. Lin Feng is challenging Chen Yang. Is he crazy?" Hong Xin said in shock. Fairy Meng Yarrow said, "Lin Feng doesn't seem to be such an impulsive person." Hong Xin said, "With such a big gap between their cultivation levels, Do you really think Lin Feng will win? Fairy Mengyaro smiled and said, we'll know the result when we see it. Lin Feng naturally knew that Zi Yarrow had stopped him for his own good, but Lin Feng couldn't tolerate Chen Yang anymore. Since he couldn't tolerate Chen Yang anymore, there was no need for him to continue. He said, Zi Yarrow, don't worry. I'll be fine. With that, Lin Feng walked outside. Chen Yang's face was filled with disdain and mockery towards Lin Feng. He followed closely behind and stepped out. A group of people came down from the second floor and poured into the courtyard. They quickly attracted the attention of the people gathered in the courtyard. What happened? Why are all the people on the second floor here? Someone asked doubtfully. Those who were able to enter the second floor all had extraordinary statuses. For a group of people to rush out, something unknown must have happened. This also attracted everyone's attention. Soon, the people in the courtyard realized what was going on. Everyone saw Lin Feng and Chen Yang at daggers drawn. They knew that there was a conflict between Lin Feng and Chen Yang. Many people were discussing. Chen Yang was from an ancient holy land. Even though he was arrogant, few people dared to offend him. Ancient holy land had to be taken into consideration. Brat, I can deal with trash like you in 3 moves with one hand. Chen Yang sneered disdainfully. He was not pretending to be disdainful. He was truly disdainful. Being from an ancient holy land made Chen Yang feel high and mighty. Moreover, Chen Yang's strength was far superior to Lin Feng's. It would be strange if someone as arrogant as Chen Yang thought that Lin Feng was a worthy opponent. Lin Feng said, You're really boasting shamelessly. I'm afraid that it won't be you who can deal with me in 3 moves. It will be me who can deal with you in 3 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his right hand. Next, a treasure flew out. It was the sky-devouring jar that Lin Feng had obtained earlier. Damn, it's this broken jar again. Many people were shocked. They had already seen how powerful this broken jar was. It could directly devour other people's spiritual weapons. Now, Lin Feng had taken out that broken jar again. Many people's hearts were pounding. Haha, what kind of trash is this? Brat, I'll let you know what a powerful treasure is today. Chen Yang sneered, looking indescribably arrogant. He took out a treasure. It was a palm-sized seal, and Chen Yang held it in his hand. What kind of broken toy is this? Lin Feng asked. Chen Yang flew into a rage because of Lin Feng. He sneered and said, This is the seal of mountains and rivers. It's a peak spiritual weapon. This must be the first time a lowly person like you has seen such a high-level treasure, right? Lin Feng sneered. You keep saying that others are lowly, but you're just an ordinary disciple from an ancient holy land. Those who don't know might even think that you're a descendant of an ancient holy land. Haha, this guy really knows how to mock people. Look at Chen Yang's expression. He's about to die from anger. Many people laughed when they heard Lin Feng's mocking of Chen Yang. Chen Yang's expression was gloomy. He said coldly, Brat, you're courting death. With a furious shout, he activated the seal of mountains and rivers. The palm-sized seal of mountains and rivers flew out. Rumble. 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 The seal of mountains and rivers suddenly grew bigger. Very quickly, it became as big as a 100-meter-tall mountain and moved towards Lin Feng to crush him. What a powerful treasure! As expected of a peak spiritual weapon, that brat won't be able to block the attack of a peak spiritual weapon, right? Of course he won't be able to. That treasure is too powerful. Moreover, Chen Yang is a martial king. That brat is only a general. How can he possibly fight against a martial king? Many people discussed spiritedly. When they saw the seal of mountains and rivers move towards Lin Feng, they all looked at him with pity. They all thought that Lin Feng was going to suffer. But who would have thought that just as the seal of mountains and rivers was about to crush Lin Feng, a terrifying devouring power gushed out of the broken jar. A distorted black hole appeared in the broken jar. It looked like a space-time black hole that could devour everything. The devouring power enveloped the seal of mountains and rivers. The 100-meter-tall seal of mountains and rivers quickly shrank to the size of a palm and was devoured by the broken jar. PFFF. Chen Yang looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. "My seal of mountains and rivers! You little bastard! How dare you steal my seal of mountains and rivers?" Chen Yang roared like a madman. Heavens! Even a peak spiritual weapon like the seal of mountains and rivers was stolen? Many people were dumbstruck. They remembered how Lin Feng had used the broken jar to steal Tuoba Jun's heavy ruler. That broken jar was really too terrifying. "I'll kill you!" Chen Yang roared furiously. He quickly rushed over and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Displaying the strength of a martial king, the aura emanating from Chen Yang's body made many people feel suffocated. Lin Feng continued to control the heaven-devouring jar. It enveloped Chen Yang and tried to devour him. However, it failed in the end. The heaven-devouring jar was not complete and could not devour cultivators. At its current stage, it could only devour magic treasures. However, the heaven-devouring jar's powerful devouring power still restrained Chen Yang, making it difficult for him to move. Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He took a step forwards and threw a punch at Chen Yang. Bang! The punch landed on Chen Yang's chest. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's attack broke Chen Yang's sternum. Chen Yang's condensed true qi was also dispersed by the punch. He lost his ability to fight for a short time and fell to the ground miserably. Lin Feng quickly walked over and grabbed Chen Yang's neck as if he were a chicken. Lin Feng lifted Chen Yang up. "Aren't you very strong? You dare to be arrogant in front of me with this little ability?" Lin Feng sneered and raised his right hand, slapping Chen Yang's face. Slap. Lin Feng's slap ruthlessly landed on Chen Yang's face. Slapping a martial king's face was really satisfying. Chapter 291. Many people looked at this scene in shock. No one had expected such a situation. Lin Feng was fine, but Chen Yang, a martial king expert, was defeated by Lin Feng and was even slapped in the face. This was too dramatic. "Ah, brat. You're courting death. Let me go, or I'll make you wish you were dead," shouted Chen Yang furiously. His face was contorted and he was looking at Lin Feng with hatred in his eyes. He wanted to tear Lin Feng apart, but now that he had fallen into Lin Feng's hands, he had no power to resist. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he said coldly, "You still dare to be arrogant? It seems that you haven't learned your lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked with both hands. Asterisk slap, slap, slap. Asterisk slap after slap landed on Chen Yang's face. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. As a disciple of an ancient sacred land, he was being slapped in the face in front of so many people. Everyone knew that this Chen Yang was definitely done for. He had embarrassed the ancient sacred land. He would definitely be abandoned by the ancient sacred land. "Brat, I'm the successor of an ancient sacred land. Just you wait for the revenge of the Penglai sacred land." Chen Yang cursed bitterly. This idiot. A few people from the Penglai sacred land who were hiding in the dark heard Chen Yang's words and their expressions became extremely gloomy. Even if he wanted to take revenge on Lin Feng, he couldn't say it out loud. If he said it out loud, everyone would know that it was the Penglai sacred land who had done it. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The Penglai sacred land is a famous ancient sacred land in the Tianwu continent's 3,000 provinces. Do you think that it would interfere in a conflict between the younger generation? If I was older and had a higher cultivation than you, the Penglai sacred land might have intervened, but I'm a few years younger than you, and my cultivation is lower than yours. You still lost to me, and you still have the face to use your sect to threaten me. You're really an embarrassment to your sect." Chen Yang used the Penglai sacred land to threaten Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was not afraid of the Penglai sacred land's revenge. Because of this, many people would have their eyes on the Penglai sacred land. How could the Penglai Holy Land become a disciple who would ruin the reputation of an ancient holy land for an ordinary disciple? Furthermore, the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent also had a rule that the major powers were not allowed to interfere with the matters of the younger generation. The disputes between the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation themselves. If the younger generation had a dispute and the older generation intervened, wouldn't it be a mess? After all, which great power didn't have experts of the older generation? If they were to stand up for the younger generation of their own forces, how could the other party still have a chance to live? If this continued, the younger generation of the various major forces would all be killed by these old fellows. Wouldn't that be the end of their line? That was why there was a rule that forbade the older generation from interfering in the disputes between the younger generation. It was precisely because of this rule that Lin Feng had attacked Chen Yang without any hesitation. "Brat, if you can't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later." Chen Yang continued to curse viciously. He had no intention of begging for mercy. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to kill Chen Yang. He didn't want to leave this disaster alive. However, when Lin Feng wanted to kill Chen Yang, he clearly felt a few cold gazes sweeping over him. They should be from the Penglai Divine Land, right? Lin Feng took a deep breath and restrained his killing intent. Instead, he carried Chen Yang to the side of the pool. Seeing Lin Feng's evil smile, many people couldn't help but shiver. They recalled how Lin Feng had treated Tuo Bajun. Could it be that this brat was going to treat Chen Yang the same way? Many people were speechless. Chen Yang wasn't someone Tuo Bajun could compare to. Penglai Divine Land would definitely hate him for treating Chen Yang this way. However, these people naturally didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Since he had already offended the Penglai Divine Land, he wasn't afraid of offending them even more. The Penglai Divine Land was restricted by the rules of the 3,000 prefectures of the Qianwu continent. The older generation experts wouldn't interfere. If the younger generation interfered, it would be hard to say who would win. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng turned Chen Yang upside down so that his head was facing downwards. "What are you doing?" Chen Yang cried out in fear. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Nothing. I'm just trying to wake you up." As soon as he finished speaking, he stuck Chen Yang into the pool and cast a confinement spell to imprison Chen Yang so that he couldn't struggle. "This guy is really evil. He actually thought of such a method to punish others," Hong Xin said with a smile. Said Hong Xin smiling. Her eyes were twinkling when she looked at Lin Feng. Goddess Mengyaro smiled and said, "Lin Feng isn't a simple person. He looks reckless, but he's already calculated everything. Let's go." Lin Feng waved at the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin quickly followed Lin Feng outside. Goddess Mengyao's beautiful eyes twitched when she saw the fire Qilin beside Lin Feng. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Hong Xin asked when she noticed Goddess Mengyao's slight change. "Nothing." Goddess Mengyaro shook her head. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the fire Qilin thoughtfully. In the next few days, the Fire Dragon Town was not peaceful because experts came one after another, especially the experts from the 3 ancient Holy Lands. This time, the people from the 3 ancient Holy Lands were furious. They wanted to wipe out the Fire Dragon Ridge and avenge those who died in the 3 ancient Holy Lands. 5 days later, the experts from the 3 ancient Holy Lands arrived and began to attack the beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge. Many other forces, big and small, also participated in the attack. In a short period of time, countless beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge were killed. During that time, a thief called Little Demonis had appeared in Huolong Town. It was said that this little devil committed all sorts of crimes and specialized in raiding and plundering. Countless cultivators had suffered under the evil hands of this little devil, causing cries of resentment to be heard everywhere. "Organize our forces and denounce Little Demonis. We must capture him and cut him into 10,000 pieces. Otherwise, we won't be able to appease our anger." In Huolong Town, the people who had been robbed by Little Demonis gathered together and entered Huolong Town to find Little Demonis. Lin Feng was dumbstruck. What kind of person was that? How could he make people angry? Lin Feng decided to enter Huolong Town again to find the second bluestone talisman. Many ferocious beasts in Huolong Town had been killed, so the danger level in Huolong Town was very low. Many places where people couldn't go before could be explored. That was very helpful for Lin Feng to find the bluestone talisman. In the afternoon, Lin Feng set off again. However, Lin Feng didn't notice that when he left Huolong Town, someone was watching him coldly. Lin Feng entered Huolong Town. Chapter 292. The Fire Qilin did not follow him out. Lin Feng entered the Fire Dragon Ridge alone. Kill, in the forest, shouts of killing rang out, attracting Lin Feng's attention. He sneaked over. These were two groups of cultivators. Clearly, they did not belong to the same camp. Now, they were fighting each other. Lin Feng saw dozens of purple bloodgrass growing on the cliff. The purple bloodgrass was a spirit herb used to refine profound-grade medicinal pills. It was extremely precious. The appearance of dozens of purple bloodgrass here caused the two groups of cultivators to fight over it. This kind of thing was very common in many places. Cultivators killed each other in order to compete for spirit herbs, dharma treasures, and so on. Lin Feng was not surprised. He did not stop and quickly left. Lin Feng went to many places to find the whereabouts of the second bluestone martial talisman. However, there was no response from the first bluestone martial talisman. This made Lin Feng slightly disappointed. However, Lin Feng found that the number of ferocious beasts in the forest had decreased by a lot. It seemed that many of the ferocious beasts had been killed by the three Holy Lands and many other forces. However, not all of them had died. Some of the stronger ferocious beasts had survived. These ferocious beasts usually had their own territories and had gained intelligence. Cultivators were not willing to take the initiative to provoke these powerful ferocious beasts. A large number of ferocious beasts have been killed. The fire dragon can no longer launch a beast tide. I wonder if the experts from the ancient Holy Lands are going to start slaughtering dragons? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked into the depths of the fire dragon ridge. Slaughtering dragons was something that he had only heard of in legends. Now, it was happening right beside him. He continued to search for the bluestone martial talisman in the forest. That night, Lin Feng heard an earth-shattering roar of a beast. "There's a ferocious beast." Lin Feng was shocked. This was definitely an abnormally powerful ferocious beast. Its roar contained a terrifying aura. Boom! Then, a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Cultivators were fighting with the ferocious beast. Lin Feng sneaked over and found three cultivators fighting the ferocious beast. It was a silver-white ferocious beast with the head of a tiger and the body of a lion. It was abnormally ferocious. Three cultivators surrounded this ferocious beast, but they were unable to kill it. Instead, this ferocious beast killed two of them. The last person also escaped with heavy injuries. The ferocious beast roared and quickly chased, but in the end, it was unable to catch up. "This beast is also injured." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The ferocious beast dragged the two corpses and leaped into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. It seemed to be a tiger-lion beast. However, according to the classic of mountains and seas, the fur of the tiger-lion beast was brown, but this tiger-lion beast was snow-white. Could it be a mutant tiger-lion beast? No wonder he was so powerful. However, he did not know why they were fighting. Could it be that there was some kind of treasure in this forest? Lin Feng pondered. He decided to explore and carefully walked in the direction of the tiger-lion beast. The tiger-lion beast's cave was at the bottom of a cliff. There were many bones scattered around the cave, and the entire forest exuded a gloomy feeling. The tiger-lion beast's temperament is ferocious. These three people also dared to provoke the tiger-lion beast. Why? Lin Feng slightly frowned. The night was pitch black, and he did not find anything, so he retreated. He planned to wait until the next day to explore again. The next day, Lin Feng once again came to the tiger-lion beast's cave. That is, not far from the tiger-lion beast's cave, Lin Feng saw a stalk of spirit medicine. It was a blood-colored spirit medicine, and it was surrounded by a bloody light. Blood spirit grass. It's actually this kind of spirit medicine. Lin Feng was shocked. The blood spirit grass was the main ingredient in refining the blood spirit pill. The blood spirit pill was a mystic-ranked, low-ranked spirit medicine. This kind of pill had an extremely powerful effect, and that was to improve a cultivator's bloodline. It was well known that a cultivator's talent played a crucial role in many aspects. Firstly, it was related to the martial soul. Secondly, it was related to the bloodline. Lastly, it was related to one's physique. Without further ado, it was time to talk about bloodline and physique. Firstly, physique. Some people were born with superhuman strength, some people cultivated at lightning speed, and some people were born faster than others. What was the reason? This was physique, an innate advantage. Those with strong physiques often cultivated at twice the speed with half the effort. Why were the demons so strong? Because their bodies were strong, far stronger than humans. That was their innate advantage. It was the same for the primordial godfiend clan. They had terrifying physical bodies, which was the embodiment of their powerful physique. Therefore, the primordial godfiend clan was exceptionally terrifying. Their physique had an extremely great advantage, and as they cultivated, this advantage would grow bigger and bigger. It was equivalent to winning at the starting line. As they cultivated, this gap would gradually widen. And bloodline was even more important than physique. Why were the descendants of the ancient divine emperor so powerful? Because they had inherited the powerful bloodline of the ancient divine emperor. The bloodline of the ancient divine emperor was tempered with the power of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao was infused with the power of the heavenly Tao. It had power that surpassed that of the primordial godfiends. Therefore, the descendants of the ancient divine emperor were extremely powerful. Among cultivators of the same level, the descendants of the ancient divine emperor were almost invincible. That was because of bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the faster one's cultivation would improve. When one's cultivation broke through, the increase in combat strength would also be greater. For example, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the second firmament of the martial general realm, but he could suppress cultivators at the fourth and fifth firmament of the martial general realm. Why was that? Because the Archean dragonesque elephant skill was not only tempering Lin Feng's body, strengthening his physique was an improvement in physique, but it was also tempering Lin Feng's bloodline. His bloodline was also getting stronger, a body that surpassed that of the primordial godfiends. A bloodline that surpassed that of the primordial godfiends. How could Lin Feng not be strong? Looking at the blood spirit grass, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that the fire Chelene had helped him improve the primordial blood spirit pill. If he could obtain this blood spirit grass and refine it into a primordial blood spirit pill, how much would it fetch at the auction house? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly rushed towards the blood spirit grass. Lin Feng reached out to grab the blood spirit grass. Suddenly, he felt a sinister and terrifying aura rushing towards him. That terrifying aura directly enveloped Lin Feng, making Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He looked in the direction of the cave and saw that the silver-white tiger lion beast was staring at him with its cold eyes as if it was looking at a delicious prey. Some of the ferocious beasts in the forest loved to hunt humans, especially those who had gained intelligence. That was because humans knew how to cultivate. The higher their cultivation, the stronger their bloodline. These ferocious beasts could greatly increase their strength after devouring the cultivator's bloodline. At the same time, many cultivators had elixirs, which these ferocious beasts could consume to increase their cultivation. Although the tiger lion beast in front of him was ferocious, it had already gained intelligence. After seeing Lin Feng, it let out an excited and ferocious roar. It could feel that Lin Feng's powerful bloodline was much stronger than the two humans it had just eaten. The tiger lion beast growled and leaped towards Lin Feng. Chapter 293. Danger. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly grabbed the blood spirit grass and retreated. However, even with Lin Feng's fast speed, he still couldn't completely dodge the Tigan beast's attack. Bang! There was a dull sound of impact. The Tigan beast's powerful claw slammed into Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng fell to the ground and rolled over a dozen times before stopping. Whoa! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his organs were about to be displaced. Lin Feng's body was comparable to a yin-yang realm expert's body. His body was even stronger than a divine demon of the same level. How strong was his defense? But that tiger lion beast had managed to injure Lin Feng so easily. One could imagine how terrifying that tiger lion beast was. Lin Feng put the blood spirit grass into his spirit ring and looked at the Tigan beast with a serious expression. This Tigan beast had already locked onto him. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape. With the Tigan beast's speed, if he let his guard down, it could rush up and bite his neck. Since it's hard to escape, I'll play with you. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. A battle of life and death could often stimulate a person's potential. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of a battle of life and death. Instead, he was slightly excited. Roar. The Tigan beast roared and charged at Lin Feng again. Its sharp claws flashed with a cold light as it clawed at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. Because of his golden wings, Lin Feng was extremely fast. He dodged the Tigan beast's attack like a shadow. He instantly arrived at the Tigan beast's side and punched at it. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the Tigan beast's body. A hint of joy appeared on his face. I did it. One had to know that with Lin Feng's current strength, he could smash a mountain peak with a single punch, not to mention a body of flesh and blood. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that when his powerful punch landed on the tiger lion beast's body, the tiger lion beast's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly realized that there was a terrifying power gushing out from the tiger lion beast's body. This power instantly blocked his punch and rebounded back at him. Demonic power. Lin Feng was shocked. The so-called demonic power was the ability of those ferocious beasts to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Such a ferocious beast was equivalent to knowing how to cultivate. The demonic energy produced by their bodies was equivalent to the true qi of human cultivators. Once the demonic force was produced, the strength of the ferocious beast would increase exponentially. The powerful rebounding force violently shook Lin Feng's body, directly sending Lin Feng flying. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's body slammed into a large tree that would require a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Crack! The large tree was directly broken. The tiger lion beast roared and jumped up, pouncing towards Lin Feng, who fell to the ground. It wanted to get rid of Lin Feng. Facing the ferocious attack of the tiger lion beast, Lin Feng hurriedly used the Chengqi treasure technique. This tiger lion beast was really powerful. If he didn't use some powerful moves, it would be really difficult to resist. Roar! The ferocious beast Chengqi appeared and pounced towards the tiger lion beast. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that this tiger lion beast was really abnormally powerful. The tiger lion beast's sharp claws suddenly tore. Kai! The Chengqi that Lin Feng transformed from the Chengqi treasure technique was torn apart by this tiger lion beast. Sky Tyrant Thunder incantation. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. When the ferocious beast Chengqi pounced on the tiger lion beast, he had already launched the second wave of attack. Dense thunderbolts were condensed by Lin Feng. A ball of thunderbolts light appeared in Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng released the ball of thunderbolts light. That ball of thunderbolts light ruthlessly bombarded the body of the tiger lion beast. With a loud bang, the tiger lion beast was blasted away by Lin Feng's ball of thunderbolts light. This tiger lion beast's defense was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had already experienced it before. However, the power of Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder art was really powerful. It actually destroyed the tiger lion beast's defense. The tiger lion beast was blasted away. Moreover, many parts of its body were blasted open. Blood immediately flowed out. The tiger lion beast let out an incomparably painful roar. Its pair of eyes were filled with resentment as it looked at Lin Feng. This tiger lion beast had already unlocked its spiritual wisdom. It had its own thoughts and emotions. Although the tiger lion beast was injured by Lin Feng, it didn't leave. Instead, it approached Lin Feng again. At the same time, the tiger lion beast opened its bloody mouth. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the tiger lion beast's bloody mouth. Blood-colored energy condensed in the tiger lion beast's bloody mouth. That blood-colored energy turned into a blood-colored ball of light. It contained a destructive power and was spat out by the tiger lion beast. Feeling the terrifying power of the blood-colored ball of light, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. He quickly rushed to the left. Bang! That blood-colored ball of light directly exploded on Lin Feng's left side. Rubble flew everywhere. Fortunately, Lin Feng dodged the tiger lion beast's attack. The tiger lion beast's attack didn't stop. Wave after wave of attacks bombarded Lin Feng. This blood-colored ball of light's attack power was very shocking. Lin Feng was slightly embarrassed as he dodged the tiger lion beast's attacks. After more than 20 consecutive attacks, the tiger lion beast was unable to hit Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng felt that the tiger lion beast's attack power had clearly weakened. Obviously, the tiger lion beast was starting to get tired after more than 20 consecutive attacks. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the tiger lion beast's side. He used the Tyrant Thunder incantation again. Dense lightning energy bombarded the tiger lion beast. With a loud bang, the tiger lion beast was directly sent flying. The tiger lion beast's injuries worsened. It let out a low roar. It looked at Lin Feng with fear in its eyes. This vicious beast had intelligence. It knew that it wasn't a match for Lin Feng. It didn't want to fight anymore. It let out a low roar and ran away. In a flash, it disappeared into the forest. Seeing the tiger lion beast leave, Lin Feng also planned to leave this dangerous place. Whoosh! But at this time, a dense number of arrows were shot towards Lin Feng. Not good, there's an ambush. Lin Feng's face slightly changed. He quickly jumped towards a tree. All the arrows missed their target. Who? Come out. Lin Feng said coldly. Little bastard, you have some skills. Even a vicious beast like the tiger lion beast was injured by you. A hoarse voice sounded. A fierce-looking man with a centipede-like scar on his face jumped out of the forest on a huge wolf. Chapter 294. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw the huge wolf. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries' mounts were heavenly wolves. Was this ferocious-looking man from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. More than 10 figures rushed out of the forest. They were all dressed in black, and they stared coldly at Lin Feng. Commander, this brat is quite agile, one of the black-clothed men said sinisterly. He's already been injured by the tiger lion beast. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to escape death today, the leader sneered. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, You're the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, Duanmu Tianlang? Duanmu Tianlang laughed nastily and said, Kid, you have good eyes. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were a mercenary group that killed without batting an eyelid. Moreover, they were very strong. Lin Feng had killed Duanmu Feiyang and Duanmu Tian, so Duanmu Tianlang naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng go. However, he hadn't expected Duanmu Tianlang to block him here. But when he thought about it carefully, he remembered that he had killed an expert from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. He should have known that Duanmu Tianlang was nearby. It seemed that he had been too careless and had made such a mistake. Lin Feng observed the surrounding terrain. He was completely surrounded, so it was impossible for him to use his golden wings to escape. The arrows in their hands weren't ordinary arrows. They were magical arrows. These magical arrows were imbued with extremely powerful runes. They were extremely powerful and had unparalleled penetrative power. If they were ordinary arrows, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid at all. However, magical arrows were different. If he was hit by one, he would be in trouble. If he used his golden wings to fly into the sky, he would expose himself completely. The chances of him being hit by a magical arrow were extremely high. Since I can't escape, I'll just kill them all. Lin Feng was a decisive person. Moreover, the conflict between him and the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries was already irreconcilable. He might as well deal with them here to avoid future troubles. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Duanmu Tianlang and the others and suddenly burst into laughter. Kid, what are you laughing at? Duanmu Sky Wolf's expression suddenly sank. I'm laughing at the fact that you guys don't even know that you're about to die. A bunch of trash. Today, I'll kill all of you to rid the world of evil. Lin Feng sneered. Arrogant brat. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries immediately roared in anger. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had a notorious reputation for burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes. These people were mercenaries on the surface, but they were bandits in the dark. Each one of them was more savage than the other. Just imagine, such a savage character was looked down upon by a 17 or 18-year-old boy like Lin Feng. How could these people bear it? Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Lin Feng's words infuriated the members of the Tianlang mercenary group. When Lin Feng saw the ferocious and ice-cold expressions on their faces, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was deliberately provoking these people. If Duanmu Tianlang and the dozen or so experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group attacked him together, he would really be in big trouble. However, if the experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and Duanmu Tianlang didn't attack at the same time, as long as he killed them, he would directly face Duanmu Tianlang and have a much higher chance of wiping out everyone, including Duanmu Tianlang. Leader, let me kill this brat who doesn't know how high the heavens are, an expert of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group said, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. This brat isn't easy to deal with. Didn't you see that even the Tigan beast was injured by him? Duanmu Tianlang said. The experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group nodded. If one wanted to defeat the Tigan beast with their bare hands, other than the leader, no one else could do it unless many people worked together to fight. However, Lin Feng was able to defeat the Tigan beast by himself. It was obvious that his strength was absolutely terrifying. Another expert of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group said, Leader, then us brothers will use the Heavenly Wolf secret technique to deal with this brat. We'll slowly torture him until he wishes he was dead. Heavenly Wolf secret technique? The corners of Duanmu Sky Wolf's mouth curled into a sinister arc as he said indifferently, using the Sky Wolf secret skill to deal with such a brat is really overkill. However, for the sake of caution, we'll use the Sky Wolf secret skill to deal with him. Don't kill him directly, torture him until he's better off dead. When he's tortured to the extreme and his will collapses, then we'll take his life. Duanmu Tianlang seemed to be very confident in the Heavenly Wolf secret technique. Don't worry, leader. Our brothers know what to do. We'll definitely make this brat beg for death. The people of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group laughed sinisterly. Su. More than 10 people quickly flew out and scattered in all directions. They surrounded Lin Feng. Then, these people began to circle around Lin Feng in a special pace and pattern. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dozen or so experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group. These people were obviously going to use some kind of Heavenly Wolf secret technique. The so-called Heavenly Wolf secret technique. Lin Feng guessed that it might be a joint attack technique. The so-called joint attack technique was a group of people cultivating a kind of secret technique. This kind of secret technique could be used by many people, and they could be linked together to make up for each other's weaknesses. And joint attack techniques could often erupt with several times the combat strength. Therefore, once a joint attack technique was used, the destructive power it caused was extremely shocking. Of course, it wasn't that there were no conditions to use a joint attack technique. The biggest limiting factor was the degree of tacit understanding. If there was no tacit understanding, the power of the joint attack technique would not be able to be unleashed. However, looking at the dozen or so people, their cooperation should be very tacit. The dozen or so people's pace became faster and faster. At the same time, a thick fog appeared in the forest. The fog was blocking Lin Feng's line of sight. At most, he could only see a meter away. What a good Heavenly Wolf secret technique. It's not as simple as a joint attack technique. It's also fused with some simple illusion arrays. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This dense fog that suddenly appeared was an illusion array. The Heavenly Wolf secret technique was a combination of a joint attack technique and an illusion array. No wonder Duanmu Sky Wolf was so confident in the Heavenly Wolf secret technique. Visibility sharply decreased. However, Lin Feng's perception was very strong. His ears twitched, and he carefully listened to the movements around him. Swish. Suddenly, a cold air came from behind him. A silver figure appeared, waving its claws towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. He dodged the silver figure's attack, and Lin Feng also saw what the silver figure was. It was actually a giant silver wolf. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This giant silver wolf was transformed from a mercenary. The Heavenly Wolf secret technique was too strange. It was not as simple as a joint attack technique and an illusion array. It could actually turn the person who used the Heavenly Wolf secret technique into a giant silver wolf. Once transformed, the speed and strength of these cultivators would be greatly increased, and they would be much stronger than before. Lin Feng dodged the attack of the first giant silver wolf. Before he landed, the second giant silver wolf suddenly swept over from the left, and its sharp claws scratched towards Lin Feng's neck. Chapter 295. Bang! Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and kicked out. This powerful kick landed on the abdomen of the giant silver wolf and sent it flying. Oh oh! The giant silver wolf could not help but let out a series of blood-curdling screams after receiving this blow. Swoosh swoosh! Suddenly, two giant silver wolves pounced from the right and the back. Their razor-sharp claws swiped at Lin Feng. These people from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps were experts themselves. Now that they had used the Heavenly Wolf secret skill, their speed and strength had greatly increased. Moreover, these people had a tacit understanding of each other. After they launched their attacks, wave after wave of attacks were launched at Lin Feng. They did not give Lin Feng any time to react at all. If it had been anyone else, they would have panicked in such a dangerous situation. They would not have been able to defend themselves and would not have been able to escape death. However, Lin Feng was very calm. This was because Lin Feng, who had mastered the golden body wings, was simply too fast. With a light leap, he could leap a distance of 100 meters. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. In the face of these giant silver wolves' attacks, he could still easily dodge them. The two giant silver wolves attacked. Swoosh! They only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared beside one of the giant silver wolves. His hand was as fast as lightning. He grabbed the giant silver wolf's neck with both hands and suddenly exerted force. Crack! The giant silver wolf's neck was directly broken by Lin Feng. The giant silver wolf died on the spot. This giant silver wolf was transformed from a human cultivator through a secret skill. Therefore, after its neck was broken by Lin Feng and it died, it immediately returned to its human form and lay on the ground, lifeless. The second silver wolf's pupils constricted upon seeing this. He quickly retreated because the silver wolf sensed danger. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. With one leap, he crossed the distance of 20 to 30 meters in an instant. A crackling sound came from Lin Feng's hand. When the silver wolf saw Lin Feng condense a lightning ball in his hand, before it could react, Lin Feng had already taken it out. Bang! The ball of lightning suddenly exploded beside the silver wolf. With a loud bang, the giant silver wolf didn't even have time to cry out before it was blown apart by the lightning ball condensed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. Roar, roar, low growls could be heard as huge silver wolves pounced towards Lin Feng from all directions. Like 4 streaks of silver-white light, they quickly rushed over. Devouring martial spirit. Triple spatial magnetic field superposition. Boom! Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit to form a spatial magnetic field superposition. However, when the 4 silver wolves pounced on them, they were immediately imprisoned by the triple spatial magnetic field superposition. Cheongchi's treasure skill. Kill! Lin Feng shouted as he condensed the Cheongchi's treasure skill. Roar! A loud roar shook the sky. The Cheongchi beast appeared. The Cheongchi beast came in front of a silver wolf and stretched out its huge claws to grab the silver wolf's body. Then, it suddenly tore it apart. Fart! Fresh blood splattered. The silver wolf was directly torn in half by the Cheongchi beast. The Cheongchi beast threw the corpse away and quickly pounced on the second silver wolf. The other 3 silver wolves that were imprisoned by Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field superposition were horrified. They originally thought that they could easily kill Lin Feng after using the Heavenly Wolf secret skill. However, they did not expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. Now, they could not resist at all. The 3 silver wolves struggled, trying to break free from the spatial magnetic field superposition. However, they could not break free at all. At this moment, the Cheongchi beast had already rushed over. The Cheongchi caught the second silver wolf and directly tore it into 2 halves. Then, it caught the third silver wolf and tore it into 2 halves. The 4th silver wolf was also not spared and was also torn into 2 halves by the Cheongchi. After these silver wolves died, they turned into human form and were torn apart. It could be said that their deaths were extremely tragic. In a short period of time, 7 masters of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps had been killed by Lin Feng. "This man is cruel. Attack him from a distance," one of the Silver Wolves spoke. They were transformed by a human using a secret skill. Naturally, it was very normal for them to be able to speak the human language. The remaining 10 Silver Wolves all opened their bloody mouths. They opened their bloody mouths and condensed balls of energy. These balls of energy seemed to contain the power to destroy everything. These were silver balls of energy. Lin Feng felt that the energy between heaven and earth was quickly rushing towards these silver wolves. Then, all the energy converged into the balls of energy. The power of the silver balls of energy in the mouths of the silver wolves became stronger and stronger. Such a strange secret skill. It can even condense balls of energy to attack from a distance. How strange. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The power of the Heavenly Wolf secret skill had indeed exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. He did not expect the Heavenly Wolf secret skill to be so strange. Boom boom boom. The silver wolves opened their bloody mouths and spat out balls of energy towards Lin Feng. 10 silver energy balls drew a beautiful silver-white arc in the air. These silver balls of energy contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was suffocating. "Boy, let's see how you'll die." The eyes of the silver wolves flickered with a ferocious glint. Whoosh! When the silver wolves' balls of energy bombarded him, Lin Feng moved. He suddenly shot out. His speed was too fast. In an instant, he broke away from the encirclement of the 10 balls of energy. The 10 balls of energy all exploded on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, but Lin Feng was safe and sound. Lin Feng could not see the position of the silver wolves in the fog, but he could feel their auras. Although the silver wolves' vision was not obstructed by the fog, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. They spat out balls of energy one after another, but not a single one could hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng easily dodged them all. Soon, Lin Feng arrived beside the silver wolves. Lin Feng's hands were filled with balls of lightning. Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Lightning Manual. Boom boom boom. Lin Feng took out the balls of energy that he had created with the Sky Tyrant Lightning Manual. The 10 balls of energy exploded. Retreat. The silver wolves all cried out in fear. But it was too late. The balls of energy exploded, and the terrifying energy contained a destructive power that drowned the 10 silver wolves. Tragic cries rang out. Bam, bam, bam. One by one, the silver wolves' bodies exploded. They were torn apart. They died on the spot. Chapter 296. Huff. Huff. Lin Feng panted heavily. The battle was extremely intense and had consumed a lot of his energy. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion. With the deaths of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's experts, the thick fog began to dissipate. Is that brat finally going to die? Duanmu Sky Wolf sat on the giant wolf and looked coldly at Lin Feng. When the Heavenly Wolf secret technique was used, the fog would appear and block Lin Feng's vision. Naturally, it would also block Duanmu Sky Wolf's vision. At this moment, the fog gradually dissipated, but Duanmu Sky Wolf saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their socket. Lin Feng stood not far away and panted heavily. On the ground, there were piles of broken limbs. Dead. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's experts were all dead. They were the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's most elite force. They were also Duanmu Sky Wolf's strongest trump card. However, they were all killed by Lin Feng. "Little bastard, you're courting death," shouted Duanmu Tian Lang furiously. He then jumped into the air and threw himself at Lin Feng. Duanmu Sky Wolf's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. It was a killing intent that could not be suppressed and could not be concealed. Duanmu Tian Lang wished he could cut Lin Feng into 10,000 pieces and cut him into 10,000 pieces. Boom! Duanmu Sky Wolf swung his fist and a powerful punch flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also quickly moved and punched towards Duanmu Sky Wolf. The 3 devouring martial spirits were activated. Lin Feng's strength was raised to the extreme. A loud bang sounded as Lin Feng and Duanmu Sky Wolf fiercely collided. Then, Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string. Lin Feng crashed into a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain couldn't withstand such a terrifying strength, so it collapsed and buried Lin Feng. In the next moment, the ruins exploded. Lin Feng jumped out of the ruins and landed on the ground. He looked at Duanmu Tianlang with a solemn expression. Duanmu Tianlang's attack just now was too terrifying. This person should be at the 5th layer of the martial general realm. 5th heavenly layer of the martial general realm, possessing the strength of 625 dragons. Lin Feng now had the strength of 5 draconic elephants, which was equivalent to the strength of 50 draconic elephant. With the circulation of his triple-layered martial soul, his strength could be raised to 150 dragon power. However, even with 150 dragon power, there was still a difference of 4 times compared to Duanmu Tianlang's 625 dragon power. With such a huge gap, Duanmu Tianlang already had the ability to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath as a trace of seriousness appeared between his brows. I never thought that you would have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you will not be able to escape death today. What a pity for your amazing talent. Duanmu Tianlang's eerie voice sounded out. He dashed over again and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Cheongqi's treasured technique. Roar. The ferocious beast, Cheongqi, appeared. Its roar shook the heavens as it pounced towards Duanmu Tianlang. Facing the ferocious beast's attack, Duanmu Tianlang couldn't help but sneer. His powerful punch fiercely smashed forward. With a loud bang, the Cheongqi was directly blown apart by Duanmu Tianlang's punch. Duanmu Tianlang's cultivation was truly powerful. After breaking Lin Feng's Cheongqi treasure technique, he quickly rushed forward and threw another punch at Lin Feng. This punch was actually surrounded by a dense blood-red light. This move was called Blood Demon Fist. The blood-red light vaguely condensed into a blood-red figure. Blood Demon descends, demon exterminates the world. A deep voice came out from the blood-red figure's mouth. This Blood Demon King's aura made one's heart palpitate. It was as if they were facing an ancient demon. I'll break your Blood Demon. Lin Feng roared as his hands formed seals. The Sky Tyrant lightning art was used by Lin Feng. Crackle. The power of lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying power that could destroy everything. The intertwined power of lightning, under Lin Feng's control, slashed towards Duanmu Tianlang. Lin Feng had only cultivated the Sky Tyrant lightning art for a short period of time. Although he had only just reached the beginner stage, the Sky Tyrant lightning art was too powerful. Even if Lin Feng had only reached the beginner stage, the Sky Tyrant lightning art itself was too powerful. It could still unleash an extremely terrifying attack power. The power of lightning bombarded the Blood Demon's body. Kai 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 kai, the Blood Demon condensed by Duanmu Tianlang's Blood Demon Fist began to smoke. It was quickly blasted apart by the power of lightning. It couldn't withstand Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning ART's attack at all. The Blood Demon was an evil being, and the Sky Tyrant Lightning ART's lightning was the strongest power of Yang. It specialized in restraining evil beings. Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning art restrained Duanmu Tianlang's Blood Demon Fist. The dense lightning bombarded Duanmu Tianlang's body, sending him flying. Many parts of his body were blasted by the power of lightning, and blood immediately flowed out. This was a battle between cultivators. Who won and who lost didn't just depend on strength. It also depended on the various secret techniques that both sides cultivated. Of course, there was also the battle. Strength didn't mean that one could survive a life and death battle. Strong people weren't necessarily the ones who could win. Of course, if one's strength was dozens or hundreds of times greater than the opponent's, one could naturally ignore the opponent's secret technique. However, although Duanmu Tianlang was very strong, his strength was only 4 times that of Lin Feng's. It was impossible for him to achieve the level of breaking through 10,000 techniques with one. He was suppressed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning art, so it was very normal for him to be injured. Little bastard, you actually injured this leader. Duanmu Tianlang roared angrily. This person was also a famous expert, But now he was actually injured by a 17 or 18-year-old youth. This was an extremely serious blow to Duanmu Tianlang's self-esteem. Duanmu Tianlang's gaze was extremely sinister. He laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you have completely angered this leader. This leader will let you die in endless fear." Heh. Lin Feng's expression was cold. He wasn't afraid of this kind of life and death battle because Lin Feng knew that the more life and death battle, the more potential he could stimulate. He couldn't be compared to the cultivation resources that the successors of the top ancient sacred lands and ancient imperial dynasties received. If he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation and catch up to those people, he had to experience a life and death battle to stimulate his potential and quickly increase his cultivation. Duanmu Tianlang laughed sinisterly. "The ignorant are fearless. Today, I will let you know this leader's true strength." As soon as he finished speaking, light soared into the sky from Duanmu Tianlang's dantian. Endless golden light rushed out, and within the golden light, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence being nurtured. Seeing the vague figure nurtured by the golden light, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. Duanmu Tianlang wanted to use his martial spirit to deal with him. That martial spirit was definitely an extremely terrifying martial spirit. Chapter 297. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Then, in the endless golden light, a huge creature rushed out. Hiss. Seeing this creature, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was a 3-meter-tall and 5-meter-long giant golden wolf. This giant golden wolf had 3 ferocious heads. 3-headed golden wolf. This was a beast martial soul, an extremely rare beast martial soul. It was rumored that in the Primordial Age, there was a demon wolf that cultivated the Tao. As the years passed, that demon wolf eventually became an existence that could compete with the ancient gods. He called himself the Wolf God. And the 3-headed golden wolf was said to be one of the descendants of the wolf god. In the Primordial Age, Chaotic Age, Primordial Age, and Primordial Age, there were still 3-headed golden wolf clan active. And the 3-headed golden wolf clan was extremely powerful. But in the Great Divine Demon War at the end of the Primordial Age, the 3-headed golden wolf clan was annihilated. The Classic of Mountains and Seas also recorded the annihilation of the 3-headed golden wolf clan. Although the 3-headed golden wolf clan had disappeared in the long river of history, some cultivators could still awaken the 3-headed golden wolf martial soul when they awakened their martial soul. The 3-headed golden wolf martial soul was an extremely rare existence among beast martial souls. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the 3-headed golden wolf martial soul. Seeing Duanmu Tianlang's overflowing confidence, it was obvious that the 3-headed golden wolf martial soul should be an extremely terrifying martial soul. Roar. The 3-headed golden wolf martial soul let out a low roar and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine. The 3-headed golden wolf martial soul must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have such a feeling. The 3-headed golden wolf approached Lin Feng step by step. Its movements were very slow, but every step it took made Lin Feng feel more and more anxious. Swoosh. Suddenly, the 3-headed golden wolf martial soul sped up and pounced towards Lin Feng like a bolt of golden lightning. So fast. Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly retreated, but the 3-headed golden wolf was too fast. It rushed in front of Lin Feng in an instant, and its sharp claws slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand to block the 3-headed golden wolf's attack. With a loud bang, Lin Feng was sent flying dozens of meters away by the 3-headed golden wolf's claw. His body directly broke a large tree that could only be wrapped around by a dozen people. Lin Feng's face was pale. The 3-headed golden wolf's attack was too powerful. Even with his powerful physical body, he felt like he couldn't withstand it. After the successful attack, the 3-headed golden wolf did not stop. It quickly pounced on Lin Feng. The 3-headed golden wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used the Sky Tyrant Thunder technique. He used the Sky Tyrant Thunder technique to condense the power of thunder. A ball of lightning was formed, and Lin Feng threw it at the 3-headed golden wolf. Boom! The ball of lightning exploded in the void, and it looked like it was about to drown the three-headed golden wolf. Swoosh! However, the three-headed golden wolf disappeared from its spot and dodged the ball of lightning's attack. What kind of speed is this? Lin Feng's expression became extremely serious. The three-headed golden wolf's strength was far beyond his imagination. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, almost as if it was a conditioned reflex. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. However, even though his reaction was fast enough, he was still unable to dodge the three-headed golden wolf's attack. The three-headed golden wolf's sharp claws scratched Lin Feng's shoulder, and immediately, blood flowed out. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly retreated. The three-headed golden wolf went berserk when it smelled the blood, and it quickly chased after Lin Feng. The three-headed golden wolf's speed was shocking, and its strength was terrifying. Its claws were even sharper than flying swords. Duanmu Tianlang's martial soul was truly terrifying. "Kid, let's see how you'll die." Duanmu Tianlang laughed sinisterly, as if he could already see Lin Feng being killed by the three-headed golden wolf. Roar! The three-headed golden wolf let out a low growl and quickly caught up to Lin Feng. Its sharp claws were aimed at Lin Feng's neck. When the three-headed golden wolf attacked, it targeted the vital points. If he was not careful, he could be killed by the three-headed golden wolf on the spot. Now, the three-headed golden wolf was coming for him again. Good timing. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated his three devouring martial souls, and Lin Feng used the spatial magnetic field. 3 layers of space superposition. The three-headed golden wolf was immediately trapped in the spatial magnetic field. However, the three-headed golden wolf was really powerful. Even though it was trapped in the spatial magnetic field, it was still able to move. However, the three-headed golden wolf's speed was still limited, and it wasn't as fast as before. This gave Lin Feng enough time to react. Lin Feng's palm intertwined with the power of lightning. Lin Feng condensed 2 more balls of lightning and shot them at the three-headed golden wolf. This time, the three-headed golden wolf was trapped in the spatial magnetic field, and it was unable to dodge. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive explosions rang out. The 2 balls of lightning instantly exploded. Half of the three-headed golden wolf's body was about to explode. With this attack, Lin Feng had almost destroyed Duanmu Tianlang's martial soul. Die! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He wanted to kill the three-headed golden wolf with a punch. However, the heavily injured three-headed golden wolf didn't continue fighting with Lin Feng. Instead, it quickly retreated and escaped. Duanmu Tianlang didn't expect that even his martial soul would be injured by Lin Feng. His expression became extremely gloomy. Duanmu Tianlang shouted coldly, "Man, soul fusion, Su." The three-headed golden wolf turned into a golden light and drilled into Duanmu Tianlang's body. Kakacha. Duanmu Tianlang's body suddenly underwent a drastic change. His body began to expand and golden hair began to grow. This is... Lin Feng was dumbstruck as he looked at this scene. Looking at the golden hair that constantly drilled out of Duanmu Tianlang's body and his growing body, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a word. Beast transformation. Among the cultivators who possessed the beast martial soul, there was a very small number of people who could borrow the power of the beast martial soul to transform into a beast. This was the fusion of the martial soul and the bloodline. After completing this transformation, one would be able to transform into a beast. Once the beast transformation was completed, one's strength would increase greatly. Roar! A deep roar was heard. Duanmu Tianlang had turned into a werewolf covered in golden hair. His body was like a wolf but also like a human. His limbs were very long and he had extremely sharp claws. His head had become very long, very similar to a wolf's. Duanmu Tianlang had really completed his beast transformation. Duanmu Tianlang sneered, "Brat. Although I haven't reached the peak of the three-headed beast transformation, even if it's just a one-headed beast transformation, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." After the beast transformation, Duanmu Tianlang let out a deep roar. Duanmu Tianlang stretched out his claws and directly grabbed a 3,000-meter tall mountain. With a loud roar, he pulled up the 3,000-meter tall mountain and ruthlessly threw it at Lin Feng. Chapter 298. A loud rumbling sound came out, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. If this attack landed on his body, who knows what kind of terrifying damage it would cause. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly dodged, turning into a blur as he tried to dodge this attack. However, Duanmu Sky Wolf's powerful attack swept over. Lin Feng was still hit by this attack. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming into a rock wall. He felt his blood and qi churn, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Duanmu Sky Wolf's attack was too powerful. Even if his body was as tough as copper skin and iron bones, Duanmu Sky Wolf's attack felt like all the bones in his body were about to be shattered. Duanmu Sky Wolf grabbed the 3,000-meter-tall mountain and smashed it over again. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left, and Duanmu Sky Wolf's attack smashed into the mountain behind Lin Feng. The two mountains collided and broke into two halves. Lin Feng was hit by the shattered rocks and was sent flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. If his body wasn't strong enough, Lin Feng's body would have been pierced through by the shattered rocks. Whoosh! A golden light flashed over. It was Duanmu Sky Wolf after beast transformation. Fast. It was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even see the pale green eyes of Duanmu Sky Wolf after beast transformation. They were like the eyes of a wolf, flickering with a sinister light that could make one's soul shiver. Not good. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He quickly retreated, but Duanmu Sky Wolf's speed was too fast. His sharp claws ruthlessly pierced towards Lin Feng. Pu. Duanmu Sky Wolf's sharp claws pierced through Lin Feng's right chest. Blood dripped from Duanmu Sky Wolf's claws. Duanmu Sky Wolf's other claw grabbed Lin Feng's neck. His ferocious wolf head looked at Lin Feng and said eerily, "Kid, I've already told you that you will die today." Duanmu Tianlang seemed to be saying that Lin Feng would definitely die today. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duanmu Tianlang suddenly let out a miserable shriek. "Ah!" He screamed in pain and slapped his head with his right claw. Duanmu Tianlang felt as though his head was about to split open. Bang! Lin Feng made his move. Using the Sky Tyrant lightning art, he condensed a ball of lightning and ruthlessly bombarded Duanmu Tianlang's chest. Just as Duanmu Sirius was getting carried away, Lin Feng directly used the Soul Sword to attack Duanmu Sirius's soul origin. Caught off guard, Duanmu Tianlang's soul origin was slashed in half by Lin Feng's soul sword. Although Duanmu Tianlang's soul did not disperse, he was severely injured. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to attack Duanmu Tianlang. The ball of lightning exploded and Duanmu Tianlang's chest was blasted open. Even his bones were exposed. He was severely injured. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. However, Duanmu Tianlang did not seem to feel the pain. He continued to hold his head and let out a miserable shriek. Under normal circumstances, when the soul origin was injured, the pain was incomparable to physical injuries. Duanmu Tianlang had lost his ability to fight. Lin Feng rushed toward Duanmu Tianlang to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. At this moment, a low growl was heard. Duanmu Tianlang's Sky Wolf mount pounced toward Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lin Feng. "Bastard, you're courting death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated his devouring martial soul and condensed a spatial magnetic field to imprison the giant wolf. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the giant wolf's forelimbs with both hands. With a loud roar, Lin Feng tore the giant wolf's body into two halves. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng threw the giant wolf's body aside and punched Duanmu Tianlang's chest hard. Crack! Duanmu Tianlang's chest was completely caved in by Lin Feng's punch. His heart exploded. Duanmu Tianlang twitched a few times and his eyes widened in anger. Then, he lost all signs of life. Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. He was panting violently. The tearing pain in his right chest made Lin Feng frown. If Duanmu Tianlang's attack was a little more accurate, it would have pierced through his lung. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Fortunately, he was relatively lucky. Lin Feng took out a healing elixir and consumed it. His pale face recovered a little color. The battle with Duanmu Tianlang was extremely dangerous, but fortunately, he survived in the end. Lin Feng laid on the ground and panted violently. He was slowly recovering his body. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the sound of clapping suddenly resounded from the forest. An old man wearing a dark green robe walked out. That old man was skinny and his eyes flickered with a pale green light like a ghost fire. His body emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Devil Dao expert. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Wonderful, truly wonderful. He's only 17 or 18 years old, yet he managed to kill so many strong cultivators on his own. He even managed to kill an extremely strong cultivator who could transform into a beast. Even I was astonished, said the old man in the green robe as if he was praising Lin Feng, but his voice sounded like the cry of an owl. It was hoarse and sharp. When Lin Feng heard it, he had the feeling that his hair was standing on end. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and said, "It's all a fluke. I'm really sorry to have insulted Senior's eyes. I don't dare to disturb Senior. Junior will take his leave." The old man in green clothes gave Lin Feng an indescribable feeling. It was the same feeling Lin Feng had when he was facing Ouyang Zhentian. Ouyang Zhentian was a yin-yang cultivator. At that level, he could fly, dive into the sea, and turn stone into gold. There was nothing he couldn't do. This green-robed elder in front of him was probably such an existence. I forgot to tell you. I have a nominal disciple. Although he can't be considered an official disciple, he has been cultivating with me for 3 years, the green-robed elder suddenly said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "May I know the name of Senior's disciple?" The green-robed elder said sinisterly, "Bai Shentian." When Lin Feng heard the ancestor of the green clothes, he pulled a long face. Without thinking, he unfolded his golden wings and turned into a golden bolt of lightning, fleeing into the distance. Bai Shentian had been killed by him, and this yin-yang realm expert was actually Bai Xuantian's master. Lin Feng naturally didn't dare to stay. Ji. Seeing Lin Feng flee, the green-robed elder laughed sinisterly. He pointed at the air and coldly said, "Imprison." In an instant, Lin Feng discovered that his body seemed to be bound by something. He couldn't fly anymore, and his golden wings automatically dissipated. He fell from the sky and landed heavily in the forest. Chapter 299. I'm done for. Lin Feng's face turned pale. He tried to break free, but he realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. It was as if an invisible force was restricting him. Is this the strength of a yin-yang realm expert? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The green-robed old man's methods were too strange. Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. This person was Bai Xuantian's master. If Lin Feng fell into this person's hands, he would most likely die. Russell, the green-robed old man walked over and looked coldly at Lin Feng. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. No wonder Bai Shentian died at your hands. I want to know how you found out about my whereabouts. Lin Feng said gloomily. Li Mo Sen told me. The green-robed old man said gloomily. Li Mo Sen, the great elder of the Law Enforcement Hall? Lin Feng said in surprise. What? Don't you think it's unbelievable? Li Mo Sen was a spy planted by a demonic force in Zhenwu country. He hid himself very well, so no one knew about him. The green-robed old man pursed his lips. He seemed to think that Lin Feng would definitely die today, so he didn't hide anything. It seems that the Orc Empire's attack on Zhenwu country was also caused by you demonic people. Lin Feng said angrily. The green-robed old man sneered. The demonic force is omnipresent. It's so strong that you can't even imagine it. The East Province and Godly Prefecture will belong to the demonic force sooner or later. Since I'm in your hands, I'll accept my fate. Now, do it. Lin Feng said coldly. He. The green-robed old man laughed sinisterly and said, Wouldn't it be a pity to kill you? I still need your body to do something very important for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-robed old man grabbed Lin Feng and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Pop! The green-robed elder brought Lin Feng into the depths of a volcano. The magma here was boiling and the temperature was scorching hot. Why did you bring me here? Lin Feng looked at the green-robed elder with a gloomy expression. You'll find out soon enough. The green-robed old man sneered. Both of his hands formed a series of seals and sent one seal after another into the boiling magma. A loud bang was heard. Immediately afterward, a 10-meter-tall and 5-meter-wide pitch-black cauldron rushed out of the magma and floated above the magma world. On the huge cauldron, there were drawings of devils, evil spirits, ferocious beasts, and other terrifying existences, emitting an eerie and terrifying aura. Large amounts of demonic chi poured out of the demonic tripod. Shriek. At the same time, ear-piercing screams kept coming out of the demonic tripod. The sound was too terrifying. It was like thousands of ghosts were shrieking. Lin Feng's face paled slightly as he asked, "What is this?" The green-robed elder cackled. "I'm borrowing the earth fire here. Refine a powerful demonic weapon." A demonic weapon? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. According to legends, demonic weapons refined by demonic cultivators were even more powerful than weapons refined by righteous cultivators. Many demonic weapons had extremely strange abilities. However, refining a demonic weapon was very complicated and difficult. Because demonic weapons went against the laws of nature, it was easy to suffer a backlash when refining a demonic weapon. The more powerful a demonic weapon was, the easier it was to suffer a backlash. That's right, I'm currently refining the soul-devouring banner. In order to refine the soul-devouring banner, I've spent a lot of effort in the past 800 years. I've been searching for young cultivators with powerful bloodlines but no background. I've slowly raised them, and when the time comes, I'll use them as blood sacrifices for the soul-devouring banner, the green-robed elder said eerily. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he said, "It seems that Bai Shentian was raised by you as a blood sacrifice for the soul-devouring banner. He's not your disciple." Ji. The green-robed elder laughed evilly. A nominal disciple is still a disciple. If a master needs a disciple's help, it's normal for the disciple to help. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What kind of logic was this green-robed elder talking about? You want someone's life to be used as a blood sacrifice for your demonic weapon? How is that helping? The green-robed elder continued, I've already gathered 9,909 souls. Bai Shentian was originally the last one. He was about to reach the standard for the blood sacrifice, but he died at your hands. However, it doesn't matter. I can see that your bloodline is more than 100 times stronger than Bai Shentian's. Using you as a blood sacrifice is the best choice. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-robed elder grabbed Lin Feng and flew towards the demonic cauldron in the magma world. Open. The green-robed elder suddenly slapped the cauldron and the lid opened. Endless demonic chi poured out of it and a sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out. It sounded like 10,000 ghosts were howling. Endless ghostly chi filled the air. 10,000 ghosts wanted to rush out of the demonic cauldron. Old turtle, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, Lin Feng cursed. You won't even have the chance to become a ghost in my hand. The green-robed elder sneered and threw Lin Feng into the demonic cauldron. Boom. In the next moment, the cauldron lid was closed. Lin Feng's vision turned dark. The surroundings were extremely gloomy and he felt as if he had fallen into an endless purgatory. Earth core fire, come out. The green-robed elder shouted and formed a seal with both hands. A ball of flame rushed out from the depths of the churning magma world and enveloped the demonic cauldron, burning fiercely. Refining. He also needed some powerful flames. Some refiners would take the risk to refine a type of flame like alchemists, but most refiners wouldn't refine the flame themselves. This was because refiners were different from alchemists. Alchemists had to have flames, otherwise they wouldn't be able to become alchemists. On the other hand, refiners could borrow flames from the outside world. All kinds of flames could be borrowed, such as the earth core fire in the depths of the magma world. Inside the demonic cauldron, Lin Feng felt the temperature begin to rise. He was getting hotter and felt as if his body was about to melt. Damn, this grandson wants to refine me. Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy as he punched towards the demonic cauldron. Bang! However, the The spiritual inscriptions on the demonic cauldron sent Lin Feng flying. The demonic cauldron was too sturdy and couldn't be broken at all. The temperature inside the demonic cauldron rose rapidly. Lin Feng was already sweating profusely. If this continued, he would definitely be burned to ashes. The demonic cauldron turned fiery red and the temperature was shockingly high. Lin Feng could finally see what was inside the demonic cauldron. A pitch-black demonic banner floated above the demonic cauldron. It was surrounded by demonic chi and emitted a terrifying aura. This must be the soul-devouring banner that the green-robed elder had mentioned. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the soul-devouring banner. Then, a dense group of evil spirits rushed out of the soul-devouring banner. They were extremely ferocious and all pounced towards Lin Feng. "I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood." The dense group of evil spirits drowned Lin Feng. Hearing the howls of the evil spirits from the demonic cauldron, the green-robed elder laughed eerily. "Eat, eat. Eat his flesh bit by bit and drink his blood slowly. Under such inhumane torture, he will develop endless resentment. This resentment will merge with his primordial spirit. When he dies, his primordial spirit won't disappear. Instead, it will become an evil spirit like you." Thinking that the soul-devouring banner was about to be completed, the green-robed elder trembled with excitement. Chapter 300. Inside the demonic cauldron, 10,000 ghosts were rushing towards him. The eerie chi made Lin Feng feel cold all over. Am I really going to be devoured by these ghosts? Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy. He naturally didn't want to die like this. Right. Heavenly fire. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He thought of the heavenly fire he had refined. Heavenly fire. It was the most young fire in the world. It was the most powerful fire in all the world. It could restrain all evil ghosts. How could mere ghosts compare to it? "Heavenly fire, come out," shouted Lin Feng in a low voice. He immediately took out the purple earth core fire. The purple earth core fire immediately enveloped Lin Feng. When the ghosts tried to bite Lin Feng, they touched the heavenly fire. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The ghosts' bodies immediately started burning. Screech! Many evil spirits let out shrill screams. Not long after, these evil spirits burned by the heavenly fire were burned into nothingness. Ha ha! The green-robed old man heard the screams of the ghosts from the demonic cauldron and laughed excitedly. Shouted the green-robed old man. "What a powerful little brat. He seems to have injured those evil spirits, but it doesn't matter. Those evil spirits are formed from endless resentment. The more you injure them, the greater their resentment will be. Once the soul-devouring banner is refined, it'll be even more powerful." Inside the demonic cauldron, countless ghosts were frantically trying to avoid Lin Feng. They still had consciousness. When they saw how terrifying Lin Feng's flames were, they didn't dare attack Lin Feng. They were all afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape. Heavenly fire is really powerful. These ghosts are formed from endless resentment. They're very strong and almost indestructible. But when my heavenly fire touches them, they immediately turn to ashes. Lin Feng was excited. After he wrapped his body with the heavenly fire, Lin Feng realized that the temperature inside the demonic cauldron couldn't hurt him anymore. The demonic cauldron's temperature was caused by the earth core fire. The earth core fire was one of the three fires: sky, earth, and demon. The earth core fire was nothing in front of the heavenly fire. With the heavenly fire protecting Lin Feng's body, he naturally wouldn't be affected by the demonic cauldron's temperature. That old devil must think that I'm being devoured by the ghosts. No, I have to scream and deceive him. Lin Feng was lost in thought. Ouch! It hurts. My finger. Don't bite my finger off. Old devil, I curse you to die a horrible death. When the old man heard Lin Feng's horrible shrieks and curses, he didn't get angry. On the contrary, he was even more excited. You. While pretending to scream, Lin Feng looked at the ghosts in the demonic cauldron. The old devil spent a lot of effort to raise these evil spirits. Each of them is a primordial spirit. If I devour these evil spirits, how strong will my soul become, thought Lin Feng. Thinking about that, Lin Feng looked excited. Boom! He immediately released his devouring spirit and started devouring the ghosts. Dozens of ghosts were surrounded by Lin Feng's devouring spirit. Lin Feng's devouring spirit was going to refine them. Screech! The wraiths let out shrill and terrified cries as they struggled violently, but they couldn't break free from the devouring spirit. You're hurting each other. That's great. The more you hurt each other, the more resentful the ghosts will be. Then, the demonic cauldron will be even more powerful. The demonic cauldron's devouring spirit was getting more and more excited. Boom! Dozens of ghosts exploded and turned into pure soul power, which was devoured by Lin Feng. After absorbing the pure soul strength of the evil spirits, Lin Feng realized that his own soul strength had started to increase. Now, Lin Feng's soul power had reached the level of a yin-yang realm cultivator. Lin Feng estimated that it was about the same level as a yin-yang realm cultivator's soul power. Yin-yang realm's 10th level. Every level of heaven, every level of soul power was different. As his cultivation increased, his soul power would naturally become stronger. After devouring dozens of ghosts, Lin Feng felt that his soul power was slowly increasing. Ha ha ha, this feels so good. Lin Feng laughed. He had only devoured dozens of ghosts, but his soul power had increased. There were more than 9,000 ghosts in the demonic cauldron. If he devoured all of them, how strong would his soul power be? Thinking of this, Lin Feng became excited. Hearing Lin Feng's laughter, the demonic cauldron's devouring spirit laughed as well. That's great. This kid is going crazy from being tortured by the ghosts. Continue torturing him and biting him until he goes completely crazy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was devouring the ghosts in the demonic cauldron. Countless ghosts tried to hide, but the demonic cauldron's space was limited. They couldn't escape at all. Lin Feng's soul power increased rapidly. He went from the first level of the yin-yang realm to the second level of the yin-yang realm, and then to the third level of the yin-yang realm. The ghosts rushed towards the demonic cauldron, trying to hide in the demonic cauldron and escape this disaster. Refine. Lin Feng used his devouring martial spirit to envelop the demonic cauldron. It was useless for the ghosts to hide in the demonic cauldron. They couldn't escape at all. Under the devouring martial spirit's devouring, the ghosts were all refined. Spare us. Some of the stronger ghosts had complete spiritual senses and begged Lin Feng for mercy. If I let you ghosts out, won't you bring disaster to the world? How can I spare you? Lin Feng sneered and slapped the ghosts. The ghosts exploded and were all devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul power increased again. In the end, all the ghosts were devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul power went from the first level of the yin-yang realm to the fifth level of the yin-yang realm. Waves of powerful soul power emanated from the demonic cauldron. Haha, is it going to succeed? There's no sound. Such powerful soul power. The demonic cauldron is finally going to be completed. 800 years. I used 800 years to refine 10,000 ghosts. Finally, the demonic cauldron is going to be completed. The green-robed elder slapped the demonic cauldron, and the cauldron lid shot into the sky. Demonic cauldron, come out. The demonic cauldron's lid looked inside. Swoosh. A figure flew out as fast as lightning. Sword of Souls. A deep voice resounded in the cave. Ah! The demonic cauldron screamed in agony as his body flew out. Chapter 301. Lin Feng's soul power had reached the yin-yang realm fifth firmament. This was an extremely terrifying soul power. Lin Feng had also cultivated the soul sword, a secret soul technique. With his soul power at the yin-yang realm fifth firmament, he could definitely injure the green-robed elder if he used the secret soul technique. Just as expected, the green-robed elder didn't expect Lin Feng to still be alive. He thought that Lin Feng had been devoured by the 10,000 ghosts and only evil ghosts were left. Then, the 10,000 ghosts would gather and the soul-devouring Ganfalan would be refined successfully. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be fine? Moreover, he had devoured the 10,000 ghosts and his soul power had greatly increased. Moreover, he had ambushed the green-robed elder when he opened the demonic cauldron and severely injured him. Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng roared. He gathered the power of lightning and attacked the green-robed elder. At this moment, the green-robed elder's soul was severely injured. This was the best time to kill him. If he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to kill him again. Dense amounts of lightning gathered. The ball of lightning condensed in Lin Feng's hand. It contained destructive power. Lin Feng held the ball of lightning in his hand and immediately threw it towards the old man. Bang! This attack landed heavily on the green-robed elder. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that when his attack landed, the green-robed elder's body emitted a terrifying power. That strength surrounded the old man's body, and in a flash, Lin Feng's attack was dispersed by the mysterious strength released by the old man's body. As for Lin Feng, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body flew back and slammed into the stone wall. A large portion of the stone wall collapsed. Soul Secret Technique. You actually used a soul secret technique to injure my soul origin. Where's my soul devouring Gonfalan? Where's my soul devouring Gonfalan? The green-robed old man felt a little better at this moment. He roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Feng. The green-robed old man raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. That terrifying strength made Lin Feng feel like he was suffocating. Although the green-robed elder's soul had been severely injured and his strength had decreased sharply, a yin-yang cultivator was still a yin-yang cultivator. Existences at this level possessed unfathomable power. An existence at this level was so powerful that it was hard to believe. Sword of the Soul. When the green-robed old man attacked, Lin Feng once again used the soul sword to attack the green-robed old man's soul a second time. But this time, Lin Feng failed. The green-robed old man's body was covered with a strange power that blocked Lin Feng's attack. That power was the one that had sent Lin Feng flying. Its magical power. Lin Feng instantly thought of a certain terrifying ability of yin-yang realm experts. When one cultivated to the yin-yang realm, their true qi would transform into magical power. Cultivators below the yin-yang realm couldn't fly by relying on their own strength. But if they had magical power, it was said that they could soar into the heavens and descend into the netherworld. There was nothing they couldn't do. Magical power. It allowed yin-yang realm cultivators to obtain many inconceivable abilities. This was the reason why yin-yang realm cultivators were so powerful. It was because they had magical power. With magical power, Fan Dao broke away from being a martial artist. He began to pursue immortality. A martial king expert only had a lifespan of 200 years, but a yin-yang realm cultivator with magical power would have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. As their cultivation increased, their lifespan would also increase. Some old monsters could even live for 10,000 years. What covered the green-robed old man was powerful magical power. Therefore, Lin Feng's attack couldn't injure the green-robed old man at all. An existence at this level was too terrifying. The reason why Lin Feng was able to injure the black-robed old man with his first attack was because the black-robed old man was caught off guard. Just as the black-robed old man's attack was about to kill Lin Feng, a green light flew out of Lin Feng's dantian. Bronze. It was the mysterious bronze. Lin Feng took out this powerful treasure. The green-robed old man was only 3 or 4 meters away from Lin Feng. At this distance, it was very difficult for him to dodge. What is that? The green-robed old man sneered. He didn't think much of the bronze fragment. He raised his right hand and sent a palm strike at the bronze fragment. But the bronze fragment was too powerful. With a pucci, it pierced through the green-robed old man's palm and then through his chest. The green-robed old man was sent flying. A bloody hole had appeared in his chest, and blood was gushing out. Good chance. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and soared into the sky, attacking the green-robed old man. But he felt his body go weak. With his current strength, activating the bronze fragment had consumed almost all of the energy in his body. Although the bronze fragment was powerful, it consumed too much energy. But Lin Feng knew that he had to hold on. The bronze fragment flew into Lin Feng's dantian and hid. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. He held it in his hand and spread his golden wings. He quickly charged at the black-robed old man and slashed at him. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." The black-robed old man roared furiously. He was a yin-yang realm cultivator, but he had been seriously injured by a general realm ant. The black-robed old man was about to go crazy from anger. He roared and raised his left hand to slap Lin Feng. His palm was surrounded by powerful magic power. A yin-yang realm cultivator's magic power was very terrifying. Ordinary magic treasures couldn't break through it, but Lin Feng's black dragon sword was too powerful. It was a treasured sword in the Divine Sword Manual, so it was naturally tyrannical. When the sword slashed down, Lin Feng cut off the green-robed old man's arm. "Ah, my arm!" The green-robed old man let out an incomparably mournful scream. He swept his right hand through the air, and powerful magic power surged out. The green-robed old man's magic power ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying, and his body crashed into the cave. He flew dozens of meters away. A yin-yang realm cultivator's attack could even kill a martial king, let alone a general realm cultivator. But Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. Although he had suffered a heavy blow, his life wasn't in danger. He quickly got up, used his golden wings, and soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. "Ah, little bastard, where are you going?" The green-robed old man roared furiously. He wanted to get up and chase after Lin Feng, but he tore open his wound. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 302. In a secluded cave, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. He had never thought that he would be able to escape from the green-robed elder and even severely injure the old devil. It was truly unbelievable. If it weren't for the fact that he had several treasures that caught the green-robed elder off guard and that the green-robed elder didn't think much of him, he would have been careless and almost killed. Lin Feng felt very tired. Soon, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed. It was getting dark outside and Lin Feng finally woke up. His face was still pale. The black-robed elder's attack had landed on Lin Feng's body, almost causing his internal organs to shift. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, the black-robed elder's attack would have taken his life. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and circulated the primordial dragonesque elephant art to heal his injuries. Waves of primordial dragonesque elephant's power flowed through his limbs and bones. Lin Feng felt his injured body recovering bit by bit. 6 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His injuries had finally healed. At this moment, the sky outside was already bright. Lin Feng rushed out of the cave and continued to search for the whereabouts of the bluestone martial talisman in the Fire Dragon Ridge. That afternoon, more than 10 cultivators rushed over from afar. These cultivators were all pale, their clothes were tattered, and they were in a sorry state. When a cultivator saw Lin Feng walking towards the depths of the forest, he reminded him, "Little brother, don't go in. There's a demon inside." "Demon?" Lin Feng was shocked. The cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "It's a little demon that deserves to be stabbed 1,000 times. Let's go quickly. If that little demon appears, who knows what terrifying things will happen?" The cultivator's companion reminded him. The cultivators quickly left. "Little demon? What's that?" Lin Feng muttered. He changed direction and continued walking deeper into the forest. The next day, when Lin Feng was passing through a forest, he saw more than 10 cultivators being stopped. She was a charming girl with a graceful figure. She wore a long dress that perfectly displayed her figure. However, her face was covered with a veil. Her watery eyes sparkled from time to time. Clearly, this girl was not as innocent as she appeared to be. "I opened this road, and I planted these trees. If you want to pass, you have to pay the toll." The young girl snorted. "Haha, where did this little girl come from? How dare you block our path? Nice figure. Brothers, why don't we have some fun? Since he delivered himself to my doorstep, let's just enjoy it." The group of people looked at the young girl and laughed lewdly. Clearly, in this vast ancient forest, the evil thoughts in many people's hearts were infinitely magnified. Because in this place, even if they did something outrageous, they could still hide it. Now, facing a young girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, the evil thoughts in these people's hearts were stimulated. The young girl snorted arrogantly and said, Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite. Blackie, come out. As soon as the young girl finished speaking, rumbling sounds could be heard. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Following that, from the depths of the valley not far away, a huge creature rushed out. It was a pitch-black giant dog that was 1,000 meters tall. Most importantly, this giant dog had 3 ferocious heads. Moreover, this giant dog emitted a sinister and terrifying aura, as if it was the aura of hell. 3-headed hellhound. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The classic of mountains and seas had an introduction to the hellhound. Rumor had it that this was the guardian beast of the netherworld. The hellhound's bloodline was not comparable to a Chilean's, a true dragon, a phoenix. Such a divine beast's bloodline was weak. However, the hellhound had always been a legendary existence and had never appeared in the world. Why would there be a hellhound here? Lin Feng sensed the aura of the hellhound and soon found something wrong. The hellhound's aura was not particularly strong. Lin Feng estimated that its strength should be at the martial king realm. Rumor had it that the hellhound was comparable to a top divine beast. It definitely did not have such strength. Could it be that it only had the bloodline of the hellhound? Or could it be that this hellhound was still in its infancy? Although the hellhound's body was large enough, Lin Feng had heard from the Fire Chilean that some powerful beasts knew how to transform into a huge monster to intimidate others. 3-headed hellhound. Run. The dozen or so cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran. Blackie, beat them up. The young girl snorted. Roar. The hellhound let out a low roar, waved its huge claws, and slapped at the dozen or so cultivators. Bang, 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 a series of violent collisions were heard. Wretched cries rang out as one cultivator after another was sent flying by the hellhound's attacks. Wah! Many people vomited blood and fell to the ground, screaming. How dare you speak rudely to this great aunt? You all deserve to die. The young girl snorted. Spare us. Great aunt, please spare us. We have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please let us go. The group of cultivators knelt on the ground and kowtowed in apology. Among them, there was even a martial king realm cultivator who was scared half to death by the hellhound. He kowtowed even more fiercely than the martial general realm cultivators because he was the one who had said that he wanted to be happy. Now, he was afraid that the hellhound would slap him to death. A bunch of trash. We haven't even fought yet and you're already so scared. The young girl snorted, then said, Hurry up and hand over your treasures and scram. The dozen or so people hurriedly took off their storage rings and handed them to the young girl. Although their hearts ached, it was better than losing their lives, right? The dozen or so people rolled and crawled away from this place. Hee, I've made a fortune again. Blackie, here's your reward. The young girl took out a piece of meat surrounded by a golden light and threw it to the hellhound. Roar. The golden light emitted a dragon's roar, and a golden figure could be vaguely seen. A golden flood dragon. Good heavens, this is flood dragon meat. The weakest flood dragon is said to be a martial king. A palm-sized piece of flood dragon meat is said to cost more than 1 billion gold coins. Such a large piece of flood dragon meat would probably cost billions of gold coins. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. The golden flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the hellhound. The hellhound roared, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the flood dragon meat. Chapter 303. This girl must be the little demon that the cultivators I met before were talking about. Lin Feng was speechless. How could such a delicate and lovely girl commit such a thing as robbery in the Fire Dragon Ridge? However, as long as they didn't provoke a yin-yang realm expert, no one could do anything to them. After eating the flood dragon meat, the Cerberus seemed very satisfied. Let's go somewhere else. The girl snapped her fingers. The Cerberus quickly shrank until it was 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. The girl rode on the Cerberus, and the Cerberus quickly rushed into the distance. This Cerberus really knows how to transform. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The ability displayed by the Cerberus was truly shocking and shocking. Lin Feng felt that the Cerberus might really be in its infancy, which was why its strength hadn't increased. It was a pity that the fire Cheline wasn't by his side. If it was, it would be able to see through the Cerberus. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to rush into the forest. In the next few days, Lin Feng walked through more than half of the Fire Dragon Ridge, but he didn't find the second bluestone talisman. This made Lin Feng a little discouraged. However, there was still a large area of forest that he hadn't searched. When the time came, he would take a look and see if he could find anything. One afternoon, Lin Feng went to a small stream to get some water to drink. Beside the stream, there was a beautiful girl with an exquisite figure resting here. There was also a palm-sized Cerberus by her side. After seeing Lin Feng, the girl revealed a devilish smile and said, "Boy, it's a robbery. Hand over the storage ring on your hand." As the girl spoke, she looked at the storage ring on Lin Feng's hand, and her eyes shone brightly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Surprisingly, it was that young woman. He had seen her rob a dozen cultivators before. She also had a three-headed hellhound. The hellhound had shrunk back to its original size, but it still looked ferocious and terrifying. "Did you rob the wrong person? Think as far as you can. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you have a taste of my dragon claws." Lin Feng reached out and grabbed at the air. His eyes were fixed on the bulge in front of the girl's chest. This young girl didn't seem to be very old, but her pair of protruding breasts were quite impressive. "What a type of beauty. Bastard, where are you looking? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" The young girl used her hands to protect her chest. She naturally knew how alluring her pair of huge peaks were. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed and said, "If you know you're scared, then hurry up and leave. This is the wilderness, who knows what I might do to you." "Big Black, beat him up," the young girl shouted angrily. Roar. The miniature Cerberus at the girl's feet let out a low growl. Then, the Cerberus body began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 meters tall. It glared at Lin Feng fiercely, its three heads swaying fiercely. The young girl looked at Lin Feng proudly and said, "Do you see Big Black? One claw is enough to smash you into pieces. Hurry up and chop off your own claws so that I can vent my anger. Otherwise, I'll let Big Black smash you into meat paste." Whoosh! Lin Feng moved. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters and rushed toward the young girl. "Ah, what speed! Big Black, beat him up," the young girl exclaimed. The Cerberus roar shook the sky. It waved its huge claws and slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged Big Black's claw and rushed toward the young girl. At that moment, the jade bracelet in the young girl's hand suddenly emitted a shocking fluctuation. It was obviously a treasure. The young girl quickly rose into the air and floated in midair. "Mph, let's see if you can still touch me," the young girl shouted proudly. Lin Feng missed. The hellhound raised its claws and attacked Lin Feng again. The Cerberus attack was very powerful. Lin Feng didn't want to meet it head-on. He quickly retreated, dodging the Cerberus attack. Bang! The Cerberus claw destroyed a large part of the forest. Lin Feng flew a few hundred meters away and stood on top of a low mountain. The young girl snorted. "I didn't expect you to be so capable. However, you're unlucky to have met me today. When the Cerberus catches you, I'll teach you a lesson." The young girl put her hands on her waist and said coldly, "It just so happens that I need a maid to warm my bed. I like girls like you the most. You're young, but you're well developed. Your body is soft. When the time comes, I'll definitely enjoy myself to the fullest," Lin Feng said. The young girl gnashed her teeth in anger. "Bastard, you pervert. I'll castrate you and send you to the palace to be a eunuch." "Hee." The young girl suddenly laughed and clapped her hands. "I'm such a genius. Big Black, hurry up and catch this pervert. I'm going to castrate him." Lin Feng's face darkened. This young girl was quite fierce. Roar! The Cerberus let out a low roar and leaped toward Lin Feng. Its huge claws swiped at Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng stomped his right foot on the ground, and his body shot several hundred meters away. The young girl was shocked because Lin Feng was too fast. The three-headed hellhound missed its target once again, and it immediately roared in anger. After several attacks, It was unable to touch Lin Feng. The Cerberus was furious, and its 3 ferocious heads shook. Waves of terrifying fluctuations were emitted from the Cerberus body. Suddenly, the Cerberus opened its bloody mouth. A ball of flame condensed in each of the Cerberus' 3 heads. Hell Demon Flame. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the number 1 demon flame. Billions of demon flames. The Cerberus demon flame was the number 1 demon flame. It was on par with the fire Chileen, Phoenix, and other divine beasts' demon flames. As for the 3 balls of flame that were condensed from the Hellhound's bloody mouth, they were condensed from hellfire. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 balls of flame all flew toward Lin Feng, who was still in the air. The young girl laughed. Let's see how you dodge Big Black's innate divine ability. The 3 balls of hell bestial fire were about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Right at this moment, a pair of golden energy wings appeared on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng summoned his golden wings. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky like a bolt of golden lightning. The 3 balls of flame that the Cerberus condensed from hell demon flames collided in the air and exploded. A large area of the forest was instantly destroyed. Chapter 304. You know how to fly. Seeing that Lin Feng knew how to fly, the girl's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Swoosh. Lin Feng rushed towards the girl, saying, "Today, I'm going to destroy you. I'm afraid you don't have that ability." The girl snorted coldly. Following that, a golden treasure flew out with a flash of light. It was a pair of golden scissors, and it emitted shocking energy waves. When I catch you, I'll use my dragon scissors to chop you into pieces. The girl's lips curled into a devilish smile, and her large eyes looked at Lin Feng's lower body. Lin Feng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The dragon scissors were an amazing treasure, and it was a peak-level spirit treasure. Such a treasure could not be bought with money. One could only barter for it. One had to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy a treasure like the dragon scissors. Now, the treasure streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. With the black dragon sword in hand, he slashed at the girl's scissors. Clang. With a resounding clash, the scissors were sent flying by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. The girl said angrily, "What kind of broken sword is that? How could it send my dragon scissors flying?" "Of course it's a peerless treasure sword," Lin Feng said proudly. The black dragon sword could not kill people from a distance like other treasures. However, the materials used to forge it were too precious. The black dragon sword was indestructible. Powerful treasures, right? If my black dragon sword slashes it a few times, it will still be destroyed. This was the terrifying aspect of the black dragon sword. After Lin Feng's attack sent the scissors flying, the scissors lost a lot of their spirituality. The girl gnashed her teeth in anger and shouted, "You bastard!" Lin Feng was speechless. "You used the dragon scissors to attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. I'll castrate you, you bastard!" The girl shouted angrily. Groan. Then, a dragon's roar was heard. The flood dragon scissors' golden light soared into the sky. Within the golden light, a flood dragon with bared fangs and brandished claws condensed. The flood dragon charged straight at Lin Feng. The flood dragon scissors was a pinnacle spirit artifact, so it naturally had its own artifact spirit. Now that the artifact spirit had awakened, its power had increased greatly. "You're still far from it." Lin Feng coldly snorted. He wasn't afraid of a magic treasure of this level. He quickly rushed over and slashed out with his sword. Within the black dragon sword, an endless amount of black gas was emitted. Within the black gas, a black dragon was formed. The black dragon roared, causing the flood dragon to tremble in fear. The flood dragon was actually not a true dragon. The flood dragon looked like a dragon. To be more precise, it should be called a flood dragon. A demonic snake that had cultivated its Tao would become more and more powerful with the passage of time. Thus, there was the story of a 1,000-year dragon and a 10,000-year dragon. The flood dragon was a grade lower than the dragon, so its strength was naturally much weaker. Therefore, when the flood dragon scissors artifact spirit saw the black dragon sword's artifact spirit, it was scared to such an extent. Lin Feng viciously slashed down with his sword. The flood dragon scissors were sent flying dozens of meters away. Whoosh! Then, the golden wings flapped. Lin Feng turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed towards the girl. The girl's expression changed. She wanted to run away, but it was already too late. Lin Feng instantly rushed to the girl's side and lightly tapped her body. Immediately, the girl's condensed true qi dissipated. Then, Lin Feng hugged the girl's small waist. At such a close distance, he smelled a tempting virgin fragrance from the girl's body. "Ah, you bastard, let go of me." The girl struggled violently. Roar! The Cerberus let out a low growl and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. It seemed like it wanted to pounce on him, but now that the girl was in Lin Feng's hands, it didn't dare act rashly. "Little girl, you didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you?" Lin Feng looked at the girl in his arms with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "If you don't let go of me, I'll make you regret ever being born," the girl said fiercely. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The one thing I'm least afraid of is threats. Let me see what you look like first." With that, Lin Feng tore off the girl's veil. In an instant, a delicate and beautiful face was revealed. It was a face that was about the size of a palm. Her facial features were exquisite, as if she was a masterpiece created by the heavens. Her large, watery eyes made her look very pitiful. Any man who saw this beautiful face would definitely feel pity for her. However, Lin Feng knew that under such a perfect face was a two-faced person. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Let go of me, you pervert." The girl gnashed her teeth and shouted, "You're in my hands, and you still dare to speak rudely? You're asking for a beating." Lin Feng groaned coldly and jumped down. He sat down on a stone and put the girl on his lap. Her round and supple buttocks were facing him. "What are you trying to do?" The girl looked at Lin Feng in horror. Roar! The Cerberus also roared and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. It looked like it was about to pounce on him. "Hurry up and turn small. Otherwise, I'll first rape and kill your master," Lin Feng said to the Cerberus. The Cerberus was extremely intelligent. When it heard Lin Feng's threat, it didn't want to give up, but in the end, it obediently shrank back to the size of a hand. It became a mini version of the Cerberus. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. It's too scary to look so big." The girl bared her fangs and brandished her claws. "Do you know who I am? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Hurry up and let me go. I know you're my prisoner." Lin Feng snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and slapped the girl's butt. Slap! A loud slap was heard. The girl's butt trembled slightly from Lin Feng's slap. This feeling. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. How could such a private place be touched by a man? The girl blushed and reached out to scratch Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng grabbed her hand with his other hand. "You're still not obedient. Looks like you haven't been beaten enough." Lin Feng snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped her again. Slap! A loud slap was heard again. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This feeling was really good. "Bastard, bastard, I'm going to kill you," the girl screamed. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Feng slapped her 3 times in a row. Woo woo. The girl's eyes suddenly became misty. She cried out in grievance, "You're a bully." Lin Feng said, "You were the one who wanted to deal with me first. Now you're blaming me." "Yes, you're a bully," the girl said with tears in her eyes. In the world, only women and villains were difficult to deal with. Of course, it was impossible to reason with a woman. Looking at the girl's tear-stained face, she looked even more pitiful. Lin Feng was just joking with the girl. He wanted to let her go, but at that moment, a gloomy voice said, "What a perfect match. But today, you're doomed to become a pair of miserable lovebirds." A one-armed demon wearing a green robe appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Feng and the girl. He threw a punch at them. It was the green-robed old man whose arm had been cut off by Lin Feng. The old man had silently snuck over and launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng and the girl. His terrifying attack enveloped the two of them, and they had no time to dodge. "They're dead." Lin Feng and the young woman's faces turned deathly pale. Under the attack of the old man in the green robe, they had the feeling that they were going to die. Chapter 305. A yin-yang realm expert. Even if he had been severely injured not long ago and his strength had dropped sharply, if he wanted to kill someone with a sneak attack, even a yin-yang realm cultivator could die. Not to mention Lin Feng and the girl. The two of them were only martial generals. The difference between them and the green-robed ancestor was too great. After recovering slightly from his injuries, the green-robed ancestor came out to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. After finding him, he had been looking for a rare opportunity. Now, the old devil had found this opportunity. The old devil had a sinister expression. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. When he attacked, he intended to kill Lin Feng and the girl. Danger. The situation was extremely dangerous. Roar. At that moment, a black figure appeared. The Cerberus turned into a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-tall form. This form of the Cerberus was extremely fast. Dogs had an extremely sharp sense of smell. Moreover, the Cerberus was an existence comparable to true dragons, phoenixes, killins, and other divine beasts. Therefore, when the green-robed ancestor appeared, the Cerberus pounced. The Cerberus opened its bloody mouth and bit at the green-robed ancestor. This guy was really loyal to his master. What? It's actually a Cerberus? The old devil was shocked. The Cerberus had turned into a miniature, palm-sized one, so the green-robed ancestor didn't notice it. Now that the Cerberus had grown bigger, he recognized it at a glance. You're courting death. The green-robed ancestor shouted coldly. The palm that was originally aimed at Lin Feng and the girl was aimed at the Cerberus. There was nothing he could do about it. If he insisted on killing Lin Feng and the girl, the Cerberus would definitely pounce over with its speed. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator would be bitten to death by such a ferocious demon beast. A loud bang was heard. The old devil's attack landed fiercely on the Cerberus body. The Cerberus was sent flying. A bloody line was left in the air. The Cerberus slammed into a mountain peak. Unable to withstand such a powerful impact, the mountain collapsed, burying the Cerberus within. Whoosh! Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng quickly flew into the air with the girl to put some distance between them and the old devil. Big Black, don't die. The young girl cried sadly, looking very helpless. This 3-headed hellhound was obviously not just a simple pet of the girl. It could be said that they were family. They were playmates. They were friends. Now that the Cerberus had been struck by a yin-yang realm expert, it was indeed possible for it to be killed in one strike. Roar. At this moment, a weak voice came from the ruins. He's not dead. Big Black is not dead. Hurry up and save him. The girl grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly with both hands. Hold me tight, Lin Feng said in a low voice. The young girl hurriedly nodded and hugged Lin Feng tightly. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and pushed their speed to the limit. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he rushed to the ruins in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept up, and rocks flew into the air. The injured Cerberus appeared in his line of sight. Now, the Cerberus was only the size of a palm and had turned back into a miniature Cerberus. However, there was a lot of blood on its body. It was clearly injured by the old devil's attack. Lin Feng quickly caught the Cerberus and handed it to the girl. Big Black, you're fine. That's great. The girl hugged the Cerberus in her arms. Roar. The Cerberus let out a weak cry. This should be the true form of the Cerberus. Some powerful ferocious beasts or ferocious beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines could transform. However, once they were injured, the energy in their bodies could no longer support their transformation. At this time, they would return to their original size. This Cerberus was indeed a cub. It was worthy of being a race comparable to true dragons, phoenixes, killins, and other divine beasts. Such a cub was already so powerful and knew how to transform. As it continued to grow, the Cerberus would awaken more and more powerful abilities. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. The old devil was a yin-yang realm powerhouse. An existence of this level was not something he could fight against. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't win, he would run. This was Lin Feng's principle. Boy, you can't run away, the green-robed elder said fiercely and quickly chased after him. Originally, the green-robed elder knew the imprisonment spell, but now that he was severely injured, he couldn't use it to imprison Lin Feng. He could only chase after him. Old turtle, just you wait. When I become stronger, I'll skin you alive, said Lin Feng ferociously. Little dog, you want to die, you want to die. I'm going to kill you with 1,000 cuts. Do you know that? I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece until you die. I'm going to make you taste endless pain before you die. That's the only way to vent my anger, roared the old devil furiously. He was about to lose his mind. The soul-devouring banner, which he had spent so much time and effort to refine for 800 years, had been destroyed by Lin Feng. Tens of thousands of evil spirits had been devoured by Lin Feng. That was the first thing he hated. One of his arms had been cut off. He had also been severely injured. That was the second thing he hated. There were two things he hated. That was enough to make the old devil want to cut Lin Feng into 10,000 pieces. Old turtle, you're daydreaming. I'll live a carefree life and then I'll take your life, Lin Feng replied with a sneer. He wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to a war of words. The green-robed elder was so angry that he jumped up and down. He didn't say anything else and quickly chased after him. Lin Feng and the young woman were running at full speed. However, no matter what, he couldn't shake off the green-robed elder. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Feng's disadvantage began to show. After all, Lin Feng was only a cultivator at the martial general realm. On the other hand, the old devil was a yin-yang realm expert. Lin Feng's savings couldn't be compared to a yin-yang realm expert. After 6 hours, he still couldn't shake off the green-robed elder. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and it was less than 20 meters. The old devil could catch up to him at any time. What should we do? He's about to catch up. Why don't we fight him? The girl said while biting her lips. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, that'll be suicide. He flew madly into the depths of the forest. A dilapidated temple appeared in front of him. It was probably the mountain god temple or some other temple in the past. It emitted a gloomy aura, and it was terrifyingly quiet. It seemed that no one had been here for many years. Lin Feng rushed forward. At that moment, a boundless blood-red light appeared above the temple. A towering demon god appeared within the blood-red light. The demon god's blood-red hair danced in the wind. The demon god roared at the sky, causing the mountains to tremble. Heavens, a demon god. What do we do? The girl said with a pale face. The old devil was hot on their heels, so they couldn't change directions. Charge! Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rushed towards the demon god. Boom! When Lin Feng and the girl reached the demon god's side, Lin Feng felt as if time had reversed, and he and the girl had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, where did they go? The old devil's expression was extremely gloomy. He also rushed towards the demon god, thinking that he would disappear like Lin Feng and the girl. But who would have thought that the demon god with blood-red hair would roar and punch at the old devil? Shocked, the old devil punched at the devil. There was a loud bang as the two sides fiercely collided. The black-robed elder was sent flying and coughed up blood in midair. As for the demon god with blood-red hair, it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 306. What's this place? The girl looked around in confusion. It was a world filled with fog, and visibility was very low. She couldn't tell where they were. Lin Feng said, this is probably a mysterious space, right? He had heard from the Fire Chelin that some peerless experts were able to create mysterious spaces that were connected to this world. If one could find a spatial node, they would be able to enter these spaces. Earlier, he had seen the fiend god with blood-red hair suddenly appear, and now, they were in such a strange place. Lin Feng suspected that they had entered one of the mysterious spaces the Fire Chelin had mentioned. The girl said gloomily, then we're in trouble. I heard that once you enter a mysterious space, it's very difficult to leave. We won't be trapped here, right? Don't worry. Since we can enter, we can definitely leave. Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words of comfort, The girl calmed down slightly. She wrinkled her nose and asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Feng. What about you?" "Long Yushi. Your dog seems to be injured quite badly." Lin Feng glanced at the weak-looking Cerberus. It had been so fierce before. Now, it looked like it was half dead. However, the Cerberus was very loyal. For its master, it had risked its life to attack the old devil. Long Yushi sighed and said, "Ordinary spirit medicines won't be able to heal Big Black. We can only rely on Big Black to slowly recover." She reached out and gently stroked the Cerberus, full of tenderness. Roar. The Cerberus raised its head and gently rubbed its head against Long Yushi's hand. "Let's go in and take a look," Lin Feng said. Long Yushi nodded and went in with Lin Feng. However, due to the low visibility, they could only feel their way forward. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Lin Feng looked down and saw that it was a corpse that had been crushed by his foot. Lin Feng squatted down and examined the corpse. The corpse had been dead for too long and had already decayed. Long Yushi said, "It seems that other than us, there were others who mistakenly entered this place, but they died here in the end." Lin Feng nodded and said, "A place like this will definitely attract many people. I even suspect that there might be other opportunities here." Lin Feng thought of the fiend god with 3,000 feet of blood-red hair. Why did he suddenly appear? Was it a phantom? Were they guarding this place? Lin Feng and Long Yushi carefully walked towards the depths. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept over. That cold wind made Lin Feng and Long Yushi involuntarily shudder. Roar. The Cerberus that was originally lying in Long Yushi's arms suddenly raised its head and let out a series of low growls. Its eyes cautiously looked around. Long Yushi looked at the Cerberus and asked, "Big Black, what's wrong?" Lin Feng also looked at the Cerberus. This Cerberus was extremely sensitive to auras. Now that such an abnormal situation had occurred, it was likely that something unknown was about to happen. "Be careful," Lin Feng warned. He took out the black dragon sword and held it in his hand. His expression was grave as he observed the situation around him. Swoosh. Suddenly, a cold light came from behind at an extremely fast speed. That cold light directly slashed towards Long Yushi. Lin Feng reacted quickly and turned around to slash with his sword. Clang. A loud sound rang out. Lin Feng's attack fiercely collided with the cold light, and at that moment, Lin Feng clearly saw what it was. It was actually a skeleton that held a rusty saber in its hand. A skeleton. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. This was too strange. How could a skeleton be alive? It was an inanimate object. However, all of this was happening right before his eyes. The skeleton's neck turned slightly, and a cracking sound could be heard. 2 clusters of green light flickered in the skeleton's eye sockets, like 2 ghostly flames. It was extremely horrifying. "This is an undead. It's an undead creature," Long Yushi said with a pale face. Swoosh. The skeleton attacked again. This time, it locked onto Lin Feng and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He held the black dragon sword with both hands and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. A powerful force continuously poured into the black dragon sword. Wang. The black dragon sword shot out a 2-meter-long sword ray. Lin Feng swung his sword down. Clang. A loud sound rang out as the 2 sides fiercely collided again. This time, the rusty saber in the skeleton's hand was broken by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's attack landed on the skeleton's body. The skeleton was sent flying and fell to the ground. Its bones scattered all over the ground. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, something that made one's hair stand on end happened. The scattered skeletons on the ground actually reformed again. Catcher. Catcher. Soon, the skeletons were perfectly reassembled. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Long Yushi's faces turned ugly. "Run!" Lin Feng shouted. This skeleton couldn't be killed. It was an undead creature. Lin Feng and Long Yushi ran towards the depths of the forest. Whoosh! In the fog, a cold light surged. Another skeleton rushed over from the left, waving its broken sword towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent the skeleton flying with a slash. On the right, a skeleton wielded a blood axe and charged towards Long Yushi. Long Yushi took out the flood dragon scissors and sent the skeleton flying. On both sides, skeletons constantly attacked Lin Feng and Long Yushi, but they were all repelled by them. Behind them, more and more skeletons appeared. There were at least hundreds of them. Crack, crack. In front of them, more than a dozen skeletons appeared, blocking Lin Feng and Long Yushi's path. Both of their faces became extremely ugly. There was an obstruction in front and pursuers behind. This seemed to be a situation of certain death. Kill. Facing this dangerous situation, Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. Bolts of lightning bombarded the skeletons in front of them. Bang! 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 The lightning sent 6 or 7 skeletons flying, but there were still 6 or 7 skeletons pouncing towards them. We have to rush over. If we're surrounded, we're dead. Lin Feng roared. Holding the black dragon sword, he quickly rushed towards the skeletons in front of him. Long Yushi gritted her teeth and also rushed over. The two of them immediately fought with the 6 or 7 skeletons. A skeleton silently appeared behind Long Yushi and stabbed its sword at Long Yushi. Dodge! Lin Feng shouted and quickly rushed over, pushing Long Yushi away. Puff! The skeleton's sword directly pierced through Lin Feng's shoulder, causing blood to flow out. Lin Feng swung his sword and chopped off the skeleton's head. Chapter 307. You're injured. Long Yushi looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. She never thought that Lin Feng would save her. Was this guy still that perverted hooligan from before? I'm fine. Let's hurry up and leave. If these skeletons catch up to us, we'll be in trouble. Lin Feng said. Long Yushi hurriedly nodded. She and Lin Feng did not dare to stay here any longer. They turned around and fled into the distance. Behind them, there were already hundreds of skeletons. These skeletons were not slow at all. They quickly chased after them. A gloomy aura swept over, causing Lin Feng and Long Yushi to feel that this gloomy aura seemed to have fused into their bones. Their movements seemed to have slowed down a lot. What should we do? We can't keep running like this, right? Sooner or later, we'll be caught. Long Yushi said with a pale face. The most important thing now is to find a place to hide. If we can't find a place to hide, we have to find a terrain that is advantageous to us. As long as we guard this place, these skeletons won't be able to come in. Lin Feng said. However, how could such a place be found just because they wanted to? Whether it was Long Yushi or Lin Feng, they were very clear on this point. However, in order to survive, they had to work hard to find it. They could not give up, otherwise, they would definitely be killed by these skeletons. The two of them rushed towards the depths. Although the skeletons were not slow, it was not easy for them to catch up to Lin Feng and Long Yushi. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. What's going on? Lin Feng and Long Yushi's expressions suddenly changed. This was not a good sign. Every move that happened here would inevitably make Lin Feng and Long Yushi vigilant. It was just as they had imagined. The ground in front of them cracked open. Following that, an incomparably huge skeleton palm stretched out from the depths of the ground. The skeletal hand grabbed the ground, and a terrifying aura spread out from the cracked ground. A huge creature crawled out of the hole. It was a huge skeleton that was over 100 meters tall. It was unknown what kind of monster it was when it was alive. Now that it had fallen, it had become an undead creature. That terrifying existence's huge claws slammed towards Lin Feng and Long Yushi. Hurry up and dodge. Lin Feng growled. He quickly jumped and dodged the attack with a few catapults. Long Yushi also successfully dodged the attack of this huge skeleton. But, following which, rumbling sounds continued to be heard as the ground continued to crack open. Sky-shaking roars rang out one after another. Huge skeletons crawled out from the ground one after another. There were more than 100 of them. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Long Yushi felt their scalps go numb. How many undead creatures were hidden here? We can't go over. Let's fly over. Catch me. Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Long Yushi did not dare to hesitate and quickly hugged Lin Feng. Swish swish, Lin Feng unfolded his golden wings and directly soared into the sky, rushing towards the depths. The giant skeletons suddenly stomped the ground and rushed into the air like cannonballs. Then, they opened their huge claws and clawed towards Lin Feng and Long Yushi. It was a good thing that Lin Feng was agile enough. He was still in the air. He dodged the attacks of these giant skeletons. Swoosh! Lin Feng turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed out of the encirclement of the giant skeletons. But at this time, buzzing sounds came from all directions. Soon, a dense group of skeletons flew over. Those were skeletons that could fly. They were only the size of a thumb and were densely packed. There were so many of them that they seemed to cover the sky. These are killer demon insects. There are so many of them. These killer demon insects also turned into skeletons when they died. Look at the heads of those skeletons, there are sharp thorns that contain poison. If you are stung, your body will be poisoned and you will be unable to move. Long Yushi said with a pale face. There were so many killer demon insects, densely packed and innumerable. Encountering such a large group of terrifying creatures was almost certain death. It's fine, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Ah! Long Yushi raised her head and looked at Lin Feng in shock. She thought that she would not be able to escape. Lin Feng said it was fine. Could it be that he had a way to deal with these killer demon insects? Come out. Lin Feng waved his hand and took out the purple earthcore fire. With Lin Feng and Long Yushi as the center, the flames spread in all directions. The entire sky turned into a world of fire. The densely packed killer demon insects were enveloped by the heavenly fire. Sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. The killer demon insects were quickly burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. These killer demon insects were powerful because of their poison. It was not because of the killer demon insect's strength. In fact, according to the classic of mountains and seas, the killer demon insects' bodies were very weak. Thus, the heavenly fire could easily burn their bodies to ashes. The killer demon insects' resistance was too weak. If they had the abilities of the undying skeletons, Lin Feng and Long Yushi would not be able to escape. Fortunately, these killer demon insects did not have the perverse abilities of the undying skeletons. What a powerful flame! What kind of flame is this? Long Yushi was shocked. She had seen many flames, but she had never seen one as powerful as Lin Feng's. Lin Feng said, an unknown type of divine flame. He naturally would not reveal all of his secrets to Long Yushi. Long Yushi seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's answer and could not help but snort. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and quickly flew into the depths of the forest. However, at this moment, the ground began to collapse. Large swaths of the earth collapsed, and something terrifying was about to happen. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not dare to stay and madly rushed into the depths of the forest. Boom! A destructive aura emanated from the collapsed earth. Then, a huge skeletal hand reached out. That skeleton hand was becoming bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, longer and longer. Very quickly, it was as big as a mountain, but it was still moving towards Lin Feng to grab him. Heavens, seeing the skeletal hand, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. It was too terrifying. He did not know what level of undead creature this was to have such a terrifying ability. The hand seemed to be able to extend into the outer realm and grab the stars. Lin Feng pushed the archaic dragonesque elephant skill to its limit. The power of the archaic dragonesque elephant was continuously channeled into his golden wings as he madly fled into the depths of the forest. However, the huge hand that blotted out the sky was about to grab Lin Feng. No, I'm not willing to accept this. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying qi. He raised his head and saw a gigantic hand moving towards him. Lin Feng shouted furiously. He didn't want to be caught by that gigantic hand because he would definitely die. Look, there's a palace over there. Long Yushi, who was also pale, pointed to a mountain range not far away. In the middle of the mountain range stood a huge palace. Palace, let's go. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and fanned his golden wings wildly. Whoosh! His speed suddenly increased by a lot. The skeletal hand grabbed at him, and Lin Feng narrowly avoided it. Even if he was half a step slower, He would not be able to escape the fate of being caught. The skeletal hand did not catch Lin Feng, but it extended again and grabbed at him again. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Long Yushi rushed to the front of the huge palace. The palace was 300 meters tall, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was simply too big. On the inscribed board of the palace, there were 4 ancient words. Those 4 words were resplendent with golden light. Eternal Temple. Chapter 308. The 4 words seemed to radiate a glory and immortality that had existed since ancient times. The Eternal Temple. Lin Feng and Long Yushi stared at the enormous temple in shock. The scale of the temple was so grand that it was visually stunning. Most importantly, the word eternal life deeply moved them. Who didn't want to live forever? Countless people cultivated for the sake of immortality. Immortals had it. Like some ancient giants. When they cultivated to a high level, their lifespan would exceed 10,000 years. 5,000 years was enough for the world to change. What about 10,000 years? That was immortality. However, while some people could live forever, there was no such thing as immortality. What did the Temple of Eternal Life represent? Lin Feng and Long Yushi were astonished, but they quickly came back to their senses and rushed into the Eternal Life Shrine. The sky-blotting skeletal hand chased after them, but in the end, it stopped. It didn't dare enter the Eternal Temple. Roar. At the end of the earth, a furious roar rang out. It seemed to be the true body of the gigantic skeletal hand. He was enraged and actually allowed 2 ants to escape. This was something that the terrifying existence found hard to accept. Even though they were very far away, Lin Feng and Long Yushi's faces paled when they heard the roar. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying this existence was. It was too powerful. If they had been a little closer, they would have been shaken to death by that terrifying roar. Rumble. A thunderous sound shook the sky. The huge hand that seemed to cover the sky quickly retracted and soon disappeared without a trace. Look, those skeletons haven't left yet. Long Yushi pointed outside. Some of the skeletons looked in the direction of the Eternal Temple, the ghostly flames in their eyes flickering. They didn't dare to come forward, but they didn't leave either. They stayed there. Lin Feng said, "They're watching us." He then turned to look at the depths of the Eternal Temple. It was dark and empty inside. It was eerie, as if no one had come here for a long time. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. "Have you heard of the Eternal Temple?" Long Yushi asked. When she thought of the name, her voice trembled. This name represented too many meanings. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." Eternal life, isn't this name very taboo? I really don't know where he got the courage to name it after eternal life. Perhaps if the Fire Qilin was here, he would have heard of the Eternal Life Shrine, but for Lin Feng and Long Yushi, the Eternal Life Shrine was full of mysteries and unknowns. The 2 of them headed deeper into the Temple of Eternal Life. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall and entered their ears. It was so clear that they could hear it. The first great hall was completely empty. There was nothing to be found. Long Yushi gazed into the depths of the Eternal Life Shrine, only to see boundless darkness and layers upon layers of palaces. He wondered how many palaces there were in the Eternal Life Shrine. Finally, Lin Feng and Long Yushi passed through the first palace and arrived at the second palace. There were a few dozen skeletons scattered here, and it was unknown how long they had been dead. Long Yushi's expression changed, worried that these skeletons would also become undead creatures. Lin Feng checked and said, "The bones have been weathered. They definitely won't become undead creatures." He picked up a bone and squeezed it lightly. The bone turned into powder. It's almost a conditioned reflex from being tortured by the undead creatures outside. Long Yushi said helplessly. The 2 of them went deeper and passed through 8 palaces, but they did not find anything. When they reached the depths of the 8th palace, they felt a terrifying aura emanating from the 9th palace. Roar. The Cerberus let out a low growl, and all the hair on its body stood on end. "What's in there? What a sinister aura," Long Yushi said in shock. She looked at the 9th palace, her face slightly pale. Lin Feng was also worried that some terrifying creature would appear inside. However, there was no movement, which made him feel a little relieved. Although the aura was still very terrifying, there were no abnormalities. "Wait here. I'll go in and see what's going on," Lin Feng said, and then walked towards the 9th palace. The number 9 was a very special number. In the Primordial Age, the ancient Saint Emperor called himself the Supreme 9. The number 9 represented the Supreme. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the number 9 could not be used casually. It was often a taboo. In the Primordial Age, in order to weaken the ancient Saint Emperor's status and raise the status of the ordinary people, the Supreme 9 was reduced to the Supreme 9. Reduce 9 to 5. This was the origin of the Supreme 9. Up until now, the human emperors of the various ancient dynasties were only the Supreme 9, not the Supreme 9 of the Primordial Age. The palace in front of them was the 9th palace. Perhaps there was something strange about it. However, Lin Feng had to pass through the 9th palace because he might be able to find a way out in the depths. As Lin Feng approached the 9th palace, a terrifying aura pressed down on him. Crack, crack, the aura was too strong. It enveloped Lin Feng and he heard cracking sounds. Lin Feng was astonished when he realized that his physical body was breaking apart like a piece of porcelain. The power in the 9th palace was too strange. It caused serious damage to Lin Feng's body. "No, hurry up and come back. You'll be killed by the power of the 9th palace," Long Yushi exclaimed, her face full of worry. "Don't worry about me. If I can't endure it, I'll come out," Lin Feng said. He gritted his teeth and continued walking towards the 9th palace. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's body was cracking more and more. The 9th palace seemed to be deliberately preventing people from entering. No matter who entered the 9th palace, they would be attacked by a terrifying attack. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The powerful archaic dragonesque elephant art flowed through his body and quickly healed his body. Lin Feng's body was recovering at an extremely fast speed. As his body continued to crack and heal, Lin Feng gradually approached the 9th palace. "This guy's recovery ability is too abnormal." Long Yushi looked at Lin Feng in shock. The archaic dragonesque elephant art was indeed worthy of being called a supreme technique. It quickly helped Lin Feng recover his body. Even the terrifying power in the 9th palace couldn't kill Lin Feng. If it had been someone else, their body would have cracked like porcelain and become a pile of minced meat. Finally, Lin Feng arrived in front of the 9th palace and looked into its depths. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? In the depths of the 9th palace, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god was nailed to the wall by a battle spear. Chapter 309. A 3-headed, 6-armed demon god was a legendary existence. Ever since the Great War of Gods and Demons, it had disappeared from the world, and the demon god race had never been seen again. Now, in the 9th palace, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god had been nailed to death. Lin Feng stepped forward and entered the 9th palace. Boom! All the power in the 9th palace instantly dispersed. Lin Feng had broken through the 9th palace's suppression, and the murderous aura gradually disappeared. Long Yushi was shocked. She hadn't thought that the terrifying aura in the 9th palace would disappear. She had also entered the 9th palace. What's that? Long Yushi's eyes widened, full of shock and emotion. The 3-headed hellhound in her arms cried out in fear. Even though the 3-headed, 6-armed demon god had died, it still emitted a terrifying aura. An ancient demon god. Lin Feng muttered. How could a demon god have died here? Long Yushi was shocked. First, outside, Lin Feng and Long Yushi had seen the demon god with blood-red hair. It was a phantom demon god, and it seemed to be protecting this mysterious space. Now, another demon god was nailed to death in the Temple of Eternal Life. What kind of existence was capable of nailing a demon god to death here? It was unimaginable. Look, 2 of the demon god's arms are gone. Lin Feng pointed at the demon god. The 3-headed, 6-armed demon god only had 4 arms left. Hiss. Long Yushi looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air as she said, "It looks like it was forcefully torn off by someone." Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. This was a demonic god, and yet, Both of his arms were torn off by someone. One could only imagine how tragic the scene was at that time. And its chest, there's a bloody hole. Lin Feng pointed at the demon god's left chest. He and Long Yushi entered the 9th palace and walked towards the 3-headed, 6-armed demon god. When they got closer, they saw that the demon god's heart had been dug out. Oh my god, who did this? Even his heart was dug out. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This demon god had died too tragically. This spear is terrifying. Even after countless years, it hasn't rusted at all. Long Yushi said, very surprised. The war spear emitted a cold aura and was stained with the blood of the demon god. The blood of the demon god would never dry up. No one knew how many years had passed, but the demonic god's blood was still so alluring. Lin Feng nodded and replied, indeed, it's a supreme treasure that can pierce through a demon god's body. It's definitely not something that an ordinary weapon can do. Long Yushi walked over, wanting to pull out the battle spear. Dong dong dong. All of a sudden, a series of strange noises resounded in the 9th hall. Ah! Lin Feng and Long Yushi both felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Their expressions were extremely pained. This sound was like the sound of a beating heart. Lin Feng felt as though his heart was about to split open. It's coming from the demon god's body. He clearly doesn't have a heart, so why is there still the sound of a beating heart? Lin Feng couldn't understand, and he shouted in horror, let's go. We have to leave this place quickly. He pressed his chest, feeling as though his heart was about to burst at any moment. He didn't dare to stay in this place for another minute. Long Yushi was the same. Her face was deathly pale. Lin Feng and Long Yushi quickly left the 9th palace and arrived at the 10th palace. Their hearts felt like they were going to explode. Lin Feng let out a long breath, looked at Long Yushi, and asked, how do you feel? Long Yushi's face was still very pale, but it was gradually recovering. She said with lingering fear, I'm already much better. She then recalled the terrifying events that had happened in the 9th hall, and her face was filled with shock. She said, why is this happening? That demon god is clearly dead. He was nailed to the wall, and his heart was dug out. Why is there still the sound of a beating heart? This was also what Lin Feng was puzzled about. He said, I don't understand. Perhaps there's a reason that we don't know about. The two of them didn't stop. They continued deeper, and after passing through the 18th hall, they arrived at a long corridor. The two of them walked along the corridor. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared in front of them. Lin Feng and Long Yushi quickly walked over. It was a silver skeleton. It wasn't human, and it had a pair of wings. What kind of race is this? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Long Yushi shook her head. She had never seen such a race before. They continued to walk deeper into the corridor, and after a few steps, they found another skeleton. This was a human skeleton, but this skeleton was actually golden. The skeleton of a human cultivator actually turned golden. Just how powerful was that human cultivator? How strong was he to be able to cultivate his skeleton into a golden color? Lin Feng was shocked. The owner of this skeleton was definitely a peerless cultivator. Long Yushi continued, even the current sacred leader of an ancient holy land and the human emperor of an ancient dynasty can't cultivate his skeleton into a golden color. This person's strength was unimaginable when he was alive. There are words here as well. Lin Feng was shocked. These words had been written with blood, but they weren't written in the current era. These are godly words. Long Yushi was shocked. Long Yushi's background was definitely extraordinary. She was able to recognize these ancient words. Lin Feng had learned the long-lost godly words from the fire Chelin, and he read them aloud. Eternal hatred. Lin Feng was shocked. What had happened here all those years ago? It actually made this powerful existence write down the words eternal hatred before he died. It was hard to imagine what kind of hatred he must have accumulated in his heart for him to write these words. For such a powerful existence to die here, something must have happened that no one else knows about. Long Yushi frowned slightly. She said, let's see if we can find any information about this person. Lin Feng saw a storage ring, but his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. He shook his head and said, It's been too long. Time has destroyed the storage ring. Lin Feng stood up and continued walking with Long Yushi. Along the way, they discovered more than 10 corpses. They were all extremely strong cultivators, and it was obvious from their skeletons that only the strongest cultivators had changed their skeletons. Some of them were golden, some were jade-colored, and some were of other colors. Now, so many strong cultivators had died here. Lin Feng didn't know what had attracted so many strong cultivators to this place, but they were all buried here. Chapter 310. The corpses of powerful cultivators littered the ground, telling of the tragedy of the past. Every single one of them had been a peerless cultivator, yet they had all died here. It was a sad sight to behold. Such a powerful figure, does he want to pursue immortality? Did they end up being trapped here and die? Long Yushi voiced her thoughts. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it was indeed possible. This place was called the Eternal Temple. Perhaps the secret to eternal life really was hidden here. Who didn't want to live forever? But who could be immortal? Was the secret to eternal life in the depths of the Eternal Temple? Lin Feng looked at the dark corridor. He had a feeling that there was a shocking secret hidden in the depths of the Eternal Temple. He and Long Yushi didn't stop. They continued walking. Roar! Roar! The Cerberus let out a low growl. Its expression was very flustered. Lin Feng and Long Yushi frowned and stopped. The hellhound was psychic. It could sense danger that Lin Feng and Long Yushi couldn't. Lin Feng and Long Yushi knew this very well. Thus, Lin Feng and Long Yushi knew that things weren't as simple as they'd seemed when they saw the hellhound become so agitated. There was probably a great danger hidden in the depths of the temple. Long Yushi said, "I've never been wrong about Blackie's instincts." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Do you think there's a way back for us?" Long Yushi nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. There was no way back for them. If they retreated, they wouldn't be able to leave the Eternal Temple. Perhaps they would end up like the dead cultivators here and become skeletons. Only by moving forward would they have a chance at survival. Lin Feng and Long Yushi became resolute. They continued to head deeper in, discovering several skeletons one after another. They were all supreme beings who had fallen here in the past. Finally, they entered a large hall. This hall was divided into an inner hall and an outer hall. There were dozens of skeletons in the outer hall. These skeletons were also of different colors. Gold, silver, jade, they were all peerless cultivators. Kill! Suddenly, a low shout came from the main hall. Lin Feng only felt the scene before his eyes changing. It was as if he had traversed through the river of time and arrived at that turbulent and murderous era. Endless black fog shrouded the great hall. Numerous experts rushed into the black fog. Their roars shook the heavens, as if they were fighting against some existences. Ah! Lin Feng hugged his head and screamed miserably. He was greatly affected and felt that his divine soul was about to shatter. This was the inextinguishable killing intent in the palace, and it was attacking Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his soul no longer belonged to him. It was as if it had been directly shattered. No! Lin Feng roared as he circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to resist the terrifying killing intent that flooded into his mind. Roar! The shadow of the immemorial dragonesque elephant appeared, stepping on the sky with a river of stars above its head. With a loud roar, the endless killing intent was dispersed. Lin Feng returned to reality. He broke out in cold sweat. It was really too dangerous just now. He was brought into an illusory world by the killing intent in the palace. In that illusory world, his divine soul was almost destroyed. If his divine soul was destroyed in that illusory world, his physical body would have died as well. No, no! Long Yushi screamed in horror. She hugged her head and seemed to be in great pain. The Cerberus let out a low growl, trying to wake Long Yushi up, but it failed. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Long Yushi could not escape from that illusory world. Lin Feng planned to take Long Yushi away from this palace, but at that moment, Long Yushi stopped screaming. She opened her eyes and panted heavily. She still had a lingering fear. Long Yushi had obviously overcome the killing intent. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. He had relied on the archaic dragonesque elephant art to overcome the killing intent. Long Yushi had also successfully overcome it. Obviously, she had also cultivated an extremely powerful technique. Of course, Lin Feng would not pursue the matter. It's the undying murderous intent here that's affecting us. The dead are too strong. Even after so many years, their murderous intent is still there. Even after the killing intent has been extinguished, Long Yushi said with a pale face. Lin Feng nodded. Look, these skeletons are different from the ones outside. Many of them contain an incredible amount of strength. They've been dead for so many years, but their strength hasn't dispersed. It's hard to imagine how strong they were when they were alive. Long Yushi nodded. She was also shocked. These people were really too strong. It was just that it was difficult to confirm their identities. She did not know who they were, but so many Supremes had died. Lin Feng inspected them. Most of them did not have any identification marks, but when he checked a jade-colored skeleton, he found a jade pendant. Hey, come and see. Lin Feng picked up the jade pendant. Long Yushi hurried over. The word Li was written on the front, and Taishen was written on the back. 2 words. Li Taishen. How could it be him? Long Yushi said in disbelief. Who's Li Taishen? Lin Feng looked at Long Yushi suspiciously. He had not thought that Long Yushi would have heard of this Li Taishen. It was really unexpected. Long Yushi said, he's a person from the ancient times. He was a peerless expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He was known as the Sword Immortal. Rumor has it that he broke through the shackles of the divine path and left this ancient world. He went to the legendary Undying World. Who would have thought that he would die here? Undying World? Lin Feng looked at Long Yushi in shock. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Undying. It represented too many meanings, and Lin Feng instantly thought of many things. Long Yushi said, rumor has it that above the divine path is an ethereal realm. Once you enter that realm, you will be able to sense a mysterious world that transcends the heavens. That world is called the Undying World. Rumor has it that those who ascend to the Undying World will be immortal. I know about immortality, but I never thought that there would really be legends about immortality. Immortality is eternal life. Is there really a realm above the divine path? Is there really such a thing as the Undying World? Lin Feng murmured in disbelief. He had thought that the ancient divine path was the peak of power in the world, and that immortality was just a legend. Long Yushi said, the Undying World has always been rumored among the top forces, but no one knows if it's true or not. However, Li Taishen was believed by countless people to have entered the Undying World. It turns out that this was just a rumor. Li Taishen died here, and there's no way to prove that the Undying World really exists. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the inner hall and said, let's go in and take a look. Long Yushi nodded and entered the inner hall with Lin Feng. When they entered, they felt their scalps go numb. As for the Cerberus, all the hair on its body stood on end, and its 6 eyes stared at the hall in horror. Chapter 311. Lin Feng felt like he was about to suffocate. What he saw was unbelievable. A white-robed man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. His body was surrounded by divine light, and the energy of the world was gathering into his body. He seemed to be cultivating. Outside, corpses of powerhouses were everywhere. Countless peerless powerhouses had been buried here. In the inner hall, there was a valiant man sitting cross-legged. Lin Feng and Long Yushi instantly thought of a possibility. Could it be that all the powerhouses outside had been killed by this man? Lin Feng and Long Yushi felt like they were about to suffocate. They found it difficult to breathe. It was as if they were afraid of waking up this peerless powerhouse who had not died for tens of thousands of years. If they woke this person up, would he also kill the 2 of them like he did to those experts outside? It was definitely possible. Lin Feng and Long Yushi retreated outside. They were unwilling to stay here any longer. This place made them feel very uneasy. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that something was amiss. He said, Yushi, have you noticed that this, senior, seems a little off? Long Yushi also felt that something was off. She said, he doesn't seem to be alive. Although the man was surrounded by divine light as if he had come back to life, Lin Feng and Long Yushi still found something unusual about him. He didn't seem to have any life force. Living people had life force. Dead people had death energy lingering around them. Although they didn't sense any death energy from this man, there was indeed no life force. This shouldn't be a living person. Perhaps we've made a mistake. This mysterious man might have come in at the same time as those dead cultivators outside. It's just that his cultivation is too powerful. Even after so many years, his body still hasn't been destroyed. Lin Feng said. This was truly too unbelievable. Even someone as powerful as Li Taixian had been reduced to a skeleton, but this valiant man's body was still intact. Just how powerful was his cultivation to be able to accomplish this? Lin Feng and Long Yushi were indeed moved. Long Yushi reached out to touch the valiant man. Buzz, suddenly, an astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from the valiant man's body. Following that valiant man's body actually turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the air. Disappeared. Long Yushi was shocked. Lin Feng said, "Disperse. Rumor has it that only the most powerful people would have their bodies turn into rainbows and disperse after their deaths. This was so that their bodies wouldn't be desecrated by others. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust." Long Yushi nodded. He did not know the identity of this valiant man, but he had passed away here. Now, he had turned into a rainbow and dispersed, which made people sigh with emotion. Even powerful existences like them could not escape the fate of death. There are words here. Long Yushi pointed to the ground. Lin Feng looked over. Who in the world can live forever? In the end, it was all for naught. Seeing these words, Lin Feng and Long Yushi's expressions suddenly shook. Did this expert enter the shrine of eternal life to pursue the secret of eternal life? Asking the people of the world who could live forever, was he questioning the heavens? In the end, it was all for naught. How much sadness and unwillingness had he expressed? After cultivating bitterly for countless years, in the end, he actually ended up like this. Lin Feng seemed to feel the helplessness and sorrow of this peerless expert. The road of cultivation was long. Who knew where the end was? Pursuing the path of longevity, searching for the secret of eternal life, in the end, was just a dream. Everything was just for naught. Lin Feng, look inside. Long Yushi said, pointing to a room in the depths. Lin Feng came back to his senses and walked in with Long Yushi. This place was filled with an incomparably terrifying distorting power, making it difficult to get close to this room. Lin Feng and Long Yushi walked outside the room and looked into the depths. They saw two distorted spacetime doors. The distorted spacetime door on the left was dark. It was unknown where it connected to, but the word death was written in the blood of a fiend god. The blood of a fiend god would never dry up, and it emitted a demonic light and power that made people feel suffocated. Another distorted spacetime door was surrounded by a golden light. On the door, the word life was written in a dazzling golden light. This is the door of life and death, Long Yushi said. The door of life and death in the art of divination. This might be the way out. The door of life and death. Lin Feng looked at Long Yushi suspiciously. He had never come into contact with these things. After all, he was from a small organization, and there were many things that he had never heard of. Long Yushi said, the door of life and death connects life and death. The door of life is the way to life, and the door of death is filled with danger. Looking at the door of life and the door of death, Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, something doesn't feel right. It was a very strange feeling. Whether it was the door of life or the door of death, both gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. I've only heard of the door of life and death, but I've never seen it. Long Yushi said. Lin Feng said, wait here for a moment, I'll go and take a look at the door of life and death. He walked towards the door of the room. Boom. A terrifying strength moved towards Lin Feng. It felt as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on his body. The gate of life and death prevented people from getting close to him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked towards the door with great difficulty. Finally, he entered the room and looked at the door of life. He walked towards it. The pressure in the room was even more terrifying. Lin Feng could feel his bones crackling, and his body was about to be crushed into a pulp. If it had been someone else, they might not have been able to withstand it, but Lin Feng's body was strong enough. At the same time, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant technique to resist the terrifying pressure. Lin Feng finally arrived at the door of life. But at that moment, something terrifying happened. Blood suddenly flowed out of the resplendent golden life character. The originally golden life gate suddenly became ghostly, and endless black fog filled the air. It was like a gate to hell that led to the netherworld. On the door, there were 7 bloody words: kill. A low and hoarse voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Kill, 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 kill. Kill the heavens. Kill the earth. Kill the gods. Kill the immortals. Kill the ancient devils. Kill the Buddhas. Kill all living things. The 7 deadly sounds were resonating in Lin Feng's brain. In a flash, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was surrounded by an endless amount of darkness. It seemed like an invisible and intangible strength was attacking Lin Feng's body. Cracks appeared all over his body. His body looked like a piece of porcelain that was about to break apart. Ah! Lin Feng looked at his body, which had been split open, and shouted in terror. Chapter 312. How could this be? Shouted Long Yushi, panic-stricken. She quickly ran into the room and tried to pull Lin Feng out of the room. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from the room and slammed into Long Yushi's body, sending him flying. Barf! Long Yushi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura weakened. The 7 killing sound. It lingered in his ears. It was unknown who had shouted the sound of 7 kills. It was too terrifying. The 7 killing sound could kill heaven, earth, gods, immortals, demons, Buddhas, and all living things. As long as it was within the range of the 7 kills, no one was spared. Lin Feng didn't know if the experts who had entered this place in the past had experienced the same thing. But now, he was experiencing all of this. He watched helplessly as his body cracked open bit by bit and blood flowed out of his body. I can't accept this, Lin Feng struggled to speak. He didn't want to die here, nor was he willing to die here. He madly circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art, but this time, the Archean dragonesque elephant art was ineffective. The Archean dragonesque elephant art couldn't resist the 7 killing sound of the Gate of Life. It was too terrifying. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was known as the #1 Archean forbidden divine art, but it couldn't resist the 7 killing sound. In this world, what else could break the 7 killing sound? Am I really going to die here? Lin Feng struggled to raise his hand. His arm was cracked open like his body. Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was going to break at any moment, like a piece of porcelain, in a flash. It would crack into pieces. The aura of death enveloped Lin Feng's body. He even felt that his consciousness was slowly fading away. Buzz. At this critical moment, the demonic orb in Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and a mysterious voice came from it. The Eternal Temple. It's the Eternal Temple. This temple has appeared again after disappearing for countless years. In the past, even I lost half my life here. How did this kid get in? No, I have to continue hiding in the demonic orb. I can't let him die so quickly. Whoosh! A beam of demonic light shot out from the mysterious demon bead and rushed into the spacetime gate. Not long after, a speck of light appeared in the pitch-black world. When that light appeared, Lin Feng felt that the power of the 7 kills was weakening. It was as if a voice was summoning him to enter the door of 7 murders. Ah! Lin Feng roared as he strode in. Lin Feng, don't go in. Long Yushi cried out in horror, but Lin Feng had already rushed in. She gritted her teeth, hugged the Cerberus, and rushed into the door of 7 kills. This was a world of darkness, and there was only that ball of light. Is that a lamp? Long Yushi said in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. It was a lamp that had appeared in the darkness. In the endless darkness, only this lamp had a trace of light. It seemed to be guiding Lin Feng and Long Yushi forward. You have crossed the ancient times and condensed the heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Even if you have escaped the 6 paths of reincarnation, it is difficult to seek immortality, A deep voice came from the depths of this world, but it also seemed to come from the ancient lamp. Lin Feng and Long Yushi were shocked. What kind of existence had made that voice? That boundless and majestic voice seemed to let Lin Feng see the greatness and glory of the ancient times. He seemed to see the 6 paths of reincarnation between the heavens and the earth, controlling the life and death of countless people. Everyone said that immortality was good, but how many people could live forever? Was the secret of immortality really hidden here? Lin Feng's heart was filled with endless shock. Then, an extremely cold aura swept over. That aura seemed to be emitted from the netherworld, and it enveloped Lin Feng, Long Yushi, and the Cerberus. Raw. The Cerberus was a very sensitive existence. At that moment, it felt a great danger. It let out a frightened cry. Lin Feng and Long Yushi felt as if their bodies were unable to move. It was as if there was a terrifying existence hidden in the darkness, and it wanted to devour them. It was really too terrifying. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was trembling. The sky lantern shines on the 9 provinces, the 6 paths of reincarnation revolves, the netherworld collapses. With my blood, I burn this sky red. My footsteps, I walk through the mountains and rivers, I search the heavens, just to smell the fragrance of the 9 provinces' soil. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them. He held the mysterious ancient lamp in his hand. He walked forward. His voice was boundless and sorrowful. When that mysterious person appeared, the cold aura around them quickly dispersed. Lin Feng and Long Yushi could finally move again. Who is that? Is there really someone alive here? Long Yushi cried out in alarm. Senior. Lin Feng shouted. But the mysterious person did not respond. He held the ancient lamp and walked deeper into the darkness. His back was very lonely and desolate. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of eternal loneliness. Was that a person who had lost himself? Was he holding an ancient lamp, hoping to find his homeland and find his past self? He's not human. Long Yushi's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng said, "Let's follow him." In this world of darkness, Lin Feng and Long Yushi followed the mysterious person for an unknown period of time. Eventually, the mysterious person disappeared in a distorted space, and the ancient lamp rushed into the mysterious world. "Let's go in," Lin Feng said. He and Long Yushi quickly rushed over. They entered the distorted space and time. Lin Feng had the impression the sky and the earth were spinning. He was in a tunnel of space and time. He was thrown outside. What's that? Lin Feng looked at the top of the space-time tunnel. It was a milky white gas that was hanging down. The milky white gas exuded an unimaginably ancient aura, as if it wanted to pull Lin Feng back to the beginning of the world. Long Yushi exclaimed, "It's the Chaos Origin aura. Heavens, there's still Chaos Origin aura here." Lin Feng was moved. The beginning of the world. The chaos split apart, evolving the worlds and creating the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Chaos Origin aura had long disappeared during the Chaos era, but there was still some here. Could this ancient world have been formed during the beginning of the world? How many great eras ago was this? Whoosh! Lin Feng used his golden wings and rushed toward the Chaos Origin aura. This was a peerless treasure, an unimaginable treasure. Danger! Long Yushi exclaimed. In the next moment, she was flung away by the spacetime power. Lin Feng flew against the spacetime power and rushed toward the Chaos Origin aura. This was an ancient origin aura that existed before the beginning of the world. It was something that even the ancient saint emperors could not find. Lin Feng suffered a huge blow. Fut fut fut, there were dozens of bloody holes on his body. His flesh was torn apart, and he looked like he was about to explode. He had suffered unprecedented injuries after peaking at the primal chaos ancestral chi, which was even more severe than when he faced the Gate of 7 Kills. Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Lin Feng roared. He activated the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill, and the Archean Dragonesque Elephant's shadow condensed and merged with Lin Feng. His body, which was about to explode, was protected by the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Crack! Lin Feng grabbed a handful of the Chaos Origin aura and quickly absorbed it into his dantian. In the next moment, a violent force swept over, as if to kill this ant who dared to spy on the Chaos Origin aura. Before the force could hit Lin Feng, just a ripple of vibration caused him to faint. One could imagine that when the attack came, Lin Feng would instantly be blown into a bloody mist. This lunatic. An exasperated curse came from the demonic bead. I have such a weak body, and I still have to worry about the safety of a lunatic. The voice was depressed and even exasperated. His aura was indeed much weaker than when Lin Feng faced the Gate of 7 Kills. This was because every time he moved, it consumed a lot of energy. A demonic light flew out from the demonic bead and enveloped Lin Feng. The terrifying attack slammed into Lin Feng and swept him away. In the next moment, Lin Feng was flung out of the spacetime tunnel by the spacetime power. Chapter 313. Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw a sky full of stars. Not far away, there was a volcano that emitted waves of heat. Where am I? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and gazed at the sky. He looked around, he didn't understand. Very quickly, he came back to his senses and remembered what had happened in the Eternal Life Shrine. Lin Feng quickly sat up and said happily, I'm out. I don't know where Long Yushi went. Forget about her, she'll be fine. Lin Feng felt pain all over his body. He checked his condition and smiled wryly. His physical injuries were quite serious, but fortunately, they were all external injuries. Let's find a place to heal first. Lin Feng found a hidden cave and sealed it with a spiritual formation. He sat down cross-legged and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant incantation to heal his injuries. After an hour, Lin Feng was fully recovered. Lin Feng's godly awareness entered his dantian and saw the primal chaos origin chi floating in his dantian. He was overjoyed. The primal chaos origin chi. The archaic divine emperor had searched all over the universe for primal chaos origin chi, but it had been very difficult to find it. Now, he had coincidentally found the primal chaos ancestral chi in the Gate of 7 Kills of the Eternal Life Temple. This was really a blessing in disguise. Primal chaos origin chi can be used to forge supreme treasures. It's the best material for forging a natal treasure. Lin Feng thought for a moment. He wanted to forge his own natal treasure. Natal treasures were different from ordinary treasures. Anyone could forge a natal treasure. After it was forged, it needed to be nourished with a soul. The strength of a natal treasure would increase with the cultivation level of a cultivator. However, in order to forge a lifebound magic treasure, one would generally need to be at the yin-yang stage. Cultivators below the yin-yang stage simply did not have enough soul power to forge a lifebound magic treasure. If they did not persist, they would only end up destroying the precious materials. Lin Feng originally couldn't forge a natal treasure, but Lin Feng's soul strength had increased to the 5th layer of the yin-yang boundary. Therefore, although he was still a general, he was qualified to forge a natal treasure. A natal treasure. Apart from the fact that it would increase with the cultivation level of its owner, there was another important point. Only the owner could use a natal treasure. If others wanted to activate it, they would have to kill the owner of this life source magic treasure and then refine it before they could activate it. It wasn't like other treasures that could be used as long as they were refined. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged. With a thought, the primal chaos origin chi flew out. The primal chaos chi floated around Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned and wondered what kind of weapon he should make with the primal chaos chi. Forge it into a sword. He already had a supreme treasure like the Black Dragon sword. Forge it into a cauldron? He was an alchemist. In the future, he would definitely work hard to find the legendary 108 cauldrons. Only one would be enough. When the time came, his natal treasure would also be a cauldron. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of the ancient lamp that appeared in the mysterious space of the Shrine of Eternal Life. In the endless darkness, the ancient lamp illuminated the path forward. He followed the ancient lamp and walked out of the endless darkness. The path of cultivation was full of thorns. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. He might as well forge his natal treasure into an ancient lamp. On the path of cultivation that was filled with countless dangers, darkness, and unknowns, it would illuminate the path forward for him. It would lead him all the way until he became a deity that stood at the peak of cultivation. He would be worshipped by the world and receive endless incense. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. The primal chaos ancient lamp. He planned to forge his natal treasure into the primal chaos ancient lamp. Powerful soul strength surged into the primal chaos origin chi. Lin Feng sensed the ancient aura contained in the primal chaos origin chi. This was the accumulation of history and time. After countless years, the primal chaos origin chi hadn't dissipated, which was enough to prove how terrifying it was. It was a top-grade immortal material. The Primeval Sage Emperor wanted to find it, but he couldn't find it even after searching all the heavens. One could imagine how terrifying a supreme immortal treasure forged with the primal chaos origin chi would be. Lin Feng's consciousness controlled the primal chaos origin chi to transform into the ancient lamp. Time slowly passed. Waves of astonishing aura came from the cave. Dong! A divine sound rang out. It was especially pleasant, as if it resonated with the heavenly Tao. The sound of the heavenly Tao. In the forest, the cultivators who heard this sound were astonished. Could it be the birth of an ancient treasure? Or the opening of an ancient cultivator's cave? The cultivators exclaimed. They knew very well why the sound of the heavenly Tao was resounding. Many people were moved and quickly scattered to search for the treasure. The sound of the heavenly Tao resounded through the void. A low voice came from the primal chaos origin chi. The sky lanterns illuminate, the 9 provinces crack, the mountains and rivers shatter, search for the homeland. The 18 9 province lanterns suppress the myriad world calamity. Lin Feng was shocked. He heard the voice in the mysterious space of the eternal temple. Was it the voice of the mysterious cultivator? The 9 province lanterns? Could the ancient lamp in the mysterious space be called the 9 province lanterns? The 9 provinces were the homeland of the mysterious cultivator, but where was it? Suddenly, Lin Feng had the impression that he was looking at a broken world. Someone flew over and saw the shattered mountains and rivers, howling in grief. The mountains and rivers are shattered, the heavenly Tao is destroyed, and the worlds are doomed. We are willing to sacrifice our blood to the 9 province lanterns to protect the 9 province great world that gave birth to us and raised us. Everyone was in a daze. Lin Feng saw the strong cultivators burning fiercely and rushing into the 18 9 province lanterns. The 18 9 prefecture's lanterns fell into the depths of the shattered world. The world that was falling apart stopped, no longer heading towards destruction. Countless terrified and despairing creatures also survived. They prayed to the heavens, but they didn't know that it was a group of experts who had sacrificed themselves. The 9 province lanterns, the 9 province great world. What am I seeing? Murmured Lin Feng. He didn't know where the 9 province great world was, but he knew that the primal chaos origin chi was related to it. I use my godly fire to light the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng stood up and took out his heavenly fire. A cluster of flames flew out. The cluster of flames flew into the wick, and the primal chaos ancient lamp was ignited. The instant the primal chaos ancient lamp was ignited, endless immortal light soared into the sky. Flowers fell from the sky, golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, and the sound of the great Tao resounded through the 9 heavens. Amidst the immortal light, the image of an ancient lamp appeared. The godly fire burned in the lamp, and it seemed to drive away the darkness that had existed since ancient times. Heavens, a peerless divine weapon has appeared. People from all directions looked over, including the strong cultivators of the ancient sacred lands. Swoosh, strong cultivators soared into the sky and flew towards the primal chaos ancient lamp that Lin Feng was forging. Chapter 3:14. It's over there. Many cultivators flew over quickly. They were all top cultivators. They had been discussing how to slay the dragon, but now that they saw a supreme treasure, they quickly flew over. However, by the time they arrived, the place was already empty. Lin Feng had already left. What kind of treasure is that? Such an ancient chi. Some cultivators sensed the ancient chi in the primal chaos ancestral chi. It was mysterious and noble. But now, there was no trace of the treasure. Everyone was annoyed that they had come too late. Let's go and find it. One cultivator after another flew into the distance, looking for the primal chaos ancient lamp. At the top of a mountain a dozen miles away, Lin Feng sighed. Fortunately, he had left in time. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if he had been surrounded by those people. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly. Actually, Lin Feng hadn't thought that the primal chaos ancient lamp would cause such a big commotion. Lin Feng finally realized how extraordinary the primal chaos ancient lamp was. It was a primal chaos treasure. Even though it had just been forged, it had resonated with the great Tao. One could imagine that if Lin Feng's cultivation increased in the future, the primal chaos ancient lamp would grow with him. In the future, it would become a terrifying weapon. Fire Dragon Ridge became lively. Many people were talking about that mysterious ancient treasure. Many cultivators continued searching, hoping to find some clues. After searching for a while, the cultivators didn't find any trace of the mysterious ancient treasure, so they gave up and went back into the depths of Fire Dragon Ridge. Lin Feng searched many places, but he couldn't find the second bluestone talisman. Therefore, he decided to give up. He simply went into the depths of Fire Dragon Ridge and waited for those important people to slay the dragon. He had never seen such a thing before. Slaying a dragon had always been a story in legends. Many cultivators had come to the depths of Fire Dragon Ridge. Not only were there disciples of the ancient Holy Lands, but there were also cultivators from the celestial dynasties, sects, clans, and independent cultivators. Most of these people were here to watch the show. The ones who were truly slaughtering the dragons were the three ancient sacred lands. Lin Feng saw Zi Yarrow, Fairy Meng Yarrow, and the others, but since they were with their sect members, Lin Feng did not disturb them. He also saw Jin Ichen. Lin Feng looked at Qin Mubai and Qin Mubai with a faint look in his eyes. Back then, Lin Feng suspected that Zi Xiao's tragic death might have something to do with them. Boundless holy man, benefactor, greetings. Daoist Wuliang walked over and flicked his horsetail whisk. So it's the Taoist priest. I didn't expect the Taoist priest to come here to watch the show. Lin Feng said enthusiastically when he saw Taoist Wuliang. The heaven-swallowing jar was a heaven-defying treasure, and he had spent 50,000 gold coins to buy it from Daoist Wu Liang's stall. Daoist Wu Liang said, "This poor Daoist observes the sky at night. I've discovered that my little friend is in danger. It won't be easy to resolve this bloody disaster." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This damned Daoist priest was cursing him, wasn't he? Lin Feng waved his fist and said, "I don't know if I'm in danger, but if you continue to spread lies in front of me, I know that you will be in danger." Daoist Wuliang shrunk back in fear and said, "Benefactor, please don't be angry. This poor Daoist is telling the truth." Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that Daoist Wuliang was quite sinister. He asked, "What's the situation? Tell me about it. If it's good, I won't mistreat you. The White Tiger of the West is in charge of killing. Benefactor, you have the color of a white tiger on your face, and there's a faint black aura lingering around the cloud hall. It's clear that you're in danger. However, Benefactor, you don't have to be afraid. This poor Daoist has a way to help you resolve it." Daoist Wuliang said calmly. "Please enlighten me." Lin Feng asked. Daoist Wuliang stretched out his right hand and rubbed it. Lin Feng understood and took out a crystal card. "This is a gold card with a face value of 10 million gold coins. Please accept it." Daoist Wuliang smiled and said, "Benefactor, you misunderstand this poor Daoist. This poor Daoist is not interested in worldly items." Lin Feng was speechless. If this poor Daoist Wuliang was not interested in worldly items, then why had he snuck into the Cloud and Rain Pavilion to sell junk? How could a person be so shameless? "Then what are you interested in?" Lin Feng asked. Cough, cough. "A few days ago, this poor Daoist had a treasure that I accidentally sold to you. If you return it to this poor Daoist, this poor Daoist." Daoist Wuliang began to speak frankly. Before Daoist Wuliang could finish, Lin Feng turned around and left. "Why don't you go and die if you want to steal my heaven-devouring jar?" Lin Feng naturally would not give the heaven-devouring jar to Daoist Wuliang. Daoist Wuliang chased after him and said, "Benefactor, don't you want to resolve this bloody calamity?" Bang! Lin Feng replied to the Taoist priest by punching him. The Taoist priest was blown away. Bloody calamity, my ass. Boom. In the distance, a powerful aura filled the sky as an old man walked over. The old man had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His arrival caused many people to cry out in alarm. He was an elder of the Purple Light Holy Land, Yuan Qiu. Soon after, another strong cultivator flew over. She was a beautiful woman wearing a snow-white dress that tightly wrapped around her perfect figure. Her exquisite figure matched her peerless beauty. She was the best of the best. This woman was Hua Hongyang from the Heaven Lake Holy Land, an elder of the Heaven Lake Holy Land. Both of you are here. A third strong cultivator arrived. He was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure. Zhong Sun Feng. He's the younger brother of the island of Peng Lai, someone exclaimed. This person's identity was not simple. He was the younger brother of the island of Peng Lai. His battle prowess was incredible. The strong cultivators of the three ancient holy lands had arrived to slay the dragon. Many people had come to watch the battle. Let's do it. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Elder Yuan Kai of the Purple Light Holy Land said. All right. Hua Hongyang and Zhong Sun Feng had no objections. Boom. The three strong cultivators flew towards the depths of the volcano. Everyone looked towards the depths of the volcano nervously. Were they finally going to slay the dragon? Roar. Not long after the three strong cultivators flew into the depths of the volcano, an angry dragon roar could be heard. Rumble. Then, the earth started to shake. The three strong cultivators soared into the sky from the depths of the volcano. Endless flames spread out from the volcano, turning the entire sky into a sea of fire. Then, a 1,000-meter-long red dragon soared into the sky from the depths of the volcano. That dragon had horns like a deer, a head like a cow, a mouth like a donkey, eyes like a shrimp, ears like an elephant, scales like a fish, belly like a snake, and feet like a phoenix. It looked majestic and majestic. It wasn't a dragon of the west, it was a 1,000-meter-long eastern godly dragon. Heavens, an eastern godly dragon. Countless people's expressions changed as they looked at the giant dragon in shock. The eastern godly dragon was a divine beast on the same level as phoenixes and unicorns. Chapter 3:15. Flames burned the heavens and the earth as the fire dragon rushed out. Its huge body was like an undulating mountain ridge as it hovered in mid-air. Everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that the fire dragon here was actually an eastern divine dragon. The Eastern Divine Dragon tribe was basically a water dragon tribe. They were born with the ability to summon clouds and summon rain. However, it was rare to hear of a fire Eastern Divine Dragon. Even the fire Chilean guessed that the dragon hidden in the depths of Flaming Dragon Ridge was likely a fire dragon of the west. However, even the fire Chilean was wrong. This was an Eastern Divine Dragon. The three experts used their magic power to protect themselves. The flames could not hurt them at all. After seeing that it was an Eastern Divine Dragon, they did not show any fear. Instead, they became even more excited. Among the Western Dragon tribe, other than the most powerful royal bloodline that could be compared to the Eastern Divine Dragon tribe, the rest of the Dragon tribe were too far apart. They were not even on the same level. The value of this fire dragon in front of them was too great. It was not something a Western Divine Dragon could compare to. I know. This must be the evolution of that legendary giant snake. A cultivator said. His words attracted the attention of many people. The evolution of a giant snake. Some people looked at the cultivator in confusion. Rumor has it that in the depths of the fiery dragon ridge, there is an ancient monster, the king of monsters, who commands all the monsters in the fiery dragon ridge. Someone once saw a giant snake in the depths of the fiery dragon ridge, so there is a rumor that the king of monsters in the depths of the fiery dragon ridge is a monster snake. Of course, this was thousands of years ago, but this rumor has always been passed down in the fiery dragon town. Now it seems that it should be true. It takes thousands of years to transform into a flood dragon, and tens of thousands of years to transform into a dragon. The cultivator said. Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that there was such a past. However, what the cultivator said was very possible. This was because the Eastern godly dragons were usually the ones who had mastered the water theurgy. However, this Eastern divine dragon in front of them had mastered fire superpowers. It was a fire dragon. It was difficult to explain why a fire Eastern divine dragon had appeared. What if this Eastern divine dragon was not an Eastern divine dragon but a fire giant snake? Evolving into the Eastern divine dragon step by step, this could be explained. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, a great battle erupted. The fire dragon unleashed its might and spewed out dragon breath that filled the sky, attacking the 3 powerhouses. The 3 great masters also made their moves. They were all great masters, and their strength was unimaginable. Fan Dao, who had surpassed the martial artists, was almost like a god. Yuan Ju waved his hand. Above the 9 heavens, divine light surged, followed by loud rumbling sounds. Stars fell one after another, bombarding the fire dragon. Hua Hongyang waved her hand, and countless petals fell from the sky. One flower, one world, one tree, one body. Every petal seemed to be a world of its own. The petals fell one after another, wanting to bury the fire dragon within. Zhong Sun Feng condensed beams of light of destruction and swept forward, attacking the fire dragon. Bang! The 4 terrifying existences fiercely clashed against each other. Heaven and earth were pierced through, and mountains were shaken to the point of collapsing. Many of the cultivators who were relatively close to the explosion were killed by the energy shockwaves that spread out from the explosion. Hurry up and leave this place. Many people shouted in fear. Who would dare to stay? It was too terrifying. It was like the end of the world. One figure after another flew into the distance in a wretched manner. A shockwave of energy flew towards the mountain where Lin Feng and the others were standing. Hurry up and leave. Everyone hurriedly dodged. Lin Feng and the others quickly left the mountain. A moment later, the entire mountain was crushed by the shockwave of energy. Heavens! That's too terrifying. Lin Feng and the others felt their scalps go numb. What kind of battle was that? Good fight. Amazing, said a familiar voice. Lin Feng looked over and saw Long Yushi. She was indeed fine, and had recovered well. She was looking at the battle in the sky excitedly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Everybody else was running away in panic, but Lin Feng was shouting and cheering for his friends. Lin Feng didn't feel like paying attention to Long Yushi anymore. He continued moving into the distance, but at that moment, Lin Feng noticed that the bluestone talisman in his ring was emitting waves of energy. Even though the energy wasn't strong, it was definitely there. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The first bluestone talisman would only react when it sensed the second bluestone talisman. Now that the first bluestone talisman had reacted, did it mean that the second talisman was nearby? Lin Feng took out the first bluestone talisman. When Lin Feng took it out of his spirit ring, the waves became even stronger. It's in the depths, said Lin Feng, looking at the fire dragon's nest. Swish, swish. He spread his golden wings and flew towards the depths. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the battle was extremely intense. Rocks flew everywhere, and magical powers collided. Waves of energy fell from the sky. Lin Feng dodged the falling energy waves. He had seen how terrifying the energy waves were. Even though they were just the aftershocks of the 4 terrifying beasts' collisions, they were enough to turn a mountain into dust. It was obvious how powerful those attacks were. If he was hit, he would die without a doubt. Luckily, Lin Feng managed to reach the depths of the volcano. Below him was boiling lava. Lin Feng saw a cave. That should be the fire dragon's cave. The bluestone talisman's reaction became even stronger. Lin Feng rushed into the cave. Swish. Suddenly, everything in front of him became bright. He saw a mountain of treasures appear in the cave. There were gold coins, magic weapons, and so on. In the legends, it was recorded that the dragon race had a habit of collecting treasures. Now, it seemed that it was true. Lin Feng saw some magic weapons. Those magic weapons were emitting shocking waves of spiritual energy. They even surpassed the peak-level spirit weapons he had seen. This made Lin Feng gasp. Could these be the legendary treasured weapons? Just one of these treasures was enough to buy 10 ancient cities. And in the cave, there were at least 20 of them. When I find the bluestone talisman, I'll come and collect you. Lin Feng rushed into the depths of the cave. In a pair of gold coins, Lin Feng saw the second talisman. He was overjoyed. He rushed over and took the second talisman. This was not a place to stay for long. Lin Feng quickly flew outside to collect the priceless treasures. But as soon as he flew out of the cave, he was attacked. Someone was hiding in the dark and attacked Lin Feng. A cold light flashed and directly pierced towards Lin Feng's chest. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in the air. Chapter 316. Someone tried to sneak an attack on Lin Feng. Quick, accurate, ruthless. It was as if the attacker wanted to kill Lin Feng with a single blow. Facing this attack, Lin Feng reacted quickly. He quickly moved to the left, and the spear missed. Lin Feng kicked the spear, and the attacker was forced back. Lin Feng moved like a bolt of lightning, grabbed the cultivator's neck with both hands, and twisted. With a crack, the cultivator's neck was broken, and he died on the spot. Zhong Kuei has been killed. An angry shout came from not far away. Lin Feng looked over and saw that there were more than 10 cultivators who had entered the cave. They seemed to be in a group, and they had probably followed him in. These people were collecting the treasures here, and they obviously wanted to make a fortune. When they saw Lin Feng, they wanted to kill him. Get out of my way. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Brat, you killed our people, and you still dare to be so impudent. Today, I will cut you into 10,000 pieces. Immediately, a sturdy cultivator rushed over, holding a long saber, and slashed at Lin Feng. Swish. Lin Feng's golden wings flapped slightly, and he disappeared without a trace. A moment later, he appeared behind the sturdy cultivator, holding the black dragon sword. With a stab, the sword pierced through the cultivator's chest, and the cultivator fell down, dead on the spot. The world of cultivators. It was full of intrigue and deception. Many times, if you didn't kill others, you would be killed by others. Lin Feng had seen through all of this. Since that was the case, then he would kill everyone who stood in his way. Damn it, attack! A middle-aged cultivator shouted coldly. More than 10 people rushed towards Lin Feng, all of them looking ferocious. Their eyes flashed with a bone-chilling light. Those people were holding all kinds of weapons and were surrounding Lin Feng. Since you want to die, then all of you will die here. Lin Feng looked indifferent. His golden wings flapped slightly. He was like a bolt of lightning, moving through the crowd. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was so fast that these people couldn't keep up with Lin Feng. Pu, pu, pu. The sound of flesh being pierced could be heard. One cultivator after another was stabbed to death by Lin Feng's sword. Their corpses fell down and rolled over countless treasures. They were buried by the treasures in the depths of the mountain. One cultivator after another was killed by Lin Feng. The remaining leader was scared out of his wits, and turned to run. Young master, save me. The cultivator let out a terrified cry. At that moment, a silhouette came into the cave. When that person saw Lin Feng chasing the leader of the group, he shouted furiously, "How dare you!" This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and confident, and he held a black iron spear in his hand. Lin Feng said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" As soon as he finished speaking, he caught up to the leader and slashed at him. Pu. The leader's head flew into the sky, and the headless corpse fell to the ground. The leader had also been killed by Lin Feng. "Brat, you dare to kill my men? You're courting death." The young man shouted angrily, leaping forward and stabbing his black iron spear at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered, "You allowed these people to kill me, but I can't kill them. If I wasn't strong enough, I would have already become a cold corpse. These people were killed. They only have themselves to blame. I will kill you to vent my anger," Zhongsun Wuji said coldly. As the saying went, before beating a dog, one had to look at its master first. Moreover, Lin Feng had killed more than 10 of his subordinates. Zhongsun Wuji's spear techniques were outstanding, and with a single stab, 13 spear images appeared, all of them aimed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. This person's spear techniques were truly powerful, and he slashed at them with his sword. Swish. Suddenly, the 13 spear images merged into one, and Lin Feng's sword missed. Zhongsun Wuji's spear stabbed at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he quickly moved to the right, narrowly avoiding Zhongsun Wuji's attack. Zhongsun Wuji held his spear with one hand and suddenly pulled it back. The spear was like a whip, ruthlessly lashing at Lin Feng's body, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The spear was known as the king of all weapons. This was the first time Lin Feng had fought against an expert with outstanding spear techniques, and this time, he suffered a small loss. Zhongsun Wuji roared and once again charged at Lin Feng, and with another stab, 13 spear images appeared again, all of them aimed at Lin Feng. This move again. Lin Feng had suffered a loss from this move just now. However, Lin Feng would not suffer a second time. When the 13 spear images came at him again, Lin Feng used the Scorching Sun Sword technique. Once the Scorching Sun Sword technique was used, a sun appeared and suppressed Zhongsun Wuji. Zhongsun Wuji's expression changed slightly, and he pulled his spear towards the sun that was suppressing him. Bang! The sun crumbled. However, at this time, Lin Feng's sword slashed at Zhongsun Wuji, and a dazzling sword chi quickly slashed at Zhongsun Wuji. Zhongsun Wuji was startled, and he waved his spear to block. A clanging sound rang out as Zhongsun Wuji used his spear to block the attack. Suddenly, Zhongsun Wuji felt a chill behind him, and he quickly dodged. Lin Feng's sword almost brushed past his body, causing Zhongsun Wuji to break out in cold sweat. Although he had dodged Lin Feng's sword, he did not manage to dodge Lin Feng's palm strike. This palm strike landed on Zhongsun Wuji's body, and Zhongsun Wuji was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. Zhongsun Wuji was wearing a powerful treasure robe, and this strike was not able to injure him severely. "Brat, you're amazing." Zhongsun Wuji leaped up and once again rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he also attacked Zhongsun Wuji. This Zhongsun Wuji's cultivation was very high, and his spear techniques were outstanding. The spear technique just now was clearly not his strongest spear technique. Rumble. Just as the two of them were about to fight each other, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Stone fragments kept falling down, and the mountain peak seemed to be about to collapse. The terrifying energy shockwaves from the battle of the 4 terrifying existences outside bombarded the mountain peak, so this place was about to collapse. Whoosh. Lin Feng and Zhongsun Wuji did not dare to continue fighting, and they turned around and flew outside. Before leaving, Lin Feng took out the heaven-devouring jar, and a powerful devouring power surged out, instantly sucking in dozens of powerful magic treasures. Next, Lin Feng's speed was as fast as lightning, and he instantly rushed out of the cave. At that moment, huge fireballs fell from the sky. These were the powerful attacks of Huolong, and several of them flew towards Lin Feng. Fuck. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he dodged the fireballs somewhat miserably. He did not dare to stay here any longer, and he quickly flew away. Lin Feng was worried that if he stayed here for too long, he would be killed by the shockwaves from the battle between Huolong and the experts of the 3 ancient holy lands. After Lin Feng left, Zhongsun Wuji also flew out. His expression was extremely gloomy. More than 10 of his subordinates had been killed, and the treasures in the cave had not been obtained. He turned to look at the cave, which had collapsed in an instant, and he was buried in a world of lava. He could forget about obtaining the treasures. "Brat, no matter who you are, I will definitely kill you." Zhongsun Wuji roared furiously, and his face was slightly distorted. He did not dare to stay any longer, and he quickly left the center of the battle.